Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. So these are fossils of ancient Pokémon, meaning these two pieces have incredible value. Stephen said as he listened to Cain. However, Cain shook his head and replied, "Those fossils aren't of much use to me, and I can't revive them. You can have them, as long as I can keep the red stone in the middle. That's enough for me." Cain managed to suppress the surprise in his heart. From the very beginning, Cain had ordered his system to scan the three stones. The two fossils were quickly identified, but the small red stone in the center, roughly palm-sized, took much longer to scan, with no immediate results. However, just as Stephen requested the fossils, the system's results appeared before Cain. Item name: Fragment of Groudon's armor, incomplete. Description: a fragment of Groudon's armor, the legendary Pokémon, left behind after a battle. It contains the mysterious energy of the legendary Pokémon. Functions: 1. Allows the Pokémon holding it to perceive the earth energy contained within, enhancing the Pokémon's control over ground-type energy. 2. Absorbing its energy can rapidly increase a Pokémon's power, but overabsorption may cause mental disturbances and trigger Groudon's fierce nature. Note: Groudon, the god of the earth, also has notable control over fire-type energy. Fire-type Pokémon can also enhance their mastery of fire energy by holding this item. This small red stone was a fragment of Groudon's armor, one of the three legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region, known as the God of the Earth. Groudon. In terms of combat capability, Cain estimated that very few Pokémon could rival Groudon, aside from Arceus. At best, some could temporarily hold it off but not completely defeat it. The title, God of the Earth, wasn't for nothing. The abnormal behavior of Camerupt earlier was likely due to it absorbing energy from this armor fragment. In his eagerness to make Camerupt reach the quasi-elite level quickly, Butler had made it absorb too much energy at once. Since Camerupt is both a fire and ground-type Pokémon, its characteristics perfectly matched those of Primal Groudon. Groudon has two forms. In its primal form, Groudon possesses both ground and fire types. After its long slumber and awakening, Groudon retained only the ground type because its energy had not fully recovered. This was knowledge Cain remembered. This red stone must have been a fragment of Groudon's armor from one of its battles in its primal form. With the energy from just an armor fragment, Camerupt was able to reach the quasi-elite level. This also explained why some of the Pokémon Cain had encountered exhibited a state of rage. It was likely not the work of Team Magma, but rather Butler experimenting with this stone. Butler probably didn't even realize that this stone came from Groudon's armor. What was Team Magma's goal? Although the League was unaware, Cain knew it very well. Their aim was to find Groudon, believing that with Groudon, they could rule the world. If the legendary gods didn't reawaken, using Groudon's energy to expand land masses would make world domination possible. Maxie had always been searching for something related to Groudon, but what he could never have imagined was that a fragment of his prized objective had fallen into the hands of a mid-ranking Team Magma member. And the most ironic part was that Butler hadn't even realized the object belonged to Groudon, using it merely as a tool to strengthen his Pokémon. The true power of this Groudon fragment had been completely wasted. If Team Magma had obtained this piece, they would surely have advanced their plans rapidly, and Groudon's resurrection would have been just around the corner. But now, this Groudon fragment was in the hands of Cain and Stephen. While Stephen was clearly more interested in the two fossils, Cain would keep the fragment of Groudon's armor. How could he not be excited? The greatest benefit of this fragment was that it would allow a Pokémon to gradually improve its control over ground-type energy. Additionally, if suitable, it could also enhance control over fire-type energy. The Pokémon most suited to carrying this fragment was Larvitar. Larvitar already had remarkable proficiency in manipulating ground-type energy, surpassing Cain's expectations. If it carried this fragment, how much further could its control improve? Cain couldn't even imagine it. To Cain, this small red fragment was the most valuable item for him. As for the fossils, Cain didn't have the means to revive them, nor could he guarantee the quality of the resulting Pokémon. Additionally, earning Steven's gratitude was a worthwhile benefit. This red stone doesn't seem to be just an ordinary rock, does it? Cain, do you know what it's for? Steven asked curiously. He needed to understand the stone's function to assess whether there was a significant value difference and to properly compensate Cain for his loss. Cain responded calmly, I'm not entirely sure, but this item seems to have fallen from some Pokémon. By carrying it, a Pokémon might slightly improve its strength or potential. Hearing this, Steven looked a bit conflicted. Based on Cain's description, the red stone didn't seem to hold much value, and he was taking 2 ancient Pokémon fossils. The difference in value seemed a bit unfair. Don't worry about it. You love stones, and your family is probably the only one with the resources to revive these fossils. It's better if you keep them, Cain said, patting him on the shoulder, appearing completely unconcerned. But the more carefree Cain acted, the more uncomfortable Steven felt. Cain, these fossils truly fascinate me, so I'll accept them with gratitude. I promise to compensate you properly, Steven said with a determined look. He knew he would have to talk to the elders of his family. Cain had captured an Aaron, but its quality didn't seem exceptional. If he could gain the elders' support, perhaps they could help improve Aaron's quality for Cain. That way, Steven could return the favor to Cain. Although he knew it would be difficult, he hoped the elders of the Stone family would support him. The Stone family had long refrained from sharing this type of knowledge with outsiders, so Steven couldn't be sure he would succeed. If Steven couldn't find a way to enhance Aaron's quality, he'd have to think of another way to compensate Cain. For now, Steven stored the 2 fossils in his storage space with great satisfaction. Obtaining these 2 fossils suddenly made Steven feel very pleased. In addition to Metang's evolution, this day had been perfect for him. Cain truly is my lucky charm, Steven thought. In just one day, Metang evolved, and he also acquired 2 extremely rare fossils of ancient Pokémon. Meanwhile, Cain had also obtained something valuable. Just getting that Groudon fragment alone made the expedition worthwhile. Not to mention the level-ups his Pokémon gained and the battle experience. Judging by the time, it's probably close to midnight, and the Pokémon haven't eaten dinner yet. Should we head out or prepare everything here? Cain asked. Steven glanced around. The surroundings were filled with reddish rocks, and lava slowly seeped from cracks in the walls. The temperature inside the cave was quite high. Let's go outside. It's too hot here, and the Pokémon won't enjoy it. We can come back tomorrow when the temperature drops a bit during the day, Steven replied after some thought. Cain nodded, storing the red fragment in his storage space. Then he returned Skorupi to its Pokeball. With a swift motion, Slowking used teleport, instantly taking Cain, Steven, and Metagross outside the cave. The 2 Team Magma members they had tied up on the surface had already been taken away by Lance. They found a large, flat rock and sat directly on the ground. Although the outside temperature was still high, it was far more bearable than inside the cave. Both Cain and Steven removed their Team Magma uniforms, but didn't discard them, as their heat-insulating properties were still quite useful. Cain pulled out a variety of tools and began preparing dinner on the rock. When Steven learned Cain was cooking, he volunteered to help. However, as a noble young man from a wealthy family, he had no idea how to cook. Instead, he got in the way, so Cain eventually shooed him aside. Cain typically had a clear distribution of tasks among his Pokémon, but with only Slowking, Skorupi, and Haunter available, the process was slower. Skorupi handled the hunting, Slowking cleaned the prey, and Haunter disposed of leftovers while assisting Cain with other tasks. He definitely needed to bring Miltank next time. Although Haunter had been with Cain for a while, it still didn't know what tools to fetch in each situation. Miltank was much more efficient. Cain released Aaron, Poliwag, Mudkip, and Torchic to play. The 4 little Pokémon were thrilled to be outside. Even though Cain hadn't let them battle that day, they didn't worry or complain. However, Poliwag and Mudkip seemed slightly uncomfortable with the environment. Thankfully, Slowking used its psychic powers to create a small pond for them, allowing them to play peacefully. Torchic, on the other hand, was delighted. The temperature and environment were perfect for it. Since its quality had stabilized at deep blue, it had become much more energetic and cheerful, and its body was growing visibly. This was its body assimilating the improvements in its quality. As for Aaron, it stayed close to Steven's Lyron, like a shadow, asking questions and learning about moves and techniques. Steven's Lyron didn't ignore Cain's Aaron. It patiently explained how to use certain techniques. Perhaps Aaron had a natural talent or was particularly adept, as it quickly learned a new move under Laren's guidance. Magnet Rise. Watching Aaron float awkwardly in the air using small electrical currents, Cain was genuinely amazed. It had learned Magnet Rise so easily. For Aaron, which was heavy and slow, this move would be incredibly useful. It also allowed Aaron to avoid ground-type moves, meaning it wouldn't have to endure that kind of damage in battles. It was definitely an unexpected bonus. Skorupi successfully completed its task, capturing a few wild goats that lived on the mountainside and summit, which would serve as dinner for Cain and the others. Cain skillfully added the final seasonings, and the barbecue was ready. Seeing Steven, who had been sitting at a distance, but was now by the grill, almost drooling and shedding his noble demeanor, Cain knew the barbecue was a complete success. If Steven was acting like this, the rest of the Pokémon didn't stand a chance. Although Slowking, Skorupi, and Haunter were also eager, they tried to hold back. Unlike Steven and his Lyron, who were practically diving toward the grill. After spending so much time with Cain, these three Pokémon had enjoyed plenty of such meals. Skorupi was suffering the most, glancing at its big brother, Slowking, who pretended to stay calm while swallowing saliva. Slowking even closed its eyes, trying to ignore the sight and smell of the food, which made Skorupi even more desperate. Its small eyes looked up at Slowking with a clear message. "Big brother, stop pretending. I'm hungry. It smells so good, I can't take it anymore." Slowking glanced down and, using telepathy, told Skorupi, "Hold on. Don't embarrass us." Gulp. Skorupi swallowed hard and nodded with effort. However, aside from those three, Torchic and the others weren't holding back. They were already clinging to Cain, eagerly waiting for the food to be ready. "All done. Dig in." Cain wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. It had been a lot of work preparing food for so many Pokémon. And with gluttons like Skorupi, Aaron, and Lyron, Cain genuinely worried it wouldn't be enough. He could already imagine that when Aaron evolved into Lyron and eventually Agron, along with Drapion, which would also be large and voracious, every meal would be a challenge for him. As soon as Cain gave the signal, Steven and the Pokémon pounced on the food. Steven grabbed a piece of roasted meat, and after tasting it, his eyes lit up. He gave Cain a thumbs up. With his status, Steven had eaten many delicacies, but Cain's barbecue truly surprised him. Perhaps because Cain had added special ingredients often used in Pokeblocks, the flavor was unique. Plus, thanks to Cain's system, the meat was cooked to perfection. After such a long day of battling, Steven was ravenous. All of this combined made Cain's barbecue one of the best Steven had ever tasted. After finishing the delicious dinner, both Cain and Steven, accustomed to surviving in the wild, quickly went to sleep. The next day, at the summit of Empty Chimney. In the lava cave they explored the day before, Cain and Steven decided to continue investigating the area. This place seemed to have never been visited before. They didn't know where Butler got the information about the existence of this cavern leading to the volcano's interior, as it appeared to have been sealed until Team Magma manually opened it. Aside from some Pokémon inhabiting the cave's corridors, there were probably wild Pokémon living inside, but it seemed Butler and his team had already dealt with them. Therefore, during this second cave exploration, Cain and Steven decided not to take any risks by sending only one Pokémon each. Cain chose to keep his Skorupi and Slowking close, with Haunter appearing sporadically. Meanwhile, Steven brought out both his Lyron and Metagross. After the battles of the previous day, Steven's Lyron had reached level 40, advancing to the advanced level. Skorupi, on the other hand, despite contributing in the battle against Camerupt, didn't level up but gained significant experience. The cave was primarily filled with fire-type Pokémon, though some rock types occasionally appeared. The predominance of fire types made both Steven's Lyron and Metagross a bit uncomfortable. However, Steven welcomed such challenges, wanting his Pokémon to adapt to hostile environments, gradually improving their fire resistance. The most common Pokémon in the cave were Slugma and its evolution, Magcargo. As they approached the volcano's core, the area appeared to be a vast habitat for them, filled with nooks where they lived in large numbers. The absence of predators due to the harsh conditions had allowed these species to thrive. Toward the end of their exploration, Cain and Steven encountered a Magcargo emanating a powerful presence, a Pokémon at the elite level, forcing them to retreat immediately. Despite this, both achieved what they needed. Skorupi and Haunter leveled up. Skorupi reached level 36 and Haunter 37, narrowing the gap with Honchkrow and the others. Once Skorupi reaches level 40 and evolves into Drapion, its combat damage capacity will be devastating. As for Haunter, Cain was still unsure how to evolve it, though he suspected it would require taking it to a place rich in ghost-type energy. In the Hoenn region, such a place exists. Besides Skorupi and Haunter's progress, Sloking's improvement pleased Cain the most. Though it only leveled up once, reaching level 42, the difficulty for Sloking was far greater than for the other Pokémon. The environment and the Pokémon they encountered allowed Sloking to shine, facilitating its progress. The biggest surprise for Cain was Steven's Metagross. After its evolution, Metagross had accumulated a large amount of energy, allowing it to level up twice in one go. This left Cain astonished. It was no wonder Steven showed such confidence after Metagross's evolution. At level 47, Metagross was on its way to the quasi-elite level. After an entire day of battles, Cain and Steven finished exploring the cave. It wasn't the right time to venture further into the Magcargo habitat. Both decided to leave the cave and descend Empty Chimney. Clearly, Empty Chimney still held more secrets, but amidst their exploration, Cain received a message from his mentor, Matsuda Takashi, telling him to return to Leafy Town. The League agents had arrived. The League had designated the town as suitable for establishing a gym, and the Pokémon Center staff were already in place. Officer Jenny had started working at the local police station some time ago. Leafy Town was starting to operate like a well-oiled machine, but it hadn't reached its full potential yet. The reason was the absence of a key figure, Cain, the Leafy Town gym leader and the driving force behind its development. Without his presence, the town couldn't meet its expected potential. Additionally, old Matsuda was on his way to the town, as members of the Pokémon Breeders Guild saw this as an opportunity to establish the first branch in the Hoenn region, and Matsuda had been sent to negotiate. At the same time, Steven's evaluation team had sent a detailed report about the town, prompting him to join Cain in returning to Leafy Town to discuss cooperation plans. Leafy Town was full of potential and no longer a forgotten corner. Once Cain formally assumed his role as gym leader, all the systems would begin operating at optimal capacity. The town's development would accelerate dramatically. The Devon Corporation had already set its sights on this place. So, after finishing their day of battles, the two decided to return to the town. However, they weren't in a rush. Cain still remembered his promise to Aaron and Torchic that they would participate in battles. As a trainer, he couldn't break his word. As for the League agents, they would just have to wait a little longer. After a night of rest, when Cain and Steven reappeared, they were already in the forest at the foot of Empty Chimney. They deliberately chose a spot with few people to descend the mountain, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Cain released Torchic and Aaron, along with the rest of his Pokémon. The wild Pokémon at the mountain's base, due to frequent visitors, were not very high level, making them ideal for Torchic and the others to battle. Pokémon around level 10 were perfect for Torchic and his team. Although Torchic and Mudkip were only level 5, Poliwag level 12, and Aaron level 16, their excellent qualities and Cain's solid training meant they had no trouble facing common Pokémon. Additionally, Torchic's fire type had a significant advantage in this area. With the abundance of bug and grass-type Pokémon, Torchic could battle with relative ease. However, they didn't have much time, so they simply moved forward, battling any Pokémon that crossed their path. After all, with Slowking keeping watch, there was no danger. Moreover, these battles against higher-level opponents provided substantial improvement for Torchic and Mudkip. For Torchic, this was its first real battle, where it truly experienced what fighting meant. Normally, whenever Torchic felt pain or discomfort, Cain would immediately provide the best care and comfort. But from the moment the battle began, Torchic was no longer just a young Pokémon that could cry for its trainer's reassurance. When Torchic was attacked for the first time and looked at Cain with teary eyes, expecting comfort, all it saw was Cain's calm, unflinching face. The trainer who had always been the most caring was gone, replaced by a trainer guiding it in battle and growth. Confused, Torchic almost got hit again. It was Aaron who, at that moment, drove the opponent away. After the battle, Torchic couldn't immediately process what had happened and stared at Cain in astonishment. The other Pokémon didn't react like Torchic. Aaron, accustomed to battling other Pokémon, knew that injuries were inevitable. Under Cain's direction, it was able to defeat stronger opponents than it had faced before. Aaron deeply respected Cain's training and guidance skills, and felt fortunate to have followed Cain out of the mine. Poliwag, once a wild Pokémon, understood the harshness of the outside world. It knew Cain was protecting them as best as possible and believed it had already passed the most carefree stage of its life. Now it was its turn to repay Cain. Mudkip was more or less fine. Though it was also level 5 like Torchic, it was a battle-loving Pokémon, similar to Aaron. For it, injuries were like badges of honor, something it didn't shy away from. Moreover, as long as it followed Cain's instructions, injuries were just an occasional risk. Torchic was different. With a mind still immature, it had gone through traumatic experiences in its youth, causing its potential to fluctuate. Under Cain's care, Torchic had grown up healthy. However, it had never participated in a battle, and its understanding of them was based solely on what Aaron had shared, which piqued its curiosity and made it yearn to fight. But when it finally entered a battle and got hurt, it didn't know how to react. The pain in its body terrified it. Its ferocious opponents made its attacks hesitant. This was Torchic's initial reaction to experiencing a battle for the first time. When the fight was over, Aaron and the others tried to comfort Torchic, but didn't know how, as they weren't in the same position. At that moment, Skorupi stepped in. Having been raised by Cain since birth, Skorupi had also felt pain and confusion initially, not understanding why it had to fight. For the first time, Skorupi acted as an older sibling and shared its experiences with Torchic, the lessons learned from battles and the joy it felt after every victory. These were Skorupi's personal feelings, which it gradually conveyed to Torchic and Mudkip. Gradually, Torchic started to get used to the pain. And when it finally defeated its first opponent, a warm hand rested on its head. Torchic's eyes immediately filled with tears, carrying sorrow and pain, but most of all, joy. Feeling the warmth of Cain's hand again made it understand the joy Skorupi had described. Torchic was now willing to fight for its trainer, to give its all. Cain watched Torchic's entire journey, but didn't utter a single word of comfort. This was something a Pokémon had to learn. If a trainer always coddled them, it would only have a negative effect. Aaron, Poliwag, and Mudkip had survived in the wild and understood the principle of survival of the fittest. But Torchic didn't. So Cain allowed it to learn what it needed to and what a battle truly was. Fortunately, Torchic proved to be stronger than Cain had imagined. Despite falling several times and failing many others, it kept going, crying but always persisting. When it defeated its first opponent, Cain offered the appropriate comfort. Torchic immediately ran into Cain's arms. From that moment on, Torchic had a clear understanding of what a battle was. This was what Cain wanted to see. Steven, who had been watching Cain while he trained his Pokémon, gave him a thumbs up once again. Cain truly had incredible talent for training Pokémon. The subsequent battles went smoothly. When Cain and Steven emerged from the forest at the foot of Empty Chimney, Torchic and the others had improved. Torchic and Mudkip had reached level 8, Poliwag level 13, and though Aaron hadn't leveled up, it had grasped Cain's battle rhythm and style. This was the first step in building synchronization between the trainer and their Pokémon during battle. Due to its higher level, Aaron was the first to adapt to Cain's battle rhythm. This time, the primary goal wasn't training and strengthening the Pokémon, but helping them understand what battling truly meant. Overall, Cain was quite satisfied, especially with Torchic, which had quickly transitioned from being a gentle Pokémon to a battle-ready one. After leaving the forest at the foot of Empty Chimney, Cain recalled his Pokémon to continue his journey quickly. Alongside Steven, who was riding his Skarmory, Cain flew on his Tropius, both heading toward Leafy Town. In the Hoenn region, on Route 112, above Lavaridge Town, there was a hidden cave nestled amidst the mountainous trail. Inside the cave was a massive meeting hall. At the center stood a middle-aged man with red hair, clad in a red and black coat, positioned at the head of the table. His stance was imposing and commanding. Around the table, the other members of the group varied in appearance, but none dared meet the red-haired man's gaze. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone in the room controlled their breathing, afraid the leader might seize any excuse to punish them. Only 3 individuals, seated closer to the red-haired man, seemed slightly more at ease. While they too felt intimidated by the leader's presence, they didn't go as far as holding their breath. Silence reigned in the hall, and no one dared speak. Time seemed to crawl for everyone present. Yesterday, someone infiltrated Empty Chimney and was discovered by League agents. They are now under arrest, including a key mid-level member. "What do you think we should do about this situation?" said the red-haired man in a tone that brooked no objections. At his words, the people in the room exchanged glances, wanting to murmur, but quickly recalling the leader's temper. This wasn't the time to make a mistake. They chose to remain silent and avoid drawing attention. The red-haired man frowned at the lack of response. His gaze landed on a burly man seated to his right, whom he addressed by name. "Tabitha, what do you think?" Tabitha, a stout man, forced a nervous smile and quickly stood up. "Leader, this is my fault for not supervising properly. I will personally go and resolve the issue." With that, Tabitha prepared to leave. "Wait," said the red-haired man before Tabitha could go. The burly man, relieved, thinking his leader had forgiven him, began to express his gratitude, but the red-haired man continued, "Tabitha, since this is your responsibility, ensure you clean up this mess thoroughly." The member was captured by League investigators and is now in the Hoenn region prison. "I expect that no information about our location has been revealed." Hearing this, Tabitha felt a chill run down his spine. He knew his leader was holding back his anger and had only spared him because he was one of the main executives. Team Magma wasn't ready to reveal itself to the world. Tabitha nodded firmly. His plan was to infiltrate the League's prison in Hoenn and eliminate the captured member before they could disclose critical information. This wasn't Tabitha's first time handling such a task. After Tabitha left the hall, the red-haired man, none other than Maxie, the leader of Team Magma, sighed and remarked, "After this, we'll lose at least a third of our infiltrators." It had taken significant resources to plant spies within the League. If not for Tabitha's skill and loyalty, he would have already been punished severely. After a brief pause, Maxie turned to a thin man with hair covering one eye. "Mac, I don't fully trust Tabitha. Follow him and ensure everything is resolved without loose ends. If you encounter League members, don't hesitate to eliminate them. Team Magma cannot come to light yet." The man named Mac nodded seriously and vanished from the hall in an instant. Mac was one of Team Magma's 3 top executives, a user of psychic powers. Although not as powerful as Sabrina, his ability to teleport made him a formidable opponent. The 3 flames of Team Magma, as they were called, were Maxie's chief aides, instrumental in the group's growth. But Team Magma didn't rely solely on them. There were other competent members handling important tasks. Maxie turned to a slim, handsome young man named Harland, who was seated beside Tabitha. "Harland, take over Tabitha's duties until he returns." Harland stood, bowed, and responded, "Understood, leader." Harland was a reliable member known for managing delicate tasks. However, when he sat down, a complex and enigmatic expression crossed his face, though no one else noticed. After flying for over 3 hours, Cain and Stephen finally arrived in Leafy Town. Though they had only been away for 2 days, the town had changed significantly. In front of Cain's water-type gym, a new building had been constructed, a Pokémon Center. And at the town center, another building now stood bearing the Pokémon League emblem, marking the opening of a police station. With the gym, Pokémon Center, and police station completed, the town was ready to enter a phase of rapid expansion. All that remained was for Cain, as the gym leader, to officially announce the beginning of this new era for Leafy Town. When Cain and Stephen arrived in Leafy Town, the sky was already darkening. However, the town was far from empty. Everyone had gathered at the entrance of the gym, waiting for their gym leader, the young man who, despite not being a native of the area, had decided to foster Leafy Town's growth. At 16, this young man already wielded significant influence and had been affectionately nicknamed by the residents as the savior of Leafy Town. They knew Cain had returned, and since the gym was expected to officially open that day, everyone had gathered to celebrate. The future of Leafy Town seemed increasingly bright. To save time, Cain and Stephen didn't dismount their flying Pokémon upon entering the town, but instead flew directly to the space in front of the gym. The gym's opening ceremony wasn't as grand as some might have imagined, but for the residents of Leafy Town, it was more than enough. Under the watchful eyes of Stephen, Old Matsuda, and some league officials, including Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy, Cain officially announced the opening of Leafy Town's water-type gym. Additionally, Cain used the occasion to recruit maintenance and cleaning staff for the gym to assist with daily operations. He also offered a new employment opportunity to many of the town's strong men, helping construct a massive artificial lake next to the gym. This project, although significant, represented the first spark for the town's economic development. Despite the aid of Pokémon, it would still take time to complete. However, Cain's efforts weren't in vain. It was the first step toward Leafy Town's economic recovery. By employing the townspeople, he provided them with purchasing power, which would stimulate the local economy. While it initially seemed like Cain was spending a lot of money on the town, he knew the future benefits would far outweigh this initial investment. All jobs were paid according to standard rates, and workers were offered the chance to purchase gym entry tickets ahead of others. Naturally, Leafy Town's residents were thrilled. Many wanted to sign up, but Cain decided to postpone recruitment for the time being since the day was dedicated to the gym's opening. After calming the residents, Cain asked Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy to continue assisting with the town's management. Then he, Stephen, and Old Matsuda entered the gym. The league officials present had little to say, especially with Old Matsuda there. Inside, the gym's main facilities were already completed, though some of the upper floors remained empty. The gym was ready to operate like any other league gym. "Cain, you're officially a gym leader now," Stephen said, patting him on the shoulder with a laugh. As Stephen watched his friend become a gym leader, he couldn't help but think about his own future. Now that Cain had achieved this, it was time for him to begin working toward his goal as well. Cain looked at him with a wry smile and said, "If it weren't for Leafy Town, I wouldn't have agreed to open this gym. It's a huge responsibility." Meanwhile, Old Matsuda, observing the interaction between the two young league prodigies, smiled so widely that his wrinkles became more pronounced. He had heard from Lance that during their recent adventure at Empty Chimney, Cain and Stephen had defeated a quasi-elite level Pokémon together. Although there had been setbacks, that event solidified both young men's reputations within the league. Until now, Cain's fame had centered on his talent as a Pokémon breeder, while Stephen's came primarily from being the heir to Devon Corporation. However, after that battle, both names began to resonate among the league's higher ranks. According to Lance, both young men had talent comparable to his own. The Hoenn League, already searching for young talents to train, found in Cain and Stephen ideal candidates. The president of the Hoenn League, Juan, announced that the league would provide full support to Cain and Stephen, hoping they could become the faces of the region, much like Lance was for Kanto. For Cain, the expectations leaned more toward his role as a breeder, while for Steven, they focused on his skills as a trainer. However, neither Cain nor Steven was aware of these plans. Old Matsuda knew of them, but chose not to say anything, preferring to let the two young men develop at their own pace. For old Matsuda, the real goal was to provide a safe environment for these two geniuses to grow. The League could offer that support and protection. After chatting for a while with Steven, Cain turned to his master, feeling a bit guilty for having ignored him. "Master," Cain said apologetically. Old Matsuda simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry. My main goal in coming here was to witness the opening of my apprentice's gym. That's one of the greatest prides of my life. The second reason is that the elders of the Breeders' Guild want to open a branch here in Leafy Town, but I wanted to consult you before accepting." With that simple statement, old Matsuda made it clear that Leafy Town was now Cain's domain. Cain, besides being the gym leader, was already seen as the town's de facto leader, much more influential than the mayor. The League turned a blind eye to this, allowing Cain to manage things as he wished. Cain, who had anticipated this proposal, took only a moment to respond. "Master, you can tell them I agree, but I want to be the president of the branch." Becoming the president of a Breeders' Guild branch typically required being an advanced-level breeder, and Cain, despite his talent, was still considered a mid-level breeder. However, with old Matsuda's backing and the guild's support, it wasn't an outlandish idea. Even so, the branch would likely have very few advanced breeders, perhaps none, since few would want to work under a mid-level leader, no matter how talented he was. Upon hearing Cain's words, old Matsuda's face showed a hint of concern. He understood Cain's intentions. Leafy Town was just beginning to take off, and at this moment, Cain held the reins. However, if the Breeders' Guild sent a high-ranking and more experienced breeder to oversee operations, would Cain have to follow their orders? If he did, then who would truly have control in Leafy Town? Cain would have done all this hard work only for others to take the credit. If he didn't follow orders, his reputation within the Alliance might suffer. A young, promising leader of the Breeders' Guild who didn't respect his seniors could easily become the target of criticism. Leafy Town had reached its current potential thanks to Cain's hard work, and he didn't want to see it crumble. After thinking for a moment, old Matsuda remarked, "It will be difficult, as there has never been an intermediate-level breeder as the president of a Breeders' Guild branch before. Moreover, if an intermediate-level breeder takes that position, it's unlikely that other high-level breeders would join the branch." Cain had already anticipated this. His earlier statement was merely testing the waters. Now that he had a clear answer, he knew his master supported him more than the Breeders' Guild itself. With a slight smile, Cain responded, "In that case, I'll take a step back. Master, why don't you take the role of president of the Breeders' Guild branch in Leafy Town?" "Me?" Old Matsuda was taken aback. With his reputation, he could easily take a high-ranking position in the Breeders' Guild, such as director or vice president. But he hadn't done so because his true passion had always been researching Pokeblocks and breeding and training Pokémon. He had no interest in power struggles or politics. "No, that's not for me. I'm used to my freedom, and I don't want a position like that to tie me down," old Matsuda declined immediately. Cain, unsurprised by his master's response, smiled. "Master, I'm not asking you to actively take on the role of president. It's just to have a strong backing. Someone of your prestige would prevent others from imposing their rules here." Old Matsuda, finally understanding Cain's play, furrowed his brows and replied with humor. "Oh, I see. You're asking me to be a figurehead president, huh? Basically, work for free for you." Cain, scratching his head in embarrassment, explained, "Of course not, Master. All the benefits of the position would be yours, and I'll also provide you with resources monthly for your research. This way, you won't have to hunt for resources, and you can focus on your work here. With you as president, no one would dare say a thing." The proposal made sense. Old Matsuda needed significant funding for his research, but the Pokeblocks he developed were too valuable to sell. If old Matsuda accepted the role of president but left the administration to Cain, he could simply receive the funds without having to be involved in day-to-day operations. Additionally, the top floor of the guild building will be your personal laboratory. If you ever feel bored, you can go out to collect materials or explore. You'll only need to show up occasionally in Leafy Town. With your reputation, high-level breeders won't be in short supply, Cain continued. With old Matsuda as the nominal president, Cain could become a vice president with real power. While unconventional, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Moreover, old Matsuda wasn't just a renowned breeder, he was also an elite-level trainer, a veteran among elite trainers. Though he wasn't famous among the general public, he was well known among other veteran trainers. Having old Matsuda in Leafy Town would deter many and help Cain consolidate his power. Even Cain's most secret projects, like his private team, would remain safe. If Cain planned to open an underground market, those thinking of causing trouble would have to reckon with the possibility of dealing with an elite-level trainer like old Matsuda, increasing the market's security. In short, having old Matsuda as a backer would bring Cain only advantages. Additionally, Cain was eager to learn from his master's knowledge and discoveries. With old Matsuda there, Cain would have direct access to his wisdom and experience. Finally, old Matsuda agreed to Cain's proposal, recognizing it would cause him no harm. After delegating some responsibilities, old Matsuda departed, planning to inform the Breeders' Guild and arrange for his personal laboratory. He would also ensure that the branch's construction began immediately. After old Matsuda's departure, Cain and Stephen discussed how to boost Leafy Town's economic development. The Devon Corporation research team had conducted a detailed study of the area, providing precise data now in Stephen's possession. Overall, Devon Corporation saw great potential in Leafy Town and recommended comprehensive development. Stephen, representing Devon Corporation, discussed possible collaborations with Cain. Both, focused on their own interests, didn't worry much about financial details. Soon, they agreed that Devon Corporation would fund the construction of a commercial street centered around the new gym. The shops along this street would be owned by the gym, while Devon Corporation would manage their operations, sharing the profits. If Leafy Town thrived, this street would become a money-making machine. Stephen and Cain completed the first annual economic development plan for Leafy Town as quickly as possible. Both, somewhat tired, returned to their respective rooms. That day, after descending Empty Chimney, they participated in the first Battle of Torchic and its companions in the forest at the mountain's base. After returning to Leafy Town, they interacted with the residents and finalized the official opening ceremony of the gym. Later, they discussed the construction of the Breeders' Guild branch with old Matsuda. That was how Stephen and Cain finished Leafy Town's economic development plan. Although not physically exhausted, they had used their minds extensively. Stephen retired to rest, but Cain couldn't relax yet. Shortly after their conversation ended, a slight buzz came from the communicator hidden in the inner pocket of his clothing. It was a message from Team Rocket, specifically from Umbra. The message instructed Cain to contact him as soon as he was done with what he was doing. Back in his room, Cain asked Slowking to erect a psychic barrier before video calling Umbra. Mr. Umbra, Cain said respectfully as a silhouette appeared on the screen. You've performed quite well this time. Even the boss has heard that you and that boy from the Stone family defeated a quasi-elite Pokémon together. Your strength now aligns with the position of a Rocket Team officer, Umbra said in a hoarse voice. Aside from a faint glow and Umbra's blurry silhouette on the screen, nothing else could be discerned. His location remained unclear. Cain kept his head lowered respectfully and said nothing. But Umbra didn't need a response from Cain and continued. The Leafy Town gym should be opening soon, correct? As one of the few gym leaders within Team Rocket, the boss has decided to extend you more support. If you have any specific needs, state them now. Otherwise, we'll provide supplies as planned. Cain pondered briefly and then said, I'd like information on Jengar, including its evolution method. If possible, I'd also like data on improving Pokémon quality. An electronic file will suffice. The evolution method for Jengar had always concerned Cain. Cain recalled that Umbra owned a Jengar but didn't know how it had evolved. If he could access Team Rocket's vast database on Jengar, it would bring Cain countless benefits. However, what truly mattered was the information on improving Pokémon quality, as that would affect all his Pokémon, not just Haunter. Cain's bold request even took Umbra by surprise. "You certainly have the nerve to ask." It wasn't clear if Umbra was shocked by Cain's audacity or if he was consulting the boss, Giovanni, about the request. After half a minute of silence, Cain's face remained impassive and Umbra's voice echoed again. "We'll provide the information on Gengar and also give you data on improving Pokémon quality, but it won't be complete information. You'll receive a file tailored to the Pokémon you currently own, but I can't guarantee how comprehensive it will be." Even so, it's a significant concession. "If not for the boss's approval, your request would have been entirely unacceptable," Umbra said, his tone laced with envy. He was genuinely envious. Even with his position in Team Rocket, Umbra wouldn't have dared to make such a bold request. Yet the boss's generosity toward his subordinates continued to astonish Umbra. He had no fear that Cain, after receiving these files, would ignore Team Rocket or betray his loyalty. This level of trust, of not doubting one's allies, was what kept Umbra loyal to Giovanni to this day. Cain's face couldn't hide his joy, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. This time, he had tested Team Rocket's and Giovanni's loyalty. He wanted to know whether Giovanni would still trust him after he became a gym leader and a valuable new member of the league. Judging by the response, it had been highly beneficial, and Giovanni remained the charismatic leader he had always been. If Cain hadn't been reincarnated once and maintained a deeply self-centered mindset, he might have been swayed by Giovanni's charisma and become a devoted follower. Fortunately, Cain hadn't succumbed. He remained loyal to Giovanni only to the extent that his safety was guaranteed and his growth was unhindered. Giovanni deserved support, but Cain always came first. After ending the video call, Cain received a massive file on his private communicator. The file was so large that even Team Rocket's advanced communication system took the entire night to download it fully, hinting at its scale. The next day, when Cain woke up, the file transfer was complete, and he immediately instructed his system to process it. Despite the system's speed, it took a full 20 minutes to transfer all the data. System, sort and organize the received data, then prioritize information on Haunter's evolution into Gengar, Cain ordered right after waking up. Beep. Task created, processing, please wait, the system replied as it began handling the new data. After breakfast with Steven, the latter prepared to return to Rustboro City. Both his Metting had evolved into Metagross, and he had also obtained 2 ancient Pokémon fossils. He needed to return to find a specialist to help investigate how to revive them. Cain didn't object. In the end, they both had their own paths to follow. Steven, the future champion of the Hoenn region, already had sufficient confidence and potential. He had crossed the final barrier, and now it was just a matter of waiting for him to soar. If Cain didn't want to fall behind, he would have to work even harder. At the entrance of the Leafy Town gym, Steven, dressed in his usual elegant suit, bid farewell to Cain. "Cain, you've got to keep up. Don't fall too far behind, because I'm going to overtake Lance first," Steven said with a smile. Cain smiled back and replied, "You'd better hurry, or I might catch up and reach the top before you." Steven only smiled wider and said nothing more. He turned and began walking toward the outskirts of Leafy Town, raising a hand to wave goodbye to Cain. He felt the pressure from Cain and knew he had to push himself. He couldn't afford to be left behind. The gym opened last night, and this morning it officially began operations. The league has started promoting the Leafy Town gym across various television channels. It's likely that, during this time, no one will come to challenge the gym, as Leafy Town is quite remote and lacks fame. Cain can use this period to recruit staff for the gym. In the meantime, he has also summoned Alec and the others back. Not long ago, Cain had already allowed them to return. Right now, they are training on the mountain behind the gym. Following Cain's instructions, they have established a basic base deep in the mountains behind the Leafy Town gym, which serves as the headquarters of Heaven Team. This won't negatively affect Leafy Town while ensuring the continuous expansion of Heaven Team. Currently, although Heaven Team is still a small force, it is no longer lacking in members as it once was. Sky, Miyamoto, and Alec, the three main pillars of Heaven Team, have been recruiting orphans and impoverished people to join the team, offering them the opportunity to become trainers. Their only demand in return is loyalty. For all Heaven Team members who have never seen their leader Cain, their respect for him is genuine and deep. This is the image Sky and the other two have cultivated. Aside from the 6 original members of Team Rocket who followed Cain from the trial island, no one else in Heaven Team has seen Cain's true face, nor do they know that the new gym leader of Leafy Town is actually their boss. This also provides Cain with some protection regarding his identity. Additionally, the Sky Hunt group has fully merged with Heaven Team, operating as an external force. Karen, for her part, has become a key subordinate of Cain. Sky and the other two have instilled in Karen a deep admiration for Cain, highlighting how excellent and powerful he is, which eventually led to her complete loyalty and incorporation into Heaven Team. These 4, Sky, Miyamoto, Alec, and Karen, are now Cain's most trusted individuals. Karen is in charge of the Sky Hunt group, which focuses on capturing Pokémon to trade for resources. Thanks to Karen's incredible luck, the Sky Hunt group has grown rapidly and gained considerable reputation in the Hunter Guild branch in Verdanturf Town. At the same time, they have generated substantial revenue for Heaven Team, and Karen's strength has also improved. Meanwhile, Sky, Miyamoto, and Alec primarily focus on growing Heaven Team and sending new recruits to work under Karen. Through hunting, these recruits can grow more quickly. Thus, a basic system of recruitment and development has been established for Heaven Team. Currently, the official members of Heaven Team number over 100. Even in Verdanturf Town, they are considered a respectable force, though they still lack elite-level members. Today, Cain gathered the 6 members who have followed him from the trial island in the mountain rear. The main reason for the meeting was to assign new tasks. Cain decided that Sky would return to help manage the daily affairs of the gym in addition to handling the finances of Heaven Team. Alec and Miyamoto would take charge of the team's operations. Alec would manage the recruitment and training of new members, while Miyamoto would oversee external battles. Cain delegated all responsibilities to them. As a leader, there's no need to personally manage a small organization. Competent subordinates handle management tasks, less capable ones handle battles, and tedious duties are dealt with by the team. Currently, the Sky Hunt group is a 3-star hunter group. If they manage to reach 4 stars, the group's level will hit its ceiling unless Cain increases his hunter rank. Thus, Cain also needs to find time to capture more Pokémon and level up as a hunter. Additionally, the most important task is that Cain assigned some of the Pokémon he had acquired. Apart from Karen, everyone received valuable Pokémon. Pokémon like Breloom with the Poison Heal ability, Zangus with the Toxic Boost ability, and Ariados were distributed. If Alec and the others can tame these Pokémon, their strength will increase significantly. Perhaps it's hard for them to believe. After all the effort they've put into training their Pokémon, the results are no match for what they gain by directly receiving a Pokémon from Cain. It's not that Cain wants to demotivate them or hurt their pride, but it's the reality. As for Sky, Cain also temporarily entrusted him with the 3 water-type Pokémon he captured last time so he could familiarize himself with them. In the future, when Cain is absent from the gym, Sky will act as the interim leader. These 3 water-type Pokémon will serve as the signature Pokémon of the Leafy Town gym unless Cain has to battle personally. Sky gladly accepted this responsibility. The assignment of these tasks demonstrates Cain's trust in him, which filled him with satisfaction. The fact that Cain entrusts the management of Heaven Team to Miyamoto and Alec also reflects his confidence in them. After clarifying how future plans would unfold, Cain left them to absorb everything in the mountain rear, while Sky took Cain's letter of recommendation and headed to the gym. The gym is completely empty at the moment, and Sky is responsible for organizing and setting everything up. From hiring staff to building an artificial lake outside the gym, it's all Sky's responsibility. Since he manages Heaven Team's finances, he has access to a large budget. Heaven Team and the Sky Hunt Group already generate considerable income, and during this time, it hasn't been small. Currently, Cain has over 30 million in cash, so he doesn't need to touch Heaven Team's funds, which also provides them with a solid foundation. Thanks to their recent development, Heaven Team has already taken shape. From now on, better management planning for the entire organization will be necessary. For example, each member will need a practical and stable Pokémon team. Cain's initial plan is to form teams with the combination of Breloom and Zangus. If multiple pairs can be formed with Breloom with the Poison Heal ability and Zangus with the Toxic Boost ability, the team's power will increase significantly. Additionally, it is necessary to define the uniform and emblem for Heaven Team. As an underground organization, having a unique identity is crucial for their growing recognition. Cain has already shared these ideas with Alec, Miyamoto, and Sky. All he cares about are the results, and they will handle the details. Being a leader who delegates has its advantages. As long as he retains enough power, there's no need to worry about his subordinates harboring ill intentions. This is Cain's confidence, a basic management principle he learned from Giovanni. After leaving the mountain, Cain returned to Leafy Town and immersed himself in work in the gym's backyard. This time, Cain wasn't away for long. He spent 2 days training alongside Steven on Empty Chimney. During those 2 days, Honchcrow and Weevil, whom Cain left in the backyard, didn't relax in the slightest. Despite being on the verge of reaching the advanced level, they continued to train diligently. Without Cain around, instead of slowing their training, they pushed themselves even harder. Cain noticed their progress. Though it wasn't visually apparent, the system-scanned stats showed an increase, proving their dedication. However, what surprised Cain the most was Larvitar. Despite being born not long ago, its body had undergone significant changes. Larvitar already had the highest body mass among all of Cain's Pokémon, and its weight continued to increase. Thanks to Cain's planned feeding regimen, which included daily calcium supplements through Miltank, Larvitar's growth was accelerating. Its size was now comparable to an average Larvitar, though the system still classified it as juvenile. What delighted Cain the most was Larvitar's growing ability to control its own weight. Now, when it ran across the ground, it no longer left deep, uneven footprints. While it still left marks, it could at least balance itself better. With a bit more training, Cain was confident that Larvitar would master complete control over its body weight. Its developing physique still required consistent adjustments, but once Larvitar entered its growth phase, stability would likely follow. Most exciting was Larvitar's innate ability to handle ground-type energy. As for its control over rock-type energy, Cain wasn't entirely certain. However, having been immersed in the geocentric cleansing milk for so long, its affinity for rock-type energy was unlikely to be weak. After all, when Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, its rock typing will be crucial. Although Cain also had a Torchic with the speed boost ability and an Aron with unyielding resilience, both with great potential, it was Larvitar, the youngest, who exhibited the most impressive energy control. When Cain returned to the backyard, Larvitar was visibly excited. It hadn't been many days since their last meeting, but for this baby Pokémon, it felt like an eternity. Larvitar leapt toward Cain, and with its considerable weight, it managed to maintain balance. Cain, however, had to use both his psychic and physical strength to barely hold it. As Cain patted Larvitar's armor, which was already becoming rougher, he couldn't help but sigh. The weight was truly astonishing. Once Larvitar entered its growth phase, Cain knew he wouldn't be able to carry it anymore. Releasing all his Pokémon, Cain allowed them a brief rest before resuming training. Training had become a daily routine for Slowking and the others. Skipping even one day left them restless. But this time, Slowking's team wasn't the only group training. Torchic, Aron, Poliwag, and Mudkip, the 4 newcomers, joined in for the first time. Although their regimen wasn't as intense as Slowking's, it was far more demanding than their previous playful exercises. After their first battle, these young Pokémon bid farewell to their carefree days. The one who adapted best to this new reality was Aron, followed by Mudkip, Poliwag, and finally Torchic. Aaron, naturally combative, had always been the most enthusiastic about battles. Mudkip, while not as extreme, also displayed a surprising passion for combat. Poliwag, meanwhile, was more accommodating. If Cain wanted it to train and fight, it would comply without hesitation, putting aside its own preferences. Torchic struggled the most, but after its last battle, despite exhaustion and pain, it didn't show any signs of giving up or complain to Cain. Cain was pleasantly surprised by Torchic's resilience, which exceeded his expectations. And who was the most envious? Larvitar, of course. With its small eyes sparkling with excitement, Larvitar watched the Pokémon training in the yard. If Cain hadn't stopped it, it would have eagerly joined in. Now's not the time for you to train. Once your body finishes developing, even if you don't want to train or fight, I'll make you. So enjoy this time while you can, Cain said, patting Larvitar's small head. Thanks to telepathy, Larvitar understood Cain perfectly. It obediently nodded, using its tiny hands to cheer on the other Pokémon. As it waved its little arms, small fragments of sand and rocks began to float around it. Cain was thrilled to see this. Larvitar's innate talent was incredible, living up to the expectations its mother had for it. Watching the floating rocks, Larvitar grew even more excited, waving its arms faster to make the stones circle Cain. Suddenly, Cain took out a small red object, roughly palm-sized, from his storage space. Upon seeing it, Larvitar's eyes lit up. The floating stones immediately dropped to the ground as its attention focused entirely on the Groudon armor fragment Cain held. Looking between Cain and the red object, Larvitar's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable desire. Cain chuckled, tapping Larvitar's head. This is for you, but you're not ready to handle it yet. You can touch it, but you're not allowed to absorb its energy. If I catch you doing so, I'll take it away immediately. Larvitar quickly nodded in agreement. For some reason, an inner voice told it this red object would bring great benefits. Cain took out a special cord and crafted a small backpack for Larvitar, placing the Groudon armor fragment inside. And so, Larvitar now sported a tiny backpack. It looked pretty cool. 3 days later, with everything in order in Leafy Town, Cain set off again with his Pokémon, this time even bringing Larvitar along. The night before, Larvitar had entered its growth stage, so Cain stored it in its Pokeball without any issues. However, Larvitar's current size was rather shocking. Its normal height should have been around 60 centimeters, but upon entering its growth stage, Larvitar reached a full meter tall. With its considerable weight, it resembled a small growing monster, showing hints of Groudon in both size and mass. Moreover, thanks to the fragment of Groudon's armor it carried, Larvitar's ability to control ground-type energy was far greater than anyone might have expected. Cain was extremely satisfied with Larvitar's progress in mastering ground-type energy. After Larvitar finished its initial growth phase, Cain also had it practice using rock-type energy. As expected, Larvitar demonstrated remarkable proficiency in both types of energy, fulfilling its role as a sandstorm beast. The time Larvitar spent submerged in the geocentric cleansing milk, while almost preventing its hatching, had yielded numerous benefits. Not only had it increased its lifespan, but it had also significantly improved its weight, size, and energy control. More importantly, its mastery of ground-type energy could potentially reach even greater heights thanks to the fragment of Groudon's armor strapped to its back. When Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, Cain will likely be able to call it the Little Groudon without hesitation. Even though Tyranitar is a rock/dark-type Pokémon, the ground-type moves Larvitar has learned will remain. While they won't receive the same type bonus, this won't stop Tyranitar from using ground-type moves with great effectiveness. Pokémon, Larvitar, Dark Blue. Gender, male. Level 5. Type, Rock plus Ground. Ability, Guts. Held item, Fragment of Groudon's armor. Egg moves, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Ancient Power, Stealth Rock. Basic moves, Bite, Leer, Sandstorm. Learned moves, Snore. TM moves, none. These are Larvitar's current stats after completing its initial growth phase. Every time Cain reviews Larvitar's egg moves, he feels just how exceptional it is. This Pokémon could very well determine Cain's ultimate potential as a trainer. While he might not need Tyranitar to become an elite-level trainer, if Cain wishes to progress beyond that level, he will likely have to rely on this future Tyranitar's potential. It will be one of Cain's strongest Pokémon and a key factor in determining the limits of his growth. Seated on his Tropius, Cain flew toward Malville City, enjoying the fresh morning air. His primary goal for this trip was to help Haunter complete its evolution. Yesterday, thanks to information obtained from Team Rocket, Cain discovered the exact method for evolving Haunter. After analyzing the data, he learned that the key was to expose Haunter to extremely dense ghost-type energy, allowing its gaseous body to transition into a more solid form. This didn't surprise Cain, as when Haunter absorbed the ghost energy from the Black Pillar in the Ghost Cave on Trial Island, its body had already begun to transform, unbeknownst to Haunter itself. However, at that time, Haunter's potential wasn't fully developed. If it had evolved then, its future growth would have been limited. That's why Cain stopped its evolution back then. Now, if Cain could return to Trial Island, he could easily make Haunter evolve. But returning to the island wasn't simple. Not even Cain knew its exact location. Trial Island was a major Team Rocket base, and Cain didn't yet have the rank needed to access it. So, he would have to find another place. Fortunately, every region has a renowned location where the souls of deceased Pokémon are laid to rest. In Kanto, there's the Pokémon Tower, in Sinnoh, the Lost Tower, and in Unova, the Celestial Tower, among others. In the Hoenn region, this place is Mt. Pyre, located on Route 122. This mountain is home to many Pokémon remains and ashes, leading to a high concentration of ghost-type energy. The area is well known, as this energy has given rise to numerous ghost-type Pokémon. Trainers specializing in ghost types often visit Mt. Pyre to catch some. Like other such locations, Mt. Pyre is divided into external and internal areas. Most people can only explore the outer areas, where ghost-type energy is abundant but harmless to humans. However, the mountain's interior is saturated with ghost-type energy so dense it could affect Pokémon or humans, causing unpredictable consequences. Rumor has it that anyone who stays too long inside might even turn into a ghost. Cain had gathered all this information and knew that Mt. Pyre was the perfect place for Haunter to complete its evolution. Thus, his primary objective was to head to Mt. Pyre. However, the mountain was far from Malville City, almost near Lily Cove City, so Cain planned to rest in Malville before continuing his journey. Cain had left everything organized in Leafy Town. As the provisional gym leader, Sky had managed to tame the 3 water-type Pokémon with Cain's help, though he couldn't yet use them to their full potential. These Pokémon only obeyed Sky because of Cain's influence. Over time, as Sky grew stronger, he would be able to fully control them. The gym had just opened, so there weren't many challengers. Sky would stay at the gym, taking care of the tasks Cain had assigned him, recruiting staff and overseeing the construction of an artificial lake. The efficiency of the Devon Corporation was remarkable. Their development team arrived in Leafy Town the same day Steven left. Additionally, the Pokémon League construction team returned to build the new Breeders' Guild headquarters. Old Matsuda had officially been appointed president of the Breeders' Guild branch in Leafy Town, while Cain was named honorary vice president. Although the title was honorary, knowing Matsuda's personality, it was clear that in practice, Cain would have the final say at the guild branch in Leafy Town. Cain arrived on the outskirts of Malville City riding his Tropius. It wasn't his first visit to Malville City. He had previously rented a house on the city's outskirts for over a month. Additionally, he had used the city's battle arena to train his Pokémon while earning some money. This time, Cain was just passing through and had no intention of visiting the battle arena. Although he was only passing by and did not plan to challenge the arena again, Cain decided to stay in the city for a while, not because of the battle arena itself, but because of his interest in one of the organizations managing it, the Void Group. So far, the Void Group had not initiated an open investigation into the disappearance of the Black Serpent Gang in Leafy Town, but Cain wasn't sure if Kanan, one of the Void Group's high-ranking members, had already taken notice of the incident. To be honest, Given the current state of Leafy Town, Cain wasn't afraid of Kanan in the slightest. Regardless of whether Kanan was a quasi-elite or even an elite-level trainer, he wouldn't surpass Cain's own master. Cain had left his master, Matsuda Takashi, in Leafy Town not just to preside over the Breeders' Guild branch, but also to act as a deterrent, being a veteran elite-level trainer. Upon landing on the outskirts of Malville City, Cain found a discreet spot to change clothes and alter his appearance, completely modifying his attire and disguise. Once in the city, Cain began investigating the Void Group. Every underground group struggles to keep all their internal information completely secret. Cain only needed to find someone knowledgeable in the city, and with the right amount of money, he could get the information he needed, especially about the Void Group. As a member of Team Rocket and with his experience in underground organizations across 2 lives, Cain quickly found the right place. In the corners of the black market, information brokers made a comfortable living. While some of the information sold was true and some false, discerning the difference depended on the buyer's ability. Cain purchased some information about the Void Group from a vendor who appeared to have a disability at a corner of the black market. Information brokers should never be underestimated, as their networks are incredibly intricate. Why did he choose this particular vendor? Instinct. It may sound amusing, but it was pure instinct. With the information in hand, Cain vanished from the black market. As for the details he obtained, some were false, but others were true. This time, the information seemed reliable. The leader of the Void Group, known simply as Void, was an elite-level trainer. In a large city like Malville, Void was ranked among the top 5 most powerful trainers. However, it was rumored that this leader, Void, had been missing for some time. No one knew what he was doing, and in his absence, a group of high-ranking members had taken control of the organization. This shared leadership had led to increasing internal conflicts. Most importantly, Void's disappearance had left the organization without a superior-level leader. Many factions in Malville City and other areas were eagerly watching the Void Group, as they controlled one of the most lucrative battle arenas. However, no one was entirely certain if Void had truly disappeared, so they didn't dare openly invade his territory. With these internal and external tensions, the Void Group had no time to concern themselves with a small place like Leafy Town. This was why no one from the Void Group had appeared in Leafy Town so far. It was likely that Kanan, the member Cain was monitoring, was too preoccupied with managing the internal power struggles. To stabilize the situation, there were only 2 options. Either Void returned, or a new elite-level leader emerged to take control with their power. Otherwise, the internal chaos would continue to worsen. This was excellent news for the Heaven team in its developmental stage. After obtaining the information he needed, Cain decided to leave again. Although some of the information could be false, the prolonged absence of Void seemed genuine, as Cain could sense a tense and hostile atmosphere in the black market. Things were unfolding more in his favor than he expected. Initially, Cain had planned to remain in Malville City to attack and destabilize the Void Group if they tried to interfere in Leafy Town, aiming to provoke irreparable conflicts between them and other factions in the city. This would have given the Heaven team the time it needed to grow stronger. But now it seemed unnecessary. Cain took a taxi and crossed all of Malville City. By the end of the day, night had already fallen when he left the city again, riding his Tropius. Although he had lost a day in Malville City, he had gained the peace of mind to continue his journey. MT Pyre was located east of Malville City, and to get there, Cain would need to traverse Route 118 and Route 123. That night, he would likely have to camp outdoors. He released Honchcrow, relying on him to watch over and protect Tropius while they flew. As night fell, large groups of Zubat and Golbat began to fill the sky, eyeing Cain and his Tropius hungrily. However, intimidated by Tropius and Honchcrow's presence, they didn't dare approach. But the number of Golbat and Zubat kept increasing. Frowning, Cain looked at the Golbat surrounding them with irritation. In a cold voice, he said, "I don't want to bother you, but it seems you won't leave me alone." "Honchcrow, it's your turn. Show me how much you've grown these past days." "Caw!" Honchcrow cried excitedly. After several days of training in the backyard alongside Weevil, he was eager to let loose. Seeing the number of Golbat and Zubat, he felt the rush of battle coursing through him. He launched a shadow ball at a particularly bothersome Golbat. Boom! Honchkrow had mastered Shadow Ball with impressive speed. With a flap of his wings, he dove straight into the swarm of Golbat. Tailwind swirled around Honchkrow, and flying and dark energy mixed into his wings. Like a wolf among sheep, the Golbat tried to resist, but were no match for Honchkrow. Soon, they began scattering. However, the sheer number of Zubat and Golbat in the area caused those attempting to flee to collide with those still trying to advance, creating chaos in the sky. Some clever Zubat tried to attack Cain directly, but Haunter repelled them from the shadows. As Honchkrow unleashed everything he had accumulated during his training, his level finally rose, reaching level 40 and officially entering the advanced level. Honchkrow managed to advance to the advanced level, taking down a large number of Golbat and Zubat in the sky. As the Golbat and Zubat began to scatter, realizing something was wrong, Honchkrow, satisfied with its victory, flew back. Cain smiled as he gently stroked Honchkrow's soft, shiny feathers. After advancing a bit further, Cain signaled Tropius to descend. It was better not to push the Pokémon too hard at night, especially when they hadn't eaten yet. 2 days later, Cain and Torchic arrived at the base of Mt. Pyre. It had taken them 2 days, but not because Cain was in a hurry. Along the way, he realized that, since routes 118 and 123 were frequently visited by trainers, the wild Pokémon in the area weren't very high level. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cain trained Torchic and the other Pokémon in battle. The weaker wild Pokémon were the perfect targets. Even Larvitar, who was just entering its growth phase, joined the battles. However, unlike Torchic, who was participating in its first battle, Larvitar displayed a fierce intensity, similar to Aaron. Both were robust Pokémon, with similar combat strategies. Additionally, Aaron and Larvitar had developed a strong friendship, and Larvitar learned a lot from Aaron's battle tactics. Thanks to its mastery over ground and rock-type energy and its impressive egg moves, Larvitar didn't lag behind compared to Pokémon like Mudkip. The wild Pokémon ranged from levels 10 to 20, which allowed Torchic, Aaron, Poliwag, Mudkip, and Larvitar to face them in coordinated efforts. When Pokémon above level 20 appeared, Weevil, observing from a distance, stepped in to protect them and defeat the opponent. This process allowed everyone to improve their skills without risk. Torchic and Mudkip reached level 12, and with just a few more levels, these starter Pokémon would be ready to evolve, expanding their combat strategies. Poliwag reached level 15. Although it didn't have as many opportunities to shine due to the environment, its progress wasn't as rapid as Torchic's. Aaron reached level 18. After following Cain and recovering from the wounds of past battles, Aaron felt its growth was more significant than ever. Even Larvitar, in its first battle, managed to reach level 10, catching up with Cain's second-string Pokémon. This was the progress of Cain's second-string team. Furthermore, after helping to face higher-level Pokémon, Weevil also advanced to the advanced level. Following in Honchkrow's footsteps, Weevil became Cain's third Pokémon to reach the advanced level. With the first-string Pokémon starting to reach the advanced level, Cain's overall strength also reached that tier. The second-string team was also receiving training when time allowed, gradually increasing their levels. Overall, Cain had entered a period of balanced development. This situation was ideal. Cain no longer had to push his Pokémon for survival, which might have drained their potential. Now, with a steady growth pace, every Pokémon could reach their full potential. Especially the young ones in the second-string team, who, thanks to the support of Honchkrow and the others, could develop quickly. It wouldn't be surprising if, by the time the first-string Pokémon reached the elite level, Torchic and the others were already at the quasi-elite level, making for a seamless transition. Cain was quite satisfied with his Pokémon's progress. The main purpose of his visit to Mt. Pyre was to evolve Haunter into Gengar. Once achieved, he would have an even greater advantage in terms of power. Cain also had a Megastone, although he wasn't sure which Pokémon it was for. However, Gengar was a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving. If he was lucky and the Mega Stone turned out to be for Gengar, he would only need to acquire a Keystone. Along with a good bond with Gengar, Mega Evolution would be possible. Cain already had a Soothbell, so he wasn't worried about strengthening his bond with Haunter. They had already built a solid connection during their time on the Trial Island. Additionally, although Mega Stones were hard to find, Keystones were relatively easier to obtain. Therefore, evolving Haunter was one of Cain's main priorities. Empty Pyre was a place where the remains of many Pokémon were buried, mainly those who had been trainers' companions. Some had fallen in battle, while others simply reached the end of their life cycle. Regardless of the cause, in the Hoenn region, trainers brought their Pokémon to Empty Pyre for burial. Over time, the place became filled with Pokémon graves, and Ghost-type energy began to concentrate in the area, attracting ghost Pokémon. These ghost Pokémon roamed around the mountain. If one visited Empty Pyre at night and encountered ghost Pokémon, there was no need to be afraid. As long as you didn't act recklessly, the ghost Pokémon wouldn't harm you, though they might play a few pranks. However, if you acted rashly and angered the ghost Pokémon, the consequences could be severe. Due to the strong ghost energy presence, trainers specializing in this type frequently visited Empty Pyre, either to catch ghost Pokémon or to train theirs. However, most stayed in the outer areas of the mountain, where there weren't significant dangers. But if one ventured into the interior of Empty Pyre, they needed to be cautious, as much more aggressive ghost Pokémon resided there. Standing at the base of Empty Pyre, Cain looked at the mountain, which was slightly smaller than Empty Chimney, and lost himself in thought. Wasn't Phoebe, the future Ghost-type Elite Four member of the Hoenn region, said to have come from Empty Pyre? Upon arriving here, most people were accompanied by 1 or 2 Ghost-type Pokémon. However, trainers specializing in these Pokémon always appeared exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes. Unlike other league trainers, they didn't greet one another or exchange smiles upon meeting. Each focused on their own business, ignoring everyone else. Because of this, it's said that trainers specializing in ghost-type Pokémon tend to behave in ways others might find strange or uncomfortable. Furthermore, among all Pokémon types, ghost-type trainers are the least numerous. Cain decided it was unnecessary for Haunter to remain hidden in his shadow, allowing it to come out and accompany him. Haunter seemed very lively in this place, as the ghost-type energy saturating the environment made it feel quite comfortable. Climbing the mountain stairs, even though the sun shone in the sky, there was a dimness in the air, and the sunlight didn't provide its usual warmth to the body. Cain knew there was an inner region within Empty Pyre. If Haunter wanted to evolve perfectly, it would be better to venture into that area where ghost-type energy was more concentrated. This area was still part of Empty Pyre's outskirts. Although the ghost-type energy here was much more abundant than in other places, for Haunter, it only meant faster recovery. It didn't have the density he experienced on Trial Island, where he absorbed much more potent ghostly energy. In other words, the quantity here was sufficient, but the quality wasn't. Reaching halfway up the mountain, Cain stopped. While continuing up the stairs to the summit was easier and more comfortable, many trainers had already taken that path and found no entrance to the inner areas. Clearly, nothing new would be discovered by continuing there. Ignoring a sign warning against entering unknown areas, Cain veered off the path, with Haunter following closely. Walking on the soft grass and observing the scattered graves, Cain noticed the temperature here was slightly lower than on the stairs. "Haunter, do you sense anything in this place?" Cain asked, looking at the Pokémon beside him. "Kikik." Haunter shook its head. "Then let's keep searching elsewhere." Although the ghost energy does seem slightly stronger here, Cain mused. As a psychic, Cain could perceive the ghost-type energy floating in the air. Naturally, his body felt some aversion to it, but not enough to stop him from proceeding. As they ventured further, fewer and fewer people appeared around them. Eventually, no one else was in sight. Cain felt a sense of anticipation. "Miss Magius," he called softly into the air. "Mias?" Hearing Cain's voice, Miss Magius eagerly emerged from the shadow where she had been hiding. Since approaching Mt. Pyre, Mismagius had felt the environmental difference and wanted to come out. However, remembering the fright caused by the dragonite they encountered earlier, she had restrained herself until Cain called. Seeing Mismagius with the soothe bell hanging from her chest, Cain smiled and patted her head. The bond between Cain and Mismagius had improved significantly, to the point where she no longer resisted carrying out simple tasks. Mismagius, can you sense any place where the ghost energy is stronger around here? Cain asked. Mias? Mismagius paused for a moment, then closed her eyes, focusing on the surroundings. Cain didn't interrupt, letting her sense silently. Mias? Suddenly, Mismagius opened her eyes with a delighted expression and floated in a specific direction. Seeing Mismagius's reaction, Cain didn't hesitate and followed, with Haunter in tow. With Mismagius's speed, they reached the location she had sensed in just a minute. However, it wasn't what Cain expected. It wasn't an entrance to Mt. Pyre's inner area, but a shadowy, dark spot behind a large rock. The backside of the rock, shielded from direct sunlight, was cold and damp, covered in moss. Here, the ghost energy was denser than in other nearby areas, but only in comparison to its surroundings. Mias? Mismagius began circling Cain with an expression that clearly wanted a reward. Seeing this, Cain couldn't help but smile wryly and took out a few pokeblocks to give it. However, just as Cain was about to leave, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Two hands extended forward, with a red eye in the center, its body covered in a pale gray. Dusclops. Appearing so suddenly, it was genuinely a bit eerie. On the way here, Cain had already encountered several ghost-type Pokémon, such as Ghastly, Shuppet, and Duskull, but this was the first time he saw a Dusclops. Slightly startled by its appearance, Cain watched as the Dusclops launched an attack. However, Haunter, always by his side, quickly intervened to stop it. The system activated, scanning Dusclops' data. Pokémon, Dusclops, green. Gender, female. Level, 37. Type, ghost. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, pain split, feint attack. Basic moves, shadow punch, future sight, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, gravity, bind, leer, nightshade, disable, astonish, foresight, shadow sneak, pursuit, will-o-wisp, confuse ray, curse. Learned moves, snore, snatch, spite. TM moves, none. A level 37 Dusclops with green quality. From what Cain knew, Duskull evolved into Dusclops at level 37, but Dusclops wasn't its final form. If he obtained a Reaper Cloth, it could evolve into Dusknoir, one of the most powerful ghost-type Pokémon. It seemed the denser ghost energy Mismagius sensed came from this Dusclops, which had likely evolved due to it. Or perhaps it was the presence of this Dusclops that made the ghost energy in the area more concentrated. Haunter, use Skill Swap and then Psychic. Dusclops is slow, keep your distance, and avoid close combat, Cain instructed after analyzing the Dusclops' data. Kikik. Haunter responded quickly, moving away from Dusclops to maintain distance, then used Skill Swap to exchange its ability with Dusclops'. Dusclops' ability was the Rare Pressure. From the start of the battle, Haunter felt an intense pressure that prevented him from unleashing his full power, as though he lacked strength every time he tried to use a move. However, after swapping abilities with Dusclops, that sensation vanished. On the other hand, Dusclops began to feel the same pressure Haunter had been enduring. Suddenly, a powerful psychic wave enveloped Haunter. A series of black spheres appeared around Dusclops' body, and under Haunter's control, they all shot toward Dusclops at once. Grr! Dusclops cried out in pain. Haunter had mastered the move Psychic long ago, but since Slowking, another team member, was an expert in Psychic-type moves, Haunter hadn't had many opportunities to use it. Additionally, having spent considerable time alongside Slowking, Haunter had learned a lot about controlling Psychic. Dusclops' hands began to emanate a dark, trap-like substance, and it lunged directly at Haunter. Slow, with strong physical and special defenses, and specialized in physical attacks. It's a rather unique ghost-type Pokémon, Cain thought. At the same time, he continued giving instructions to Haunter. Keep your distance. Attack continuously with Shadow Ball. Thanks to his speed, Haunter easily dodged Dusclops' attack. Particularly for this wild Dusclops, without a trainer to guide it, there was no special strategy. It attacked directly whenever it encountered an opponent. This might also be related to the inherent nature of Pokémon like Dusclops. After creating some distance again, Haunter focused 2 black energy spheres between his claws. Ghost-type and Dragon-type Pokémon are the only ones that can be effectively damaged by moves of their own type. Haunter's Shadow Ball would deal double damage to Dusclops, who was also a Ghost-type Pokémon. With the advantage of speed and Dusclops, slower and lacking effective combat methods, unable to defend itself, Dusclops was soon defeated by Haunter's attacks. Cain frowned as he watched Dusclops, unable to continue fighting, fall to the ground. It wasn't that there was anything particularly strange about Haunter defeating Dusclops, but after doing so, Cain noticed that the ghost energy in the surrounding area seemed to grow denser. And as time passed, the ghost-type energy became even stronger. As a psychic, Cain had the ability to perceive such things. Kikik. Of course, being a ghost-type Pokémon, Haunter sensed the environmental change far better than Cain. It stayed close to Cain, ready for any surprises. Meanwhile, Miss Magius seemed like a carefree child, her small red eyes blinking curiously as she observed her surroundings. Me? Suddenly, Miss Magius pointed to a spot with her finger. Cain followed her gaze and saw a figure standing atop a pile of rocks not far away. Though he couldn't make out the person's face clearly, the direction they were looking suggested they were observing him. Cain frowned. Did that person have something to do with the increasing density of ghost energy in the area? As if to answer Cain's doubts, several ghost-type Pokémon began to appear around them. Ghastly, Haunter, Duskull, Shuppet, and even their evolutions, Dusclops and Vanette. More and more of them surrounded Cain and his Pokémon at a safe distance. With mischievous smiles on their faces, typical of ghost-type Pokémon, they stared at Cain as if they had found something extraordinary. The figure began to approach Cain. As they got closer, Cain could see the person more clearly. She had blue eyes, short black hair, and what seemed like 2 small red flowers blooming on her cheeks. She wore a long blue dress and no shoes. Most striking was her skin, which was quite dark. No wonder Cain hadn't been able to distinguish her appearance earlier. In such a dim environment, someone with such a dark complexion almost blended in with the surroundings. But when he saw her attire, Cain's eyes narrowed. When he entered Empty Pyre, he had considered the possibility of encountering Phoebe, who would later become one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn region, specializing in ghost types. He had thought of it, but he didn't expect to actually meet her there. Phoebe's blue eyes showed no emotion as she slowly approached Cain. She stared at him intently, scrunching her nose slightly, and in an accusatory tone said, "Why did you attack Dusclops? Didn't you know people aren't allowed here without permission?" Dusclops? Was she talking about the Dusclops lying on the ground? The Dusclops that Haunter had defeated was slowly opening its eyes. It no longer looked fierce as before. Upon seeing Phoebe, it rushed toward her as if it had found its savior, whining and complaining. Phoebe frowned as she listened to what Dusclops was saying. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why did you attack Dusclops? It says it hurt a lot." Cain frowned, thought for a moment, and finally said, "Ask it who attacked first." Hearing this, Phoebe turned her gaze to Dusclops, her eyes glowing red. Seeing the red glow in Phoebe's eyes and the familiar psychic energy she emitted, Cain understood. It seemed that after becoming a member of the Elite Four, there were rumors that Phoebe could directly communicate with ghost-type Pokémon, even claiming she was the daughter of a ghost. But now Cain realized that this ability to communicate with ghost types was due to Phoebe having telepathy. Under Phoebe's inquisitive gaze, Dusclops seemed a bit nervous. In the end, it confessed everything that had happened. After listening to Dusclops' explanation, Phoebe's small face showed an embarrassed expression. Scratching her head, she said, "It seems it was Dusclops' fault. It just evolved and got excited, wanting to fight other Pokémon to test its strength." But I stopped her, so she ran off, and when she saw you, she wanted to fight you. But in the end, you defeated her." Then Phoebe quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of Dusclops." Hearing this, Cain understood what had happened. That's why Dusclops had fought so erratically, using moves randomly without a clear strategy to counter Haunter's attacks. After all, Phoebe was the future Elite Four member of the Hoenn region, so Cain needed to show her some respect. He waved his hand, signaling that there was no problem. Even if she weren't the future Ghost Queen, seeing the ever-growing number of Ghost-type Pokémon around, he had to show courtesy. What an incredible affinity with Ghost-type Pokémon! Cain thought, amazed. In any case, this isn't a place you should be approaching. If you follow the line of rocks behind you, you'll return to the stairs leading up the mountain, said Phoebe, pointing to a path. The surrounding ghost-type Pokémon began to disperse, and the concentration of ghostly energy gradually decreased. After saying this, Phoebe turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Cain interrupted her. Phoebe turned around, a curious expression on her face. Cain wasn't sure how long it would take to find the entrance to the inner zones of Mt. Pyre, but now he had the perfect guide standing right in front of him. Phoebe's appearance reinforced Cain's certainty about the existence of an inner area rich in ghostly energy. Cain called Haunter to come closer and said, "This little one is ready to evolve, but we haven't found the right method. I've heard that an intense concentration of ghostly energy might help it evolve." Phoebe looked at Haunter, her eyes lighting up. This Haunter has been trained exceptionally well, Phoebe thought. "So, I was wondering if Mt. Pyre has a place with a high concentration of ghostly energy that could help it evolve," Cain continued. Phoebe considered his words for a moment. The inner zones of Mt. Pyre. Her grandparents had told her not to take anyone there. They had warned her that for ordinary people, the intense ghostly energy could be overwhelming and cause irreversible effects on their bodies. But if what this young man said was true, and Haunter truly needed such a place to evolve, the inner zones were perfect. Besides, she remembered that it was her Pokémon, Dusclops, who had attacked Cain first, and she herself had misunderstood the situation. Despite that, Cain hadn't made any complaints. It felt like she owed him a favor, and her grandparents had always told her that favors must be repaid. Should she take him or not? While Phoebe pondered, Miss Magius, who had been accompanying Cain, couldn't contain herself anymore. The sound of the soothe bell resonated clearly in the air. Phoebe lifted her head, meeting Miss Magius's bright red eyes. A look of surprise and excitement crossed her face, and she ran toward Cain, or rather, toward Miss Magius. Normally, Miss Magius, who was quite shy, would have hidden behind Cain when someone approached suddenly, as she often did even with Professor Oak. However, when Phoebe approached, Miss Magius didn't hide, she simply observed her curiously. There was something about this human that felt strangely familiar. An incredible affinity with ghost-type Pokémon. Cain couldn't help but admire her. Just as Phoebe was about to hug Miss Magius, the latter vanished, dodging the embrace. Although she wasn't uncomfortable with Phoebe's presence, she also didn't appreciate being hugged by a stranger. Phoebe, failing to secure her hug, watched as Miss Magius stayed close to Cain. "Is this Miss Magius also your Pokémon?" Phoebe asked, realizing her own impudence and smiling sheepishly. Cain nodded. "In a strict sense, yes," he replied. "Although, for now, I can't give her commands in battle. I don't sense any aura around her. If I hadn't heard the sound of her bell, I wouldn't even have noticed her presence," Phoebe remarked, surprised. Then she closed her eyes and used her psychic abilities to perceive Miss Magius's state. When she did, her face paled slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared. That energy," she stammered. Phoebe's behavior took Cain by surprise. Even if she realized that Miss Magius is elite level, she shouldn't react like this, should she? Cain wondered. After all, she was the future Ghost-type Elite Four member. Regaining her composure, Phoebe looked at Cain with newfound respect. "Has this Miss Magius reached the elite level?" Phoebe asked. Cain nodded. "Yes, Miss Magius was already at that level before joining me, but she's quite naive, so she hasn't fought much." "I see. Then you have the right to enter Mt. Pyre's inner zones," Phoebe replied. With that, she began walking toward the mountain's interior, with Dusclops following her as if it knew it had made a mistake. Cain followed, accompanied by an alert Haunter and a curious Miss Magius observing her surroundings. "My name is Phoebe. What's yours?" she asked as they walked. "Cain. Are you a trainer from outside? It seems you don't specialize in ghost types, right?" Cain nodded. "Cain, is the outside world fun?" "I suppose so," Cain replied, somewhat awkwardly. "What's the outside world like? Is it full of non-ghost Pokémon?" "Yes." "Do you have other Pokémon? Can I see them?" "No." "Why not?" Cain. The journey, which took about 15 minutes, felt to Cain like a constant buzz in his ears. He never would have imagined that this girl, who initially seemed somewhat cold, would turn into a chatterbox once she felt comfortable. Throughout the journey, Phoebe asked questions about the outside world. For Cain, who understood that she had never left Empty Pyre, it was understandable, albeit exhausting. Finally, they arrived at a large rock. When Cain touched it, it felt like an ordinary rock. Phoebe, however, extended her hand, and the rock's surface rippled like water, allowing her to pass through. "Is that how it works?" Following her example, Cain enveloped his hand in psychic energy and extended it toward the rock. Just like Phoebe, he was able to pass through. However, both Phoebe and Dusclops stared at him in amazement, as if they had just witnessed something incredible. "You have the same ability as I do?" Phoebe asked, surprised. "My grandparents told me this ability is very rare outside of here, and it turns out I meet someone who can also communicate with ghost-type Pokémon right on my first outing," Phoebe thought. "Are you referring to this?" "This is just telekinesis. What you used earlier to communicate with the Pokémon is a form of telekinesis. We call it telepathy," Cain replied, waving his hand to reveal the thin layer of psychic energy in his palm. "Telekinesis?" "Telepathy." Phoebe had never heard those terms before. Isolated from the outside world, Phoebe wasn't familiar with these concepts. Her entire life, both her grandparents and herself had referred to that energy as ghost power. However, this energy wasn't rare among the three of them. What puzzled her was that, according to her grandparents, people outside their home didn't possess this ability. Is telekinesis the name they use outside for this ability? Phoebe wondered. Cain quickly noticed that the energy emanating from Phoebe was slightly different from his own, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. This difference was likely why Phoebe hadn't sensed his telekinesis. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, Phoebe continued guiding Cain through the stone tunnel. Entering the interior of Empty Pyre, they found themselves in a peculiar space, like a small separate world. There were plants, flowing water, and a gentle breeze, but the sky was gray, without a sun. The light inside came from glowing stones and moss covering the mountain walls, making the illumination inside not much different from the outside. Is this the interior of Empty Pyre? Or a strange alternate space? Cain silently wondered. In the Pokémon world, alternate spaces weren't uncommon. Many Pokémon had the ability to create such spaces. For example, the Haunter hiding in Cain's shadow wasn't actually in the shadow. It had created an alternate space within it. The same went for Miss Magius's mysterious vault, filled with strange items, where there were likely more than a few supreme-quality dusk stones. However, the high concentration of ghostly energy in this space was undeniable. This was the legendary Empty Pyre, a place where few people could survive for long. If someone stayed here too long, the ghostly energies would invade their body, corrupting their being. It wasn't surprising that telekinesis was required to enter this place. Without some form of psychic protection, the human body wouldn't be able to withstand such energy. Come on, Cain. Don't lower your telekinetic guard for even a second, otherwise, the ghostly energy will invade you quickly. At first, I thought I wouldn't be able to protect two people with my spiritual force, but I see you can handle it on your own, Phoebe explained as she moved forward. Meanwhile, the Dusclops that had accompanied them until now retreated. This was its true home. Cain observed a large number of ghost-type Pokémon around him, many of them high-level and of great quality. Compared to the Pokémon he'd seen outside, these were clearly superior, which made sense given the much denser ghostly energy here. Haunter, who had stayed close to Cain all this time, seemed to thrive in this environment, absorbing large amounts of ghostly energy with every breath. If it had to fight here, its endurance and battle power would multiply. This place was a true paradise, or hell, for ghost-type Pokémon. Phoebe, evidently familiar with the area, knew not only every corner of the environment, but also all the Pokémon living there. She had even given them all names, and while some Pokémon seemed indifferent, they inevitably responded when Phoebe called them. The Dusclops that had left earlier was merely average compared to the other Pokémon here. If all the ghost Pokémon in this area organized into an army, they could easily devastate several cities. Even the combined forces of Malville City's underground groups would struggle to stop them. The level of power here was astonishing. As they walked, Cain's system kept scanning the Pokémon around him. Occasionally, he spotted one with excellent quality, near the upper limits of ghost-type Pokémon. With a bit of training, these Pokémon could reach their full potential. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at what appeared to be a tranquil garden with bridges and streams, though the lack of sunlight made it somewhat less charming. In the center stood an old house, slightly out of place. In front of the house, two elderly people sat calmly, the grandmother knitting a sweater and the grandfather enjoying a cup of tea, exuding an aura of absolute peace. This place, though a bit cold and devoid of sunlight, was the perfect retreat for a peaceful retirement. Phoebe, upon seeing her grandparents, ran toward them and shouted, "Grandparents! I brought someone." Hearing her, the elderly couple stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze to Cain. They saw the telekinetic energy surrounding him, noticed the Haunter floating beside him, and finally focused on the Mismagius accompanying him. Upon seeing Mismagius, both elders furrowed their brows slightly before exchanging a glance, confirming their thoughts. However, the moment passed quickly. When Phoebe reached their side, both showed loving smiles, their wrinkled faces softening as they embraced their granddaughter. Cain crossed the small bridge, approached the elders, and respectfully bowed, waiting in silence. After calming Phoebe, the two elders turned their gaze to Cain, nodding repeatedly. At first glance, he seemed quite presentable. Cain felt a bit uncomfortable, as though their gazes carried a peculiar weight. "I just heard from Phoebe that you came here because you want your Haunter to evolve into Jengar, correct?" the old man said. Though his voice sounded aged, it was filled with vitality. Haunter hovered beside Cain, observing the situation around them. Haunter was well aware of Cain's purpose in bringing him here. After seeing his companions evolve one by one, Haunter felt deep envy. Having spent so much time in Cain's shadow as his protector, Haunter had started to fall behind compared to his teammates. Even Skorupi, whom Haunter had watched grow, was now on the verge of surpassing him. Still, Haunter had never complained, diligently fulfilling his duty to protect Cain. Though mischievous at times during play, Haunter was always reliable when it truly mattered. "That's correct. I wanted to ask you, esteemed elders, if you know of a place with especially abundant ghost-type energy where Haunter could complete his evolution," Cain asked respectfully. The elders exchanged glances, sending an odd mental wave between them. Cain couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These elders were using telepathy, yet there was no psychic energy resonance in their bodies. Could it be that their ability wasn't truly psychic power? Still, its use didn't seem very different from psychic power. After a few seconds, the white-haired elder stood up from his chair and said, "Young man, follow me." Cain was taken aback. "That simple?" With cautious curiosity, Cain followed the elder into a rocky cave. As soon as he entered, the resistance in the air grew exponentially. Cain felt as if he had returned to the space beneath the black stone pillar on the trial island. Mismagius, visibly delighted, flew ahead of them, as if returning home. "Did you find this Mismagius in a place filled with ghost-type energy?" the elder asked. Hearing the elder's words, Cain suddenly understood why Phoebe and her grandparents hadn't rejected his request. Was it because of Mismagius's presence? Yes, Cain answered truthfully. Given that these elders were experts in ghost-type Pokémon and far more experienced than he was, they probably already knew where Mismagius came from. Cain saw no reason to hide the truth. The elder nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Cain's reply. He didn't explain further. They continued walking in silence, their steps accompanied only by the crunching of stones beneath their shoes and the soft chime of the bell on Miss Magius's chest as she floated. The atmosphere here was very similar to the dark space Cain had encountered before, but the ghost-type energy wasn't as dense. At least, with his current level of psychic power, Cain could move around normally. Haunter and Miss Magius began naturally absorbing the ghost-type energy surrounding them. Soon, Cain realized that the cave wasn't as deep as he had imagined. After only 3 minutes, they reached the end. The ghost-type energy in this area was extremely dense, but Cain couldn't determine its source or why it concentrated here. The elder pointed to a small altar at the center and said, "That's the place where the ghost-type energy is most intense. If you want your Haunter to evolve, that would be the ideal spot." Cain didn't send Haunter to the altar immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, sir, but what exactly is this place? And how is it different from the place where I found Miss Magius?" The elder's expression turned nostalgic. Without hiding anything, he explained, "This is the interior of Mt. Pyre, or more precisely, an alternate dimension within it. It was once home to a very powerful Pokémon, and the spot you're standing on now is its residence. That altar was where it absorbed energy." "A powerful Pokémon? A legendary Pokémon?" Cain asked, intrigued. The elder nodded. "A legendary Pokémon. But it left this place long ago, leaving us this space behind. This cave is the most suitable place for ghost-type Pokémon to evolve. By simply standing on that altar, all the ghost-type energy accumulated over countless years in Mt. Pyre will begin to converge there. But don't worry. The amount of energy stored here is so vast that even that legendary Pokémon couldn't exhaust it. Haunter's evolution will only slightly dilute the energy, but the benefits he'll gain will be beyond your imagination." The elder explained everything patiently. By nature, Cain was wary of strangers, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this elder harbored no ill intent or hidden motives. It was his intuition as a psychic. Still, Cain asked, "Forgive me if this seems bold, but why are you helping me? Is there something you need me to do in return?" Cain phrased his question carefully. The elder's expression didn't change. He smiled and replied, "It's not for you, it's for that legendary Pokémon." Looking at Miss Magius, who floated and played happily in the cave, he continued, "Your Miss Magius is special. It carries the presence of that legendary Pokémon. Though that presence is fading, we've lived here so long that we can still sense it. That's the reason behind our special ability. Outsiders call it psychic power, but after so many years intertwined with ghost-type energy, it has transformed somewhat. We can still use telepathy and some common psychic techniques, but its essence has changed. That's why we call it ghost power. Ghost power? It was likely a variation of psychic power, but one that altered its very essence. Psychic power intertwined with ghost-type energy? This stirred something in Cain. He knew his talent with psychic power was limited, with few ways to improve. Could this ghost power help him overcome that limit? Cain kept these thoughts to himself, saying nothing. For now, his level of telepathy was more than sufficient. Besides, Miss Magius's influence turned out to be far greater than he had ever imagined. "I still have one last question. Are you part of the Alliance?" Cain asked. "The Alliance, you could say so. At one time, I was part of it, but my wife and I have lived here for nearly 40 years. We no longer belong anywhere. We're just two old folks taking care of what's left to us," the elder replied with a smile. Cain nodded thoughtfully. He vaguely recalled a similar story, a pair of elders on Mt. Pyre who possessed two extremely valuable orbs. A crimson orb and an indigo orb. These orbs had the power to awaken Groudon and Kyogre from their slumber. Both Team Magma and Team Aqua had been searching for these orbs, but so far, they had not uncovered their whereabouts, nor were they even sure of their existence. Cain couldn't be certain if those orbs were in the possession of these elders. Once his question was answered, Cain no longer hesitated. "Haunter, head to the platform and take in the ghost-type energy," Cain instructed his Haunter. Kikik. Haunter let out an eager laugh, nodded decisively, and floated slowly toward the platform. Let my old companions assist. Come out, Jengar, Dusknoir, Banette, the elder said, tossing 3 Pokeballs. 3 powerful ghost-type Pokemon appeared in the cavern. Ghost types tend to have long lifespans, allowing them to retain their strength once they reach their peak potential. These 3 Pokemon had likely been with the Elder for a very long time. Though the Elder's hair was now white, his Pokemon showed no signs of weakness or aging. Trainers specializing in ghost types often see their Pokemon maintain their strength throughout their lifetimes, only fading after their trainer passes on. Agatha, the elite 4 ghost specialist from the Kanto region, was a prime example. Cain used his system to scan the data of the 3 ghost types. While he was impressed, he also found it logical. Pokemon: Dusknoir, blue. Gender: male. Level: 69. Type: ghost. Ability: pressure. Held item: none. Egg moves: imprison, destiny bond, pain split, memento. Base moves: Shadow Punch, Future Sight, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Gravity, Bind, Leer, Nightshade, Disable, Astonish, Foresight, Shadow Sneak, Pursuit, Will-O-Wisp, Confuse Ray, Curse, Hex, Shadow Ball, Mean Look, Payback. Learned moves: Snatch, Icy Wind, Telekinesis, Focus Punch. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Ice Beam, Earthquake, Double Team, Will-O-Wisp. 3 elite-level Pokemon, though not as powerful as those of Cain's master, Matsuda Takashi, were formidable foes for Cain. In an enclosed space like this, with few opponents or adversaries, reaching this level of power was already astonishing to Cain. While the ghost-type energy here was abundant, progress for the Pokemon wasn't merely about absorbing energy. Dusknoir remaining at level 69 and not ascending to 70 was likely due to the lack of strong opponents to challenge. Haunter had floated onto the platform, and the ghost-type energy that drifted through the air began rushing toward it, as if finding an outlet. Cain's expression shifted slightly. The rate at which the energy was being infused was too rapid. Haunter couldn't endure it. However, the Elder, aware of the situation, had his 3 Pokemon form a triangle around Haunter, creating a barrier that blocked much of the ghost energy. After staving off the strongest impact, small currents of visible black energy began flowing into Haunter's body through the gaps between the 3 Pokemon. It was almost identical to the process on the Trial Island, where the Black Pillar had a similar purpose. Haunter closed its eyes and began absorbing the fine threads of black energy, one after another, without pause. This place was where that legendary Pokemon trained. Haunter cannot handle all of this energy alone, so my 3 Pokemon are filtering and purifying it, the Elder explained to Cain. Thank you, sir. Cain bowed respectfully. The Elder waved a hand dismissively, downplaying the gesture. Haunter continued absorbing the energy. Clearly, it was not a quick process. Young man, I need to ask a favor, the Elder said as they waited. Cain was surprised but responded, Sir, please tell me. My wife and I have lived on Empty Pyre for nearly 40 years, but 17 years ago, our son, who was traveling, brought us a baby, Phoebe. Now Phoebe is 17 years old, and she cannot stay here with us forever. We have our responsibilities, but she shouldn't bear them. Do you want me to take Phoebe? And your son? After he brought us Phoebe, we never saw him again, and I don't know if he's still alive, the Elder said with sadness. The Elder continued, Don't worry, I have old friends I can trust. I'm not asking you to take Phoebe yourself, just that when you leave, deliver a message to someone. He must be one of the current leaders in the Alliance. I'll give you his contact information, and you should be able to find him. Just tell him that an old friend awaits him at Empty Pyre. Cain nodded. It wasn't a difficult task. In truth, he was relieved that the Elder didn't ask him to take Phoebe along. That talkative girl made him a little uneasy. As they conversed, Haunter had absorbed enough ghost-type energy. Its body had expanded to twice its original size, and the gas surrounding it, once dispersed, had nearly condensed into a solid state. The system data showed that Haunter's stats had reached a critical point. It just needed one final push to evolve. However, that push wasn't simple. One wrong move, and Haunter could end up shattering instead of evolving. Seeing that Haunter had reached its limit, the elder pulled a black crystal from his pocket. Cain saw the elder's motion and focused on what he was holding. Item name: strange black crystal, unnamed. Description: appears to be a highly concentrated ghost-type energy crystal condensed by a Pokémon, containing a small amount of that Pokémon's essence. Effect: can aid ghost-type Pokémon in growth, and the essence within the crystal can facilitate gradual transformation in ghost-type Pokémon. What is that? Cain asked. It's something left behind by that legendary Pokémon. It will help Haunter refine the energy in its body. This will be highly beneficial for its evolution, the elder explained. Then he tossed the crystal toward Haunter, who quickly absorbed it. A flash of white light enveloped Haunter. What legendary Pokémon was it exactly? Cain had tried asking indirectly several times, but the elder only smiled and said nothing. This time, the elder brought out such a valuable crystal. Was it really just out of respect for that legendary Pokémon? However, that legendary Pokémon had only had contact with Mismagius. Why was the elder so sure about giving such a great benefit? That was the doubt in Cain's heart, but now Haunter was evolving. When the elder threw the black crystal into Haunter, its body began to change. The small spikes on its back started to shrink, while the long, pointed ears remained unchanged. The hands that were once separate from its body now connected. 2 rounded feet appeared at the bottom, and a short, stubby tail emerged. Its slender body began to swell as if transforming into a more robust form, and its entire enormous body turned into one giant face. Its eyes were closed. Kikik. With a loud cry from Haunter, no, from Gengar, the white light surrounding it dissipated, and its previously white eyes opened, revealing a light red hue that gave it an imposing air. Haunter had successfully evolved. Gengar had made its triumphant appearance. With Gengar's evolution, the Elder's 3 Pokémon released their control over the surrounding ghostly energy. A massive surge of ghostly energy began flowing toward Gengar, but this time, Gengar no longer experienced the pain it felt as Haunter. Now, it could handle the energy with ease. Gengar closed its eyes again, focusing on the energy flowing within its body. It discovered a special energy within itself that didn't align with the rest of the energy in its body. While it didn't make controlling its body difficult, having that foreign energy felt unsettling. What to do with it? Absorb it. The energy continuously pouring in from the outside was an inexhaustible resource for Gengar. Inside its body, a sort of pursuit began, with the rest of its energy enveloping the foreign part. Cain and the Elder watched silently from the side. Cain used his system to skin Gengar, observing as its data fluctuated constantly and its quality shifted without stabilizing. The Elder, on the other hand, remained calm, as if he already knew what was happening inside Gengar's body. After 10 minutes, Gengar's data began to stabilize. Oh, this Gengar isn't bad at all. It has absorbed and assimilated that special energy quite quickly, the Elder said with a sparkle in his eyes. The special energy inside Gengar's body, though strong, couldn't compete with the amount of energy surrounding it. Now, that energy had disappeared, or rather, it had fused entirely with Gengar. Thanks to this, Gengar's quality had improved, reaching a dark blue shade. Although it had barely reached that level, it was undeniably dark blue. Moreover, due to the abundance of energy, Gengar's level had risen significantly. Pokémon: Gengar, dark blue. Gender: male. Level: 40. Type: Ghost plus Poison. Ability: Curse Body. Held item: none. Egg moves: Fire Punch, Scary Face, Haze. Basic moves: Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Payback, Shadow Punch, Dream Eater. Learned moves: Rest, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Skill Swap, Snore, Perish Song. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Sleep Talk, Toxic, Taunt, Poison Jab, Thunderbolt, Venoshock. In one go, Gengar had reached the advanced level. It wasn't clear if it was due to the enormous amount of energy or the black crystal. However, it was undeniable that Gengar had made great progress. Its quality had also risen to dark blue. Although it was likely the weakest among Cain's Pokémon of this quality, the system confirmed it as dark blue. What surprised Cain was that Jengar had learned the move Perish Song. Could this be thanks to the Black Crystal? Jengar was still getting used to its new body. Previously, it always floated, but now it seemed to have to walk on its feet. It also felt uncomfortable with its more robust body, as its hands, which once floated freely, were now firmly attached to its body, making movement a bit awkward. Jengar slowly approached Cain. Kikik. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, Jengar now reached Cain's shoulder, though its body was several times bulkier than Cain's. Miss Magius hovered around Jengar, marveling at the evolution she had just witnessed. How incredible! Is this how Pokémon evolve? When she evolved, she hadn't felt anything. Miss Magius wasn't just looking, she also carefully touched Jengar's body. What had once been a gaseous substance now felt solid. Amused, Miss Magius began playing around Jengar. Cain smiled and said, "You've finally evolved, Jengar. Plus, your power has increased significantly. We must thank the Elder for his help." Hearing Cain's words, Jengar nodded awkwardly toward the Elder. It actually wanted to bow, but discovered its body wasn't entirely responsive yet. Also, bowing was hard, it was a bit bulky. The Elder smiled and nodded, accepting Jengar's gratitude. "Let's go. It's time to leave. Jengar has gained great rewards. That discomfort in its body is normal. You can discuss it with my Jengar." The Elder's Jengar had already reached the elite level and, after many years, was a true veteran. When the two Jengar walked together, it was clear the Elder's Jengar was much larger than Cain's. The Elder recalled Dusknoir and Banette, leaving only his Jengar out as they escorted Cain to the cave's exit. Outside the cave, Phoebe and her grandmother waited with smiles on their faces. Phoebe's grandmother asked cheerfully, "How did it go? Did it succeed?" The Elder nodded with a smile. "Once again, thank you all for your help." "I'll complete the task you entrusted to me," Cain said, bowing gratefully. Cain spent the night inside Mt. Pyre, and the next morning, after bidding farewell and expressing his thanks once again, he departed with his Jengar, who could now move freely, and Miss Magius, who had enjoyed a day of happy play. After spending so much time there, Cain feared that his psychic power might also be affected by the ghostly energy. After Cain's departure, "Old man, did you really have to use it that way?" "Yes, it's done now. His body emanates the presence of that Pokémon. I hope it catches its attention. It's a shame we'll never see that Pokémon again. And he doesn't even know the true purpose of this place we protect." This time, the journey to Mt. Pyre was much smoother than Cain had imagined. Now, Haunter had successfully evolved into Jengar, and even reached the advanced level. Although Jengar still couldn't fully control his body, it was something only time and practice could resolve. However, Jengar had a long talk with the Elder's Jengar throughout the night, which proved to be highly beneficial. At the very least, Jengar learned to use the moves Ice Punch and Thunder Punch. Combined with the Fire Punch he already knew, he now mastered the 3 elemental punches. Cain felt that Phoebe's family had hidden something from him, but since he didn't sense any ill intent, he decided not to dig deeper. Soon, Phoebe would probably leave Mt. Pyre, and with her affinity for Ghost-type Pokémon, it wouldn't take long for her to become the Ghost-type leader of the Hoenn region. Why was Cain so sure about this? Because on the contact card the Elder had given him, the name written was Juan. Perhaps others wouldn't know, but Cain, who had recently become the leader of Leafy Town Gym, understood clearly. Juan was none other than the president of the Hoenn Region League Division. A true powerhouse. It turned out that the old friend from the league the Elder spoke of was Juan. No wonder Phoebe eventually became one of Hoenn's Elite Four. This was clearly a case of connections. Cain couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Everyone he knew seemed to be in the same situation, surrounded by connections. Stephen, the eldest son of the Devon family, heir to Devon Corporation, and future champion of Hoenn. Phoebe, granddaughter of the 2 elders from Mt. Pyre, practically a half-grandchild of the president of the Hoenn League, and the future Ghost-type Elite Four of Hoenn. Was it true that to become a champion or an Elite Four, you not only needed skills but also connections? Cain couldn't help but feel a mix of humor and disbelief. The exterior of MT Pyre hadn't changed much, but now, with Jengar by his side, passers-by looked at him curiously. Having a Jengar was something all ghost-type Pokémon trainers dreamed of, but it was incredibly rare to achieve. It was well known that while Ghastly and Haunter were relatively common, Jengar was extremely rare due to the special conditions required for its evolution. In fact, most people didn't even know how Jengar evolved. Even Cain, with all his resources, had only discovered the process after obtaining classified information from Team Rocket. Through them, Cain learned the details about Jengar's evolution and how to train it. This knowledge was, in fact, the most valuable thing Cain had right now. Jengar had already evolved, but now the important task was maximizing his potential. Jengar walked alongside Cain because he still wasn't fully accustomed to his new physical form. Cain kept him out of his Pokeball so he could adjust his new state. As for the curious stairs, Cain ignored them. He descended the MT Pyre stairs and entered the forest along Route 122. MT Pyre was surrounded by water, with only a small part connected to the mainland. When Cain arrived from Route 123, he had to cross a small body of water. Now in the forest, Cain sought strong wild Pokémon for Jengar to train with. The physical changes Jengar had undergone during evolution required him to readjust to all his moves. Jengar wasn't like Sneasel, whose evolution to Weevil only involved a size increase without major changes. But for Jengar, who transitioned from a gaseous form to a solid body, the adjustment was much more complex. Fortunately, with the Elder's Jengar as a guide, his adaptation process was relatively swift. Additionally, with the moves he already mastered, he only needed to familiarize himself with his new body to perfect them again. After defeating another wild Pokémon, Jengar showed significant progress in controlling his new body. While Jengar continued training, Cain took out a multicolored stone from his storage. Mega Stone. Cain wanted to confirm whether this Mega Stone was suitable for Jengar. If Jengar could use it, then with his Mega Evolution, Cain would feel confident facing higher-level advanced trainers. Now, Cain already had 4 Pokémon that had reached the advanced level. Holding the stone in his palm, Cain slowly brought it closer to Jengar. As he observed, the stone showed no reaction, and his scanner system didn't detect any changes in the stone. It wasn't Jengar's Mega Stone. After trying for a minute, Cain came to that conclusion. Although he was slightly disappointed, he had only hoped it might work. He had placed too many expectations on this Mega Stone, especially since Jengar would be his first Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. I'm pushing things too much. I should let it happen naturally, Cain thought, putting the Mega Stone back into storage. Looking at Jengar training, Cain remembered something. Has that Pokémon been born yet? Being the most crucial for reaching the quasi-elite level in my past life, that Pokémon should have been born by now. Cain recalled his former Pokémon and felt a strong desire. In his previous life, although Honchkrow always accompanied him, it was that Pokémon who helped him defeat his opponents. Although, in his past life, he had to use extreme methods to obtain it, which affected their trust and bond, that Pokémon ultimately tried to help him. According to his calculations, that Pokémon should have been born recently. A unique Pokémon from the Hoenn region. The place where it should be isn't far, right? If my calculations are correct, that Pokémon should have been born. This time, Cain was much further ahead compared to his previous life. Back then, he was merely a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, struggling to survive. Cain summoned his Tropius and mounted it, calling Jengar back to his shadow after a solid training session. Just as he was about to leave, the communicator on his clothing vibrated again. Cain frowned as he took it out. Was Umbra contacting him so frequently? He pressed the answer button. Cain, there's an opportunity right now. It's very dangerous, but the rewards are immense. Are you interested in giving it a shot? Umbra's voice sounded like that of a wolf disguised as a grandmother. Hearing Umbra's words, Cain was stunned. Is it very dangerous, but the rewards will also be great? What does that mean? Noticing Cain's confusion, Umbra continued, Team Rocket has now discovered a very hidden place in the ocean, where an exploration ship accidentally ventured. It's an isolated island with many wild Pokémon, an island that has never been explored and could become the next trial island. Umbra briefly explained the main details of the mission to Cain. This time, it's an internal Team Rocket mission, accessible only to mid-level and higher-ranking members. An unknown island, never discovered before, is surrounded by a special barrier and has been accumulating resources for many years. Any major organization would go crazy if they knew how many resources were inside. And now, Team Rocket has discovered it first. Of course, they want to explore the island quickly, gather some of the valuable resources there, and capture the many high-quality Pokémon inhabiting the island. With these resources, any organization could experience tremendous growth. If Team Rocket could absorb everything, they might even expand beyond the Kanto and Johto regions. It's such a valuable island that even the League would mobilize with all its might upon learning about it. Why has the League been searching for new regions all these years? Because they believe that in these unexplored areas, there could be large quantities of resources. By exploring and controlling these areas, the League has also reaped many benefits, accelerating its development. No wonder Team Rocket issued this mission internally after finding the island. As for why the top executives didn't intervene, it's easy to understand with a little thought. Team Rocket's top executives have strength levels above the elite tier, which is formidable, but that doesn't guarantee their safety on the island. In many of these unexplored ancient islands, there are often one or several elite tier Pokémon. Moreover, these elite tier wild Pokémon don't face resource or survival pressures, as the entire island essentially works for them. There's no doubt that they're incredibly powerful. If the executives entered recklessly, they might provoke strong resistance, and these Pokémon could even unite against them. On the other hand, lower-ranking members are not only less reliable, but also lack the necessary strength. If they entered, most would simply serve as cannon fodder. That's why this mission is primarily targeted at mid-level Team Rocket members, especially officers. Some near-elite members might also be able to participate, though likely with certain restrictions. According to Umbra, the best officers would be the upper limit for this mission. Each elite officer and executive can recommend 2 or 3 officers to enter the ancient island. Once they've explored and discovered some of the powerful Pokémon residing there, all mission rewards will be theirs. That's why Umbra said this mission is very dangerous. They don't know how many powerful Pokémon are inside, and for elite-level trainers, safety isn't guaranteed. But it's also a great opportunity. An unexplored island rich in resources is perfect for future development. Now, all the officers in Team Rocket are completely obsessed, desperately seeking support from their superiors, begging for the chance to enter the island. Danger? Compared to stagnating for a long time, they completely ignore that risk. The opportunity is before them, and they must seize it. However, Cain is not like the other officers. He has high-quality Pokémon, vast knowledge about them, and the growing verdant village, which ensures his potential and future. There was no urgent need for him to get involved in this danger. After explaining all the details, Umbra waited for Cain's response. Cain, now Team Rocket's most valuable asset in the Hoenn region, had undeniable worth. That's why Umbra didn't pressure him, but let him make the decision. After all, even Giovanni had been paying more attention to Cain lately. He was a future candidate to become an executive. Cain thought for a while, and just as he was about to decline, he remembered a crucial event. He said, "All right, I'll go. When is the meeting?" Hearing Cain's response, Umbra was also surprised, as he had been prepared for a rejection. Given Cain's current progress, there really wasn't a need for him to get involved in this matter, but Giovanni had specifically mentioned him, giving him the choice. That's why they made this call. "Are you sure you want to go?" "Actually, with your progress, it's not necessary to get involved in this matter," Umbra reminded him one last time, as Cain was now fully aligned with his faction. Cain, with his great potential, would likely become a valuable asset for the faction in the future. Of course, other factions within Team Rocket were also watching. Cain would not only face the wild Pokémon on the island, but also the Team Rocket officers entering alongside him. Absolutely. Cain responded even more firmly. Umbra didn't ask further. Once someone makes a decision, there's not much else to do. Cain, though full of potential, was still just a newly advanced high-level trainer, far from the elite level. 3 days from now, in Vermilion City, Kanto region, meet at the Team Rocket base. Prepare your Pokémon and resources. You might be on the island for a while, Umbra told him before hanging up. Cain stared at his phone, lost in thought. This event, in his past life, he didn't experience, but he remembered it very well. Because this event was key to Team Rocket's future. An ancient, unknown island, with a survival rate of less than 30% for the first entrance. It matches perfectly with the incident Umbra spoke of. The reason Cain, though initially wanting to decline, agreed so quickly was because something extremely rare would be discovered on this ancient island. Mew's DNA. Exactly, the future creation of Mutwo begins with this incident. It seems the plan to search for that Pokémon will have to be postponed for now, Cain thought as he hung up the communicator. That's fine. I'll give it more time to grow and experience the true essence of this world. Sitting on the back of his Tropius, Cain changed course, heading toward Malville City. With only 3 days to reach Vermilion City in the Kanto region, the only option was to fly to Malville City and take a plane. Tropius would have to fly through the night, as time was pressing for Cain. Cain pulled out another communicator and called Miyamoto, asking him to use Team Rocket's internal contacts to gather more information about the event. Although lower-ranking members couldn't participate directly, that didn't stop them from investigating. Team Rocket couldn't maintain total secrecy, which was why they wanted to explore the island before the League discovered it and interfered. The exploration was scheduled to begin in 3 days, leaving barely any time to prepare. Team Rocket members in Kanto and Johto would have it easier, but Cain, being in Hoenn, would struggle to arrive on time. Sensing Cain's urgency, Tropius sped up its flight. Fortunately, the weather was clear, and the sunlight allowed Tropius to fly faster and with greater endurance. Although Tropius had gained some weight lately, its flying ability was still acceptable to Cain. When they arrived in Malville City, it was already midnight. Wasting no time, Cain picked up the plane ticket he had requested from the Devon Corporation, the earliest available, and headed straight to the city's outskirts airport. He managed to catch the last flight of the day to Saffron City in the Kanto region, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. One of the 3 days had already passed. He had 2 days left to get from Saffron City to Vermilion City and have time to prepare and investigate. Cain still didn't know who would be participating in the mission, but he would have to investigate once he reached Vermilion City. Closing his eyes, he entered a meditative state, adjusting his body and mind to be in the best possible condition. The event presented a great opportunity, but also significant danger. At his current level, Cain would likely rank near the bottom of the group of explorers. Fortunately, Jengar had completed its evolution and reached the advanced level, giving Cain more confidence. With 4 advanced-level Pokémon, Cain felt somewhat more secure. He hoped Skorupi might evolve after this mission as well. When the plane landed in the Kanto region, the eastern sky was already starting to light up. Cain disembarked without delay and took the car that the Devon Corporation had prepared in advance, heading south from Saffron City. Although he could have used Sloking's teleport, Cain decided against it. Sabrina, the Saffron City gym leader, was highly unpredictable, and Cain preferred to avoid any encounter with her. After a 3-hour car ride, he arrived at the southern outskirts of Saffron City, where he summoned Tropius, who had rested through the night. Thanks to the poke blocks he had prepared, Tropius wasn't too tired, and with the clear sky, it could fly at high speed again. When Cain arrived in Vermilion City, it was already past noon. Dressed in his League trainer uniform, Cain didn't head directly to Team Rocket's base. Instead, he checked into the Pokémon Center. As a League member and gym leader of Leafy Town in the Hoenn region, Cain didn't have to pay any fees. Rather than announce his arrival, Cain chose to remain discreet. Upon entering Vermilion City, Cain clearly noticed a change in the atmosphere. The number of people on the streets had significantly decreased, and there was a palpable tension in the air. Likely, the common citizens could also sense this dangerous atmosphere. Vermilion City was full of Team Rocket members, but thanks to Lieutenant Surge's authority and strength, order was maintained. Just as Cain was about to head out to investigate, his communicator rang again. It was an unknown number. Cain hesitated for a moment before answering. "Cain, long time no see, haha. I heard you'll be participating in this mission too," said a cheerful voice on the other end. Cain frowned as he recognized the voice. He knew who it was. Reggie. Reggie was a trusted subordinate of Lieutenant Surge, whom Cain had met on Trial Island. Back then, Reggie had tried to recruit him, but after that, Cain hadn't heard from him again. They had exchanged contact numbers, but the number Reggie was using now wasn't the one he had given before. "Haha, that's right, it's me. When I saw your name on the participant list, I knew I had to call you immediately," Reggie replied with a laugh. "Participant list?" Cain asked, intrigued. "Yeah, the list of those joining the mission. If you want, I can send it to you later, along with detailed information I've gathered on each of them. What do you say? Shall we meet up and chat?" Reggie suggested in a friendly tone. Cain wasn't surprised that Reggie was also participating, but it seemed suspicious that he knew of Cain's arrival so quickly. Had it been a coincidence, or was Reggie keeping tabs on him? "All right. Where should we meet?" Cain asked after considering for a moment. "In half an hour at the local market's Black Market restaurant." "I'll wait for you in the VIP lounge," Reggie replied before hanging up. Cain sat still, staring at the floor as his thoughts wandered. 5 minutes later, Cain took out the special uniform of a Team Rocket officer and removed the human skin mask he had been wearing. He put on a black cloak and, with Sloking's help, teleported to the landmark he had set in Vermilion City's Black Market. He entered the bustling market. In a private lounge of a restaurant in the Black Market, 4 people sat around a large round table. Reggie, Glacius, and Aurelia, whom Cain had met on Trial Island, were present, and across from them, hidden under a black cloak, was Cain. Originally, Cain thought he would only meet with Reggie, but he hadn't expected the other 2 to be there waiting for him as well. "It's been a long time, Cain. Among old friends, there's no need to hide," Reggie said with a smile. Cain removed the black hood, revealing his true face, which he hadn't shown in a long time. "I never thought all 3 of you would be here," Cain responded coldly. Glacius, seated to Reggie's left, held a book in his hands, absorbed in reading as if the conversation had nothing to do with him. Aurelia, on the other hand, rested her head on one hand, observing Cain with curiosity. They had heard of Cain's recent exploits through Reggie. If on Trial Island they had accepted Cain into their small circle for his potential, now they fully embraced him for his skills. "Haha. Of course, we're here for the first official meeting of our Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers of the Universe," Reggie said with a hearty laugh. "Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers of the Universe? What kind of ridiculous name was that?" Both Cain and Aurelia felt slightly embarrassed hearing it, though Glacius maintained his composure. "This time, we're all participating in the mission. If we meet inside, it would be helpful to support each other. There will be many different factions, and plenty of people will want to attack us," Reggie said, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of the name. However, as he began talking about the mission, Cain's expression grew serious. "Glacius, give the information to Cain," Reggie said, addressing his bookish companion. Glacius looked up for the first time and took a notebook from under his book, sliding it toward Cain. His pale blue, emotionless eyes met Cain's. Cain took the notebook and flipped through it quickly. Each page contained information about a different individual, all of them at least at the advanced trainer level. It was unclear if some were hiding even greater power, as the notebook didn't provide too many details in certain cases. The first page was dedicated to Reggie, featuring a striking photo and a brief description. Since these were trusted individuals within the group, Reggie hadn't gone into much detail describing them. After all, this circle was still just a verbal alliance, without any real cooperation so far. If they managed to complete this mission without betraying or attacking each other, the group would solidify for real. The notebook contained about 30 pages, indicating that roughly 30 advanced-level Team Rocket trainers would participate in this mission. Some were veterans at that level, while Cain, a newcomer to the advanced level, ranked in the middle lower tier of the hierarchy. After quickly skimming through the notebook, Cain closed it and stored it in his inventory space. He then looked up at Reggie. "Tell me, what else is there? I don't think you called me here just to talk about this." "Even though my strength is modest, I have enough confidence that I'll survive this mission," Cain said firmly. Reggie looked slightly surprised, but then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I wouldn't expect any less from someone trusted by the boss. You speak with great confidence." Reggie didn't know Cain's hidden cards, so he couldn't fully believe his assertion. In short, this mission involves exploring an ancient island, but more specifically, we'll be investigating an ancient ruin at the island's center, Reggie continued. Team Rocket scientists have used aerial scanners and data simulations to identify an ancient structure at the heart of the island, and that's what Team Rocket is really after. Our goal in joining forces is to collaborate within the ruin to find the most valuable things and, upon leaving, acquire the resources we need most. Reggie paused before adding, "I know you don't lack anything now, but when you reach the quasi-elite or elite level, you'll need far more resources. This is a great opportunity. If we succeed, we might obtain what we need to become elite-level trainers." Aurelia and Glacius, also hearing these mission details for the first time, sank into thought. Cain, however, was pondering more deeply. How did Reggie know so much about this highly confidential information? Both Glacius and Aurelia were protégés of high-ranking rocket officials. Although they weren't as favored as Reggie, the gap in their knowledge shouldn't be this large. There were two possible explanations. Either Reggie had an overwhelmingly superior ability compared to the other two, or his status was far higher than Cain had imagined. Although he wasn't sure which was true, Cain knew Reggie wasn't as reckless as he appeared. Likely, much of what he showed was just a facade. After exchanging information and updating their contacts, Cain left the private lounge. "Glacius, what do you think?" Reggie asked once Cain and Aurelia had left. Glacius, who was no longer reading, was now frantically writing in a notebook. Without looking up, he replied coldly, "He's good." Upon closer inspection, Glacius was jotting down characteristics and data about Cain, trying to deduce his strength and thoughts based on his actions. Hearing Glacius's response, Reggie smiled with a touch of mischief. After leaving the restaurant, Cain didn't head straight out of the black market. Instead, he decided to purchase some essential outdoor survival items, including large quantities of food and various potions. Cain hadn't eaten a single bite of the food from the restaurant. On the other hand, Reggie and the others ate enthusiastically, as many of the ingredients at this place were Pokémon. Slowpoke tail and Farfetch'd duck, in particular, were the restaurant's specialties. However, Cain drew a clear line. He could eliminate Pokémon that posed a threat to him, but eating food made from Pokémon was something he couldn't accept. The League had explicitly banned the use of Pokémon as food ingredients. Nevertheless, as long as such foods weren't openly sold or displayed, the League simply turned a blind eye. After all, many families had this inclination. This time, Cain purchased a backpack with massive storage space in the black market and then filled it with plenty of clean water and sealed food that could last a long time. Based on Cain's estimates, the mission would likely take place on Mythical Island, but he couldn't be entirely sure if Team Rocket had already discovered it at this point. He was about 80% confident. In addition to food, tools, and necessary potions, Cain made sure to replenish his supply of Pokeballs. From the most common Pokeballs to the more expensive specialty ones, he acquired a variety. He then switched all of his Pokemon's Pokeballs to the luxurious luxury balls, which were far more comfortable inside. Since Larvitar and the other young ones probably wouldn't have much time to roam outside on the island, providing them with as comfortable a space as a luxury ball was ideal. After swapping his Pokemon's Pokeballs, Cain, with Slowking's help, left the black market. Back in his room at the Pokemon Center, Cain released his Pokemon and then sat on the couch, reviewing the information Reggie had provided about the other participants and the island. The first page displayed the ever-flashy photo of Reggie. However, the description below didn't impress Cain much. Reggie was a Pokemon Electric-type specialist and a direct subordinate of Lieutenant Surge, one of Team Rocket's 3 senior executives. Was that really all? After reading the data on Reggie's Pokémon, Cain doubted the accuracy of the information. At least 2 or 3 of his Pokémon weren't listed, or their true power hadn't been revealed. After a cursory read, Cain skipped directly to the last pages. According to Reggie, he had ranked all the participants in order of power, from weakest to strongest, based on the information he had obtained. The first page was about Reggie, the second about Glacius, the third about Aurelia, and the fourth about Cain. None of the 4 were described in detail, especially Cain. Living in the Hoenn region, Cain was a mystery to Reggie, who hadn't been able to gather much information about him. Furthermore, since Cain was under Giovanni's strict supervision and in direct contact with Team Rocket's Shadow Unit, many within the organization couldn't investigate him further. Most of the data consisted of speculations about Cain's strength. Fortunately, if even Reggie had so little information about him, it was unlikely others could obtain more. Upon reaching the final pages, Cain encountered dense lines of text and extremely detailed descriptions. It was evident that, with his pride, Reggie considered this person highly important. The strongest participant in this mission was named Rin. Just Rin, no last name. His Pokémon were of the rare but powerful Dragon type. A Team Rocket officer specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon. His strongest Pokémon was a Flygon at the peak of the advanced level, just 1 step away from becoming a quasi-elite Pokémon. It was one of the few peak advanced level Pokémon in this mission. Moreover, Flygon's dual dragon and ground typing made Reggie even more cautious of him. As Cain flipped through the pages, he saw data on many other participants. Some were described in considerable detail, while others were only briefly mentioned. It wasn't clear if this was because Reggie hadn't obtained enough information or simply didn't consider those individuals important. After half an hour, Cain finished reviewing the booklet and let out a long sigh. In short, the participants were incredibly strong, and many of them weren't very old. They were trainers carefully selected by Team Rocket's top ranks for their strength and potential. If the mission succeeded, some of them would likely reach the level of quasi-elite trainers. However, Cain was relieved not to see one particular name, Xenon. Xander's older brother, who had the power of a quasi-elite trainer and was also a Team Rocket officer. But due to his power level, he wasn't participating in this mission. With his ability, Xenon had surely set his sights on Cain the moment he discovered Xander hadn't survived Trial Island. Regardless of whether Cain had killed Xander or not, Xenon would seek revenge. Luckily, ever since Cain left Trial Island, he had gone straight to Hoenn, and with Giovanni's constant support, Xenon hadn't been able to act in secret. This mission would have been the perfect opportunity since, without Team Rocket's supervision, any death on the island would be seen as normal. However, the mission rules allowed only advanced-level trainers to participate, which led to Xenon's application being denied. Even so, Cain knew that after this mission, Xenon would view him as an even greater threat, and when Xenon couldn't hold back anymore, he would act against Cain. Because both he and Cain knew there was no reconciliation possible between them. Even if Xenon didn't seek trouble, Cain would, to ensure any future threats were eliminated. "Let's see how long you can hold out," Cain murmured under his breath. As soon as Cain reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer, he would no longer worry about Xenon. Over time, as Cain realized his full potential, the gap between them would only grow wider. Cain already knew that Xenon was a poison-type specialist. Furthermore, his Pokémon were the kind frequently seen in Team Rocket. Arbok, Weezing, Golbat, Mook, Gloom. These relatively common Pokémon had been trained by him to an impressive level. There was no denying he had skill. Unfortunately, his brother had created a mortal enemy. And Cain, with extraordinary potential, was a growing threat to him. After scanning all the information in the system, regardless of its accuracy, it was extremely valuable for Cain, who knew nothing. In 2 days, Team Rocket's ship would set sail, leaving Cain with just under a day and a half. Gathering his Pokémon, Cain headed straight to the training and battlegrounds behind the Pokémon Center. Many League trainers were there, as both training and battles were always popular, albeit with varying levels of intensity. Cain arrived in the afternoon, right when the excitement was at its peak. Upon arrival, Cain sent out his Gengar to accompany him. Gengar was a rare Pokémon. While Ghastly and Haunter were more common, due to Gengar's special evolution, it wasn't easy to encounter one. Normally, Gengar could only be seen in Major League events or high-level competitions, typically under the command of powerful trainers. Walking alongside Gengar, Cain quickly drew the attention of many trainers. Cain's purpose in not hiding was simple. He wanted to attract attention. Gengar didn't have much time to adapt to its new body. With the ship departing in 2 days, Gengar needed high-intensity battles to better familiarize itself with its body. Cain headed straight to a large battle arena and took a position at one end. Renting a battlefield at the Pokémon Center wasn't expensive for a league member like Cain, and it even included a competent referee. Cain pulled out a wad of 200,000 Pokédollars, cash he had withdrawn from the black market. Here's 200,000 Pokédollars in cash. Anyone who can face me and win gets to keep it. There's no limit to the number of Pokémon. It's a one-on-one battle, but consecutive battles are allowed. There's no entry fee. Anyone who wants to participate can register with the referee, Cain announced loudly, displaying the thick wad of money. Those who had been watching Cain since his arrival were stunned at what they heard. It wasn't 200 Pokédollars, it was 200,000 Pokédollars. For an average family, earning that amount in a year without spending anything was already an achievement, but Cain was offering that sum for a single battle. The most important part was that anyone could participate, with no limit on the number of Pokémon. While it was one-on-one, after battling 5 or 6 Pokémon, even the strongest would feel the pressure. The first trainer, the fastest to react, was already standing in front of Cain on the field. Gengar automatically positioned itself in front of Cain, knowing this battle had been arranged specifically for it. Gengar felt a bit embarrassed for not yet fully adapting to its new body after evolving. During playtime with the other Pokémon in the room, Gengar had clearly felt uncomfortable, but fortunately, its companions understood and supported it. The first opponent wasn't weak, but for Cain's Gengar, which had already reached the advanced level, it wasn't much of a challenge. However, Cain didn't allow Gengar to use its strongest moves to quickly defeat its opponent. Instead, he controlled the pace so Gengar could better utilize its body before emerging victorious. Although that was Cain's plan, the spectators thought Gengar wasn't particularly strong, as it had taken almost 10 minutes to defeat the first opponent. The trainers waiting for their turn, convinced they were stronger than the first opponent, eagerly prepared to face Cain's Gengar and win the 200,000 Pokédollars. Meanwhile, some less confident trainers moved to the back of the line. If Gengar defeated several opponents and wore itself out, they might have a chance to take advantage of the situation. To Cain, 200,000 Pokédollars wasn't much, but for these trainers, it was an enormous temptation. If any Team Rocket members had been present, they likely would have tried something riskier, rules be damned. For them, as long as the reward was sufficient, they were willing to do anything. After defeating the first opponent, the second quickly stepped up to face Cain. Just like in the previous battle, Cain managed the fight so that Gengar appeared to be giving its all to defeat its opponent. In the end, however, the results were the same. The same happened with the third opponent. After Gengar's hard-fought victory, Cain fed it some Pokeblocks. The spectators, seeing Gengar maintain its pace, began to wonder if this was all a scam. But when they saw Cain feeding Gengar, they felt relieved. Finally, it's getting tired. Trainers continued stepping onto the field, but with each battle, Gengar grew more skilled with its body, and Cain adjusted the pace, allowing it to defeat opponents more quickly. The trainers' hopes of exhausting Gengar faded, and instead, they themselves ended up worn out. Eventually, some trainers, seeing that Gengar seemed fatigued, began doubting whether to keep trying. Cain observed their expressions and decided it was enough for today. However, there was still another day, and it wasn't just Gengar that needed training, the other Pokémon could benefit too. That's all for today, Cain announced loudly. Tomorrow morning, at this same place, The prize will be 400,000 Poke Dollars. I invite all of you to participate and even bring your friends or family. I'll be here all day waiting, he added before heading back to the Pokemon Center with Gengar. The next day, Cain arrived punctually at the battlefield with his Pokemon, Gengar, and was surprised by the size of the crowd. The field was completely surrounded by both curious spectators and those eager to challenge him. But when he checked the time, Cain realized it was only 7 in the morning. What crazy people, Cain thought. Then he reflected, money might not be inherently good, but it sure is useful. In that moment, he envied Steven a little. Cain held 400,000 Poke Dollars in his hands and took his position on the field. Everyone present had their eyes fixed on the thick wad of cash he was holding. Yesterday, many had been defeated without much effort, but seeing the money double the amount from the previous day, no one was willing to give up. After all, the Pokemon Center was right next door. They could recover their strength, rejoin the line, and have another chance. Additionally, more people were showing up, including powerful trainers arriving from neighboring cities. Winning a battle and earning 400,000 Poke Dollars seemed like an easy deal. However, Cain wasn't worried. He knew that those who cared so much about the 400,000 Poke Dollars were relatively weak trainers. The stronger trainers, those at the advanced level, probably wouldn't bother with such an amount of money, although, of course, there were always exceptions. In one of the battles, a trainer appeared whose strength was close to the advanced level. After Gengar defeated 5 of his Pokemon, the trainer finally managed to beat the now exhausted Gengar in the 6th round, earning the 400,000 Poke Dollars. The onlookers gazed at the winner with a mix of envy and jealousy. Everyone had been waiting for the moment when Gengar would tire out so they could take advantage and win, but now that Gengar had been defeated and the money handed out, many lost interest and began to leave. Just as the atmosphere seemed to wane, Cain pulled out another wad of 400,000 Poke Dollars and placed it next to the referee's table. Does 400,000 Poke Dollars really matter that much? Cain thought. If it could help his Pokemon quickly improve their mastery and power without negative consequences, it was worth every Poke Dollar. To Cain, this was essentially buying time, and he considered it a very valuable investment. When the crowd saw Cain pulling out more money, their excitement returned. However, Gengar was exhausted. Despite Cain supporting it with high-quality Poke Blocks, the long training sessions from the day before and that morning had left it drained. Fortunately, Gengar had nearly regained complete control over its body and new moves after its evolution. Cain handed Gengar over to Nurse Joy for treatment and recovery, then sent Skorupi onto the battlefield. At level 36, Skorupi wasn't as powerful as Gengar, but had far greater mastery over itself. The crowd grew excited again at the sight of a new Pokemon on the field. This meant a fresh opportunity for them. Cain spent the entire day training his Pokemon. Thanks to the Pokemon Center's advanced technology and Nurse Joy's care, Gengar quickly recovered and reached peak condition. Meanwhile, Skorupi fought throughout the afternoon and was eventually defeated once, costing Cain another 400,000 Poke Dollars. But the result was excellent. Skorupi leveled up twice, reaching level 38. This improvement came without any side effects. Its ability to pinpoint opponents' weak spots became more precise, taking full advantage of its sniper ability. After losing another 400,000 Poke Dollars, Cain once again put up the same amount before the day ended. This time, however, no one managed to win the money because Cain decided to send Slowking onto the field. At level 42, Slowking possessed a power that many of those present had never seen before. The battles barely began before several trainers were swiftly defeated. Slowking was undoubtedly at an advanced level. Satisfied after a day of intense training, Cain returned to his room with his Pokemon. Though he had spent 1.2 million Poke Dollars in a single day, he had faced over 100 trainers who helped his Pokemon progress. It was, without a doubt, a very fulfilling experience. Cain still had over 30 million Poke Dollars, and if he could continue using this method to rapidly improve his Pokemon's strength, he would do so without hesitation. That night, Cain enjoyed his last peaceful and comfortable sleep in a bed. He knew that soon he would face survival conditions in the wild, and, More importantly, the upcoming adventure would be extremely dangerous. The danger didn't just come from wild Pokémon, but also from internal threats within Team Rocket. Even his companions, like Regis, weren't entirely trustworthy. The only ones he could completely rely on were his own Pokémon. After that final night of rest, Cain boarded Team Rocket's ship for the journey. The ship was large, but carried only about 30 people. Once on board, passengers were confined to their rooms, with no ability to leave, and the cabin windows were sealed shut. Team Rocket took the security of the ancient, mysterious island they were heading to very seriously. The ship moved quickly, but surprisingly, one day wasn't enough to reach the destination. This puzzled Cain. He wondered if they were really that far away or if the ship was taking a circuitous route to prevent anyone from calculating the island's location. By the end of the second day, passengers were finally allowed to leave their cabins. Cain went alone to the deck, where he joined the other participants. They emerged one by one from their rooms, only allowed onto the deck after the ones before them had left. It was then that Cain saw another mysterious group within Team Rocket, the Psychic team members. After leaving the ship's cabin, Cain finally had the chance to see the outside environment for the first time. The Team Rocket vessel was stranded in a location resembling a portal-like entryway. The ship's deck offered two very different views. When Cain stepped outside, the first thing he saw was a vast and endless ocean. Apart from a cave large enough to hold the ship's bow, the rest of the area was calm and open. However, as he moved toward the bow of the ship, Cain spotted a massive island in the distance. Although the ship was still several dozen kilometers away from the island, it was no longer moving forward. At the bow, a group of Team Rocket members with psychic powers, all concealed under long black robes, stood gathered in a circle. Just as Cain had experienced before on the trial island, these psychics were creating a temporary teleportation circle with the goal of sending people randomly onto the island. Did this mean that the exploration of this mysterious island would also be done separately? After thinking for a moment, Cain understood the situation. Would it be more efficient for everyone to split up? If they stayed together, they would likely end up fighting long before completing the exploration. Moreover, dispersing the participants could increase the area each person could explore on the island. Following the group's instructions, Cain walked slowly toward the teleportation circle. The psychics controlling the circle immediately sensed the psychic waves emanating from Cain. A fellow psychic? Together with their psychic Pokémon, the psychics regarded Cain with surprise. The leader of the group wasn't someone Cain recognized. It wasn't the same person he had encountered on the trial island. However, despite noticing that Cain was also a psychic, their surprise lasted only a moment. Soon, the teleportation circle activated, and under the combined power of the psychics and their Pokémon, Cain was sent to the island. Once Cain felt the teleportation had ended, he immediately released a Pokeball, summoning Honchkrow to accompany him. Fortunately, the teleportation had been favorable, and Cain didn't appear in the middle of a group of wild Pokémon. Honchkrow, alert, scanned the surroundings but detected no enemies. Only then did Cain take a moment to observe his environment. Whether it was due to the psychics sensing a connection with Cain or pure luck, the location where he landed was quite advantageous. Just 2 meters behind Cain was a cliff that dropped directly into the ocean, while in front of him stretched a dense forest of ancient, gigantic trees. The trees on this island seemed much older and sturdier than those on the trial island. This was a primeval island, untouched by development, with thick vegetation and massive trees hinting at boundless resources, but also unknown dangers. After taking a moment to analyze the situation, Cain summoned Slowking from a Pokeball, instructing it to leave a psychic mark at the location. This would serve as a reference point to return to in case of danger. The specific objective of this expedition wasn't explained by Team Rocket. It was only through Regis that Cain had obtained some information, and according to what he knew, there were ancient ruins and a gigantic tree at the center of the island. Although he was still on the island's edge, Cain could see, through gaps in the tree leaves, the silhouette of the immense tree at its center. He decided to call it the Great Tree of Life. With this confirmation, Cain was now 99% sure of where he was. This was the mythical island, a place where Mew, the legendary Pokémon, had lived in ancient times. That enormous tree was likely the tree of life that had grown alongside Mew, and the ruins at the island's center could have been Mew's home. Team Rocket had likely gathered information about Mew here, using its DNA to conduct years of research, spending enormous resources. This eventually led to the creation of one of the most powerful Pokémon ever seen. Mewtwo, the pinnacle of scientific achievement in the Pokémon world, a legendary being created by humans. And it was precisely this enormous investment in Mewtwo's development that had caused Team Rocket to fall into a sort of dormancy in recent years, allowing the Pokémon League to expand into other regions. Of course, if Mewtwo were ultimately brought under control, all this effort would have been worth it. But the problem was that as a Pokémon born with divine power, control over it was only possible due to its emotional immaturity in its initial stages. Would it be possible to maintain control over Mewtwo as it matured? Cain didn't know. In the television series Back on Earth, Mewtwo eventually broke free from control. But this was a real world, and having lived an entire life already, Cain knew he couldn't rely entirely on events from animated shows or manga to predict what might happen here. For now, all of this was beyond Cain's reach. Major decisions within Team Rocket weren't something he could influence in his current position. What he could do was familiarize himself with the environment and train his Pokémon. That was within his control for now. However, Cain had a plan in mind. If events unfolded as in the original plot and Mewtwo escaped Giovanni's control, it would likely return to this island. Both the League and Team Rocket would shift their focus here once again. Cain, seizing the opportunity, could explore the island while no one was paying too much attention and extract valuable resources. If he managed to obtain a sample of Mew's DNA from the ruins, Giovanni would surely reward him handsomely. The rewards for such a feat would far exceed any other trial he had faced so far. This would not only increase Giovanni's interest in Cain, but also improve his standing within both Team Rocket and the Pokémon League. With Team Rocket's secret backing and the connections Cain had established within the League, perhaps one day he could hold a high-ranking position, such as one of the Elite Four. After all, Koga had managed to become a Poison-type Elite Four member this way. With Slowking leaving its psychic mark, Cain, accompanied by Honchkrow and Slowking, began to venture deeper into the island. The lack of signs of development on the island meant that the wild Pokémon there had never seen humans before. As a result, Pokémon with more aggressive instincts would likely see humans as their first targets for attack. This required Cain to be extremely cautious. After advancing a short distance into the forest, he didn't encounter any immediate aggression. Everything seemed calm. However, Cain didn't let his guard down. The fact that he hadn't encountered any wild Pokémon likely meant he was in the territory of either an extremely powerful Pokémon or a very strong group. And without data on the island's Pokémon, Cain couldn't assess just how dangerous the place was. It was after crossing a small part of the forest that Cain and his team finally faced their first attack. They had entered a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest is vast, with the ground covered in scattered bamboo leaves. Small bamboo shoots also peek out from the earth here and there. Just after Cain entered the bamboo forest accompanied by his Honchkrow and Slowking, they were attacked. And who attacked them? A panda. A black and white panda. The first attack was blocked by Honchkrow. Is that a Pangoro? A Pokémon from the Kalos region here too. Cain looked at the panda in front of him, its fierce expression accented by a bamboo stalk hanging from its mouth, with two bamboo leaves trembling slightly at the tip. Its black eyes were fixed on Cain, Honchkrow, and Slowking. Cain was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter a Pokémon from the Kalos region here. But after thinking for a moment, it made sense. After all, this isn't Kanto. They're on Mythical Island, and with Mew's mischievous personality, bringing Pokémon from any region to the island wouldn't be surprising, right? Pokémon, Pangoro Green. Gender, male. Level, 39. Type, Fighting plus Dark. Ability, Iron Fist. Held item, none. Egg moves, Me First, Fall Play, Storm Throw. Basic moves, Bullet Punch, Hammer Arm, Low Sweep, Entrainment, tackle, leer, arm thrust, workup, karate chop, comet punch, slash, circle throw, vital throw, body slam. Learned moves: ice punch, snatch, drain punch, knockoff. TM moves: none. This Pangoro is level 39, relatively high among wild Pokémon. But as the first wild Pokémon Cain has encountered, is he lucky to have found such a strong one, or are all wild Pokémon in this area at such high levels? After Honchkrow drove it back, Cain noticed 3 Pancham hiding behind some bamboo stalks, timidly peeking their heads out to observe him. It seems Cain had intruded on their territory, and this Pangoro believed him to be a threat to the 3 Pancham. If this is the only Pangoro in the bamboo forest, Cain has nothing to worry about. The concern lies in whether more Pangoro are hiding here. Cain threw a luxury ball and called out his Skorupi. At level 38, Skorupi should have no trouble facing Pangoro. Plus, it would be good training. However, when Pangoro saw Skorupi appear, then looked at the Honchkrow that had driven it back earlier, and the imposing Slowking, its expression grew more serious. Even though it had never seen these Pokémon, their threat was evident. Roar! Pangoro roared into the sky, causing a flurry of bamboo leaves to fall from the trees and scaring many birds out of the bamboo forest. Cain's face changed slightly. This Pangoro was summoning its allies. There's more than one Pangoro of this strength here. It's time for a quick battle. Skorupi, use agility and hone claws. Cain commanded immediately. Following the order, Skorupi began darting quickly on its 4 legs while sharpening its front pincers. Pangoro took a defensive stance, waiting for its allies to arrive, confident they could easily defeat these intruders together. Skorupi, close in and use Poison Fang and Venoshock. Moving at high speed, Skorupi shifted directions and charged straight toward Pangoro. As it approached, Pangoro braced itself to counter the attack. Skorupi's venomous fangs sank into Pangoro's body. Bang! The Poison Fang move struck Pangoro square in the abdomen, pushing it back 2 or 3 meters. Pangoro's expression turned to one of surprise. Had it been pushed back? It's worth noting that Pangoro stands over 2 meters tall, and as a fighting-type Pokémon, it's naturally strong. But upon regaining its balance, it hadn't completely stopped Skorupi's charge. The Poison Fang had landed. However, just as Skorupi was about to use Venoshock, Pangoro reacted and grabbed its pincers. Vital throw. But as Pangoro tried to lift Skorupi, something incredible happened. It couldn't lift it. Skorupi's 4 legs were firmly anchored to the ground, and it stared at Pangoro with unyielding determination. Both Pokémon, renowned for their strength, were locked in a stalemate. With clenched jaws, Skorupi resisted Pangoro's move with all its might. Pangoro, red from the strain, exerted all its energy as well. Neither Pokémon could afford to relax, knowing that letting up would result in being overpowered. The loser would be thrown down, and the victor could strike. Cain observed the power struggle between the 2 Pokémon, impressed by Skorupi's strength. He knew Skorupi was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to hold its own like this against a level 39 Pangoro. But unlike Pangoro, Skorupi had more than just pincers. Skorupi, use Poison Tail. Right before Pangoro's eyes, Skorupi's tail struck directly into its chest. Struck once more, Pangoro faltered, and Skorupi broke free from its vital throw attempt. Weakened by poison, Pangoro could no longer resist, and Skorupi rammed it again with Venoshock. With the earlier poison still coursing through its body, the Venoshock attack proved devastating. The white fur on its chest showed signs of corrosion. Bang! Pangoro collapsed to the ground, unable to fight any longer. The 3 Pancham who had been watching from behind panicked and began tumbling across the ground in an attempt to flee. Their clumsy retreat made Cain chuckle. Pancham are some of the most adorable Pokémon. But as Cain laughed, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the thicker bamboo stalks in the forest started shaking. One by one, more Pangoro appeared, joined by the 3 little ones. Leading the group was a scarred Pangoro, biting down on a piece of bamboo as it glared furiously at Cain and Skorupi, who had defeated its companion. Cain grew serious and said, "Skorupi, absorb the poison from its body." Upon hearing Cain's command, Skorupi, though slightly puzzled, didn't hesitate to act. Skorupi used the stinger on its tail to extract the poison from Pangoro. It didn't keep the poison in its body, but expelled it directly onto the ground, where it began to corrode the surface with a hissing sound. The Pangoro, who had lost its ability to fight, finally showed signs of recovery. Without Skorupi's intervention, the lingering poison in its body might have overwhelmed even Pangoro's physical endurance. This is how poison-type Pokémon assert themselves in nature. Once the poison was removed, Pangoro displayed its fighting-type resilience and soon regained consciousness. The leader of the Pangoro group, the one with a scar over its eye, seemed to relax slightly as well. Cain had Skorupi perform this act because he had learned some information about this leader Pangoro, who turned out to be of near elite level. This revelation made Cain grow more serious. He had anticipated high levels among the wild Pokémon on this island, but hadn't imagined that the very first group he encountered would include a near elite level Pokémon. This made him wonder just how dangerous the island's deeper regions could be. With the leader Pangoro's gaze fixed on him, Cain and his Pokémon slowly retreated from the bamboo forest. The Pangoro group didn't pursue them. Cain had shown enough respect by removing the poison from the fallen Pangoro. Moreover, the Pangoro, who value strength, saw no reason for revenge since their companion had accepted its defeat. So the entire group simply watched as Cain and his Pokémon gradually moved away. Once Cain was at a safe distance, he let out a deep sigh of relief. He had barely set foot on the island and had already faced a significant trial. The pressure was immense. However, he now had a clearer idea of how the Pokémon levels were distributed on the island. A large group might have a near-elite or high-advanced level leader, while the other members averaged around level 35 or 36. The island was teeming with incredibly powerful Pokémon. It wasn't surprising, after all, that years of living in an environment without external threats had allowed the island's Pokémon to reach such power levels. The only limitations these wild Pokémon faced were the lack of systematic training and organized combat methods, as well as their genetic constraints. Otherwise, Cain suspected the island would be crawling with near-elite level Pokémon. Cain decided not to re-enter the Pangoro's territory and carefully circled around the bamboo forest. While the forest's outer edges were still part of their territory, the Pangoro preferred staying close to their beloved bamboo and rarely ventured out. This made the path relatively safe. During the journey, Slowking left psychic markers at several points to remember the way. In this jungle, Cain felt as cautious as when he first arrived on the Island of Trials, as there were too many Pokémon stronger than him. It took Cain half a day to bypass the bamboo forest, encountering other Pokémon attempting to attack them along the way. From the Pokémon Cain encountered, it seemed that this island could house Pokémon from every region. The island was a true melting pot of species. Without worrying too much about direction, Cain headed toward the gigantic tree of life at the center of the island. After passing through a small section of forest, he found himself in a vast meadow filled with a variety of flowers, home to carefree Pokémon. Cain's arrival in this area didn't cause much disturbance among the Pokémon. He found a sparse patch of flowers, sat cross-legged, and took out medicines and poke blocks from his storage to heal his Pokémon and restore their energy. Even though he hadn't encountered another large group of Pokémon, those strong enough to hunt in the forest weren't weak. Cain had to call on Weevil and Gengar to join the battles as well, and as a result, all his Pokémon had suffered some damage. Slowking knew Heal Pulse, but wasn't proficient enough to heal more than minor injuries. Cain felt fortunate to have purchased a large-capacity backpack and stocked up on sufficient medicines and poke blocks before arriving. If other Team Rocket members had landed in the middle of a large territory without proper preparation, they'd likely have been torn apart immediately. Those who didn't bring enough supplies would probably last only 2 or 3 days before their exhausted and injured Pokémon fell. Indeed, this island was fraught with danger. Fortunately, Cain and his team weren't powerful enough to attract the attention of elite-level Pokémon. If an elite-level trainer recklessly entered, the Pokémon of that level and their allies would likely destroy them. After a brief rest, Cain and his Pokémon regained some energy and were ready to move again. The island was proving far more dangerous than he had imagined, so he would need a more cautious strategy to proceed. The best option would be to find a safe place to establish a base, and then use Slowking's teleport to gradually explore the surroundings and gather more information about the island before venturing deeper. As he watched the Tauros, Rhyhorn, and Skiddo grazing peacefully in the meadow, Cain noticed how perfectly balanced the island's ecosystem was. Pokémon from all regions had managed to coexist here for years. The impact of Team Rocket's invasion on this environment would undoubtedly be irreversible. While scanning the meadow, Cain's gaze fell upon a Pokémon hidden among the flowers. What he saw pleasantly surprised him. This Pokémon was so well camouflaged among the flowers that, had it not been for his system scan while surveying nearby Pokémon, Cain wouldn't have noticed it. Pokémon, Floette, dark green. Gender, female. Level, 30. Type, fairy. Ability, flower veil. Held item, none. Egg moves, copycat, captivate, camouflage, tearful look. Basic moves, tackle, vine whip, fairy wind, lucky chant, razor leaf, wish, magical leaf, grassy terrain. Learned moves, worry seed, synthesis, heal bell, after you. TM moves, none. Floette is a fairy-type Pokémon. It evolves from Flababy and, when exposed to a shiny stone, evolves into Florges, a highly useful fairy-type Pokémon, primarily as a support in battles. This support-specialized Pokémon has a significant advantage against Dragon-type Pokémon due to its fairy typing. However, since this type of Pokémon has not yet been officially introduced in certain regions, such as Kanto, finding a Floette here is quite a surprise, as they were first seen in the Kalos region. It was astonishing to encounter a Floette in such a place. These Pokémon usually live in flower fields, surrounded by blossoms and butterflies, which they love. After encountering a Pangoro and seeing a Skiddo grazing peacefully nearby, Cain began to think that stumbling upon a Floette here wasn't entirely impossible. Hidden among the flowers, Floette tried to quietly move away from Cain. However, when she turned to make sure he hadn't noticed her, she saw his eyes fixed on her with a smile that made her tremble. So startled was she that she almost dropped the flower she was holding. Floette, barely 20 centimeters tall, had stayed well hidden among the flowers, but now Cain had spotted her. Furthermore, since Cain was searching for a support Pokémon, he already knew what the outcome would be. Slowking, use your psychic powers to catch Floette, carefully so as not to harm her, Cain instructed Slowking. Yadin. Slowking responded, nodding as his eyes glowed with psychic energy. Floette, though not particularly weak at level 30, was unaccustomed to battling and could barely resist as Slowking enveloped her with his powers, lifting her slowly toward Cain. Suspended before him, with tears in her eyes, her fragile, tiny appearance evoked a hint of tenderness in Cain, though he maintained his composure. "Well, it seems you're quite good at using the move Tearful Look," he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Floette's tears stopped immediately, and she stared at Cain, surprised that her trick hadn't worked on him. At that moment, Cain's other Pokémon, Honchkrow, Weevil, Skorupi, and Jengar, approached with curiosity, surrounding the tiny Floette. At just 20 centimeters, the petite Pokémon suddenly found herself encircled by a group of giants. Honchkrow and the others had never seen a fairy-type Pokémon before, and their curious gazes only heightened Floette's fear. This time, her tears were from pure terror, not a move. From Floette's perspective, even Cain seemed like a giant surrounded by these 5 Pokémon, all much larger than her. Cain extended his hand, gently holding Floette as Slowking released her from his psychic grip. Floette trembled as she felt the warmth of Cain's hand. He looked at her with a reassuring smile, though the poor Pokémon remained fearful with so many eyes on her. "Floette, what do you think? Would you help me while I'm on this island? You'd be my support Pokémon, and when I leave, you can decide whether to stay here or come with me," Cain said, connecting his thoughts with Floette's through telepathy. Floette stared at him. Although Cain smiled, she sensed an intense and dangerous energy in him. She knew she had to accept his proposal because if she didn't, things could turn very bad. Though it seemed like he was giving her a choice, Floette understood she couldn't refuse. Floette, though small, wasn't naive. Since her days as a Floette, she had survived among much stronger wild Pokémon, carving out a small place to live peacefully. But just as her tranquil life seemed to begin, Cain appeared, a being who radiated a dangerous sense of menace, even as he smiled. She couldn't imagine saying no. If she did, would she be punished until she said yes? At that thought, Floette trembled once more. She didn't dare to keep thinking. What she didn't know was that Cain, through his telepathy, could effortlessly sense all her thoughts and emotions. Knowing her fears perfectly, Cain could barely suppress a chuckle. Maintaining his smile, though a bit stiff, Cain thought that for a little Pokémon barely 20 centimeters tall, Floette had a lot of worries in her head. But it didn't matter now that she would be his Pokémon. All decisions would go through him. Floette's thoughts, so varied and complicated, had been captured by Cain with total clarity. She had even come close to cursing Cain in her mind. Cain, unable to hold back any longer, cleared his throat. The sound startled Floette again, and she nodded frantically. She preferred to accept the proposal rather than risk punishment. Cain didn't place too much importance on the process, only the result mattered to him. He pulled out a luxury ball and gently tapped Floette with it, capturing her. The Pokeball shook continuously in his hand, as Floette, though resigned, didn't give in so easily. 2 minutes passed before the luxury ball finally stopped. Cain, still smiling slightly, resisted the urge to scold Floette for her resistance. Immediately after, he released her again and placed her in the front pocket of his jacket. At first glance, Floette looked like a flower adorning Cain's pocket, hidden and protected. From there, Floette adjusted herself slightly, gripping the edge of the pocket with one hand while holding her flower with the other. Looking down from that height, she experienced a different perspective of the world for the first time. In the end, Floette thought that maybe things weren't so bad after all. Perhaps Cain wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. Although Cain didn't know why a Pokémon so small and adorable on the outside could have such a complex personality. Even so, he pulled out an advanced Pokeblock from his storage space and handed it abruptly to Floette. Her entire body wasn't very large, and the flower she held took up almost half of her height. When Cain gave her the Pokeblock, Floette couldn't even react. Holding the Pokeblock, which was much larger than her hands, Floette was stunned, but she quickly noticed the peculiar aroma emanating from the Pokeblock. Immediately, her eyes lit up. She raised her head, and from her perspective, she could see Cain's chin. Cain wasn't looking at her, only saying, "Eat it, it's a reward for you. For a while, as long as you behave well, this kind of food will be plentiful for you." After all, she was so small that even if she ate a lot, she couldn't eat too much. Floette opened her small mouth and carefully took a bite of the Pokeblock. She showed a satisfied smile, and her eyes curved like crescents. Noticing Floette's smile, Cain also smiled slightly. "All right, now it's your turn to act. If you don't behave, you won't get any more of this delicious food. Use the move Grassy Terrain," Cain instructed. Hearing this, Floette clutched the Pokeblock tightly in one hand, looked at Cain warily, and, upon realizing he had no intention of taking her food away, relaxed slightly. It was her time to shine. Grassy Terrain was one of her favorite moves. With one hand holding her flower, she waved it slightly. At Cain's feet, a small patch of grass appeared, glowing with a green light. As Floette waved her flower, the grass expanded further and further. Finally, Cain's entire team, including Slowking and Honchkrow, was enveloped in the effects of Grassy Terrain. Honchkrow and the others felt the special energy emanating from the grass and closed their eyes in comfort. Cain was somewhat surprised. Standing in the midst of Grassy Terrain, he could feel his tired body recovering as well. Who would have thought? Was the effect really this good? Floette managed that move far better than Cain had expected. With this, the team was nearly complete. However, the special ability Flower Veil only worked on grass-type Pokémon, and Cain didn't currently have any grass types in his team, rendering the ability somewhat less useful. But it didn't matter much since Cain primarily valued Floette's support skills. Besides the grassy terrain move, Floette also knew support moves like Copycat, Captivate, Camouflage, Tearful Look, Lucky Chant, Heal Bell, and After You. It could be said that Floette had all the support moves gathered in one Pokémon. Additionally, she also knew a few grass-type moves, which helped cover the lack of grass types in Cain's team. Coupled with her fairy attribute, she would be incredibly useful in the future. As the Pokémon rested and healed their wounds in the grassy field, even their mental fatigue eased. This demonstrated just how effective Floette's grassy terrain was. And while hidden among Cain's team, Floette could also act as a temporary guardian for him, allowing Gengar to unleash its full power in battle. Though Floette's defensive capability wasn't as good as Gengar's, at least she wouldn't leave Cain completely vulnerable. Moreover, Cain possessed basic psychic abilities, meaning he wasn't entirely defenseless. The environment in this field was quite calm and peaceful, so after advancing a bit further, Cain decided to spend the night there. Before the sun set, he planned to do a brief survey of the surroundings. When the sun was about to set, Cain returned to the field with his Pokémon. He now had a basic understanding of the surrounding area. To the south, where the Pangoro bamboo forest lay, there was a Pangoro with the strength of a pseudo-elite, a formidable opponent. To the west, there was a dense forest full of hives. After a brief exploration, Cain was driven out by a large number of Combi. That was the territory of the Vespiquen. Only female Combi could evolve into Vespiquen, while males remained as Combi. In the society of these Pokémon, females clearly held a higher status than males, so the Combi that expelled Cain were all male. And their levels weren't low. Although these Pokémon didn't have great combat power individually, their numbers made them fearsome. They were even more terrifying than Beedrill, and when Cain saw the swarms of approaching Combi, his face turned pale. Fortunately, Slowking used teleport, and they escaped in time. Cain marked that area as strictly forbidden. At least until his team reached pseudo-elite level, he wouldn't venture there. Without sufficient power, you would be overwhelmed by their swarm strategy. To the north, in the direction of the Tree of Life, was the territory of Scolipede, Pokémon with which Cain was already familiar. As bug types, their reproductive capacity was incredible, so there was a large number of Scolipede, Whirlipede, and Venipede. Although their numbers weren't as terrifying as the Combi, Cain had to fight hard to get out of there. Crossing the Scolipede territory wouldn't be easy. At first, Cain considered flying over the area, but upon exiting the territory, he saw a large number of flying Pokémon in the sky and abandoned the idea. These flying Pokémon hovered over the Scolipede territory, hunting Venipede and Whirlipede as part of the food chain. If Cain tried to fly over with Tropius or Honchkrow, he would be immediately targeted. The eastern side of the field was relatively more peaceful, as a group of Heracross lived there. Compared to the Vespiquen and Scolipede, their numbers were much smaller. However, the combat ability of a single Heracross was far greater than that of the other two. It wasn't called the strongest bug-type Pokémon for nothing. But Heracross were of a calm temperament, so when Cain entered cautiously, they didn't show much hostility or attack. After some exploration, Cain slowly withdrew. However, even though it was a short trip, Cain gained a lot. There were many ancient medicinal herbs, as well as rare materials and items, all scattered on the ground without being guarded by any Pokémon. Cain, following his instinct of not letting anything go to waste, collected them all. Among them, the most valuable item was a partially grown seed, about the size of half a palm. It was one of the most important ingredients for crafting a miracle seed. Its value was incalculable. After a simple investigation of the surroundings, Cain discovered that apart from the high-level and complex variety of Pokémon in the area, there wasn't much difference between this place and the forest where he had trained before. After all, the ecological chain here had already stabilized. Fortunately, he found a relatively safe meadow. Although there was no shelter from the wind or rain and nowhere to hide, at least the area was secure. Cain chose an elevated spot where there weren't too many wild Pokémon and decided to spend the night there. He took out a tent from his backpack along with some basic outdoor survival equipment. Since it was the first day on Mythical Island, he decided not to light a fire, as the environment wasn't completely safe. This time, Cain had purchased a sturdier tent with a special camouflage pattern that allowed it to change colors based on its surroundings. For example, in the meadow, the tent's light green color blended well with the nighttime environment. He then scattered some powders around the tent to repel insects and ward off certain weaker Pokémon. This would help keep bugs and low-level Pokémon away, though the effect was limited to that. After distributing food and Poke Blocks to his Pokémon, he also released his 5 small companions. For this expedition, Cain had brought all his Pokémon along not because he needed their help in battle, but so he could train them better while they stayed by his side. Sometimes, Cain thought about the possibility of finding a truly reliable Pokémon trainer to serve as his support. They wouldn't need to do much, just help Cain take care of the Pokémon he wasn't actively carrying. After all, he now had over a dozen Pokémon. If he captured some high-level wild ones, he'd have even more Pokeballs to manage. For now, Cain could handle the 5 from the veteran group and the 5 from the rookie group, making a total of 10 Pokémon. But he wouldn't always limit himself to these. For instance, he had recently captured Floette, a support Pokémon that improved his team's survival capabilities in the field. Should he train her as well? If so, to what level? Primary battle Pokémon, like Honchkrow, definitely required his direct attention. But what about secondary ones like Tropius or Gyarados? How should he handle them? After spending so much time together, he wasn't just going to release them, right? Gyarados, after living comfortably with Cain, probably wouldn't want to leave either. So, while keeping it long-term wasn't a problem, Cain still felt he should train it a bit. Thus, the need to find someone who could take care of these minor tasks was becoming increasingly apparent. After dinner, all the Pokémon ate their usual Pokeblocks. Eating them once or twice didn't make much difference, but long-term consumption significantly boosted their development. However, Cain now had 2 Pokémon with enormous appetites, and Pokeblocks alone wouldn't suffice. Those 2 were Aaron and Larvitar. Fortunately, Cain had purchased a large quantity of valuable minerals from Steven, which should be enough to feed both for a while. He watched as Aaron and Larvitar sat together, eating rocks larger than themselves, crunching loudly with each bite. Even though the rocks were extremely hard, Cain had tried using his psychic abilities to leave a mark on them, but couldn't. Yet Aaron and Larvitar devoured them like cookies, savoring every bite. Torchic, curious, watched them eat so happily. Cautiously, it approached and pecked at one of the rocks Larvitar was eating. The result was clear. Torchic immediately began to cry. Meanwhile, Larvitar ate even more contentedly. At first, it was worried someone might steal its food, but seeing that only Aaron and it could enjoy these rocks, it felt more at ease. Midway through its meal, Larvitar held its rock with one hand to keep it from falling and used the other to touch the small red backpack on its back, ensuring it still carried the fragment of Groudon's armor. Only after confirming it was still there did it continue eating in peace. After finishing their massive rocks, neither Aaron nor Larvitar showed any change in size. It was as if they had steel mouths and diamond stomachs. These stones, which came from Steven's collection and were quite valuable, would run out in 2 months at this rate. And as the Pokémon grew and required more food, the consumption would accelerate even further. This is why raising a pseudo-legendary Pokémon was so challenging. Take Larvitar, for example. It already required massive amounts of energy and nutrients daily, and it wasn't something simple Pokeblocks could solve. It needed high-quality food. However, not everyone could afford to train a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. After dinner, it was time for daily training. Even Floette, who had just been captured, had to participate. During dinner, Floette had also enjoyed some delicious Pokeblocks, though due to its small size, it didn't eat much. While it didn't need as much food as Larvitar and Aaron, that didn't mean it had less energy. Floette's training involved continuously using the move Grassy Terrain. Cain had noticed that while Floette was already very skilled at using support moves, surpassing his expectations, she still hadn't reached her full potential. The move Grassy Terrain, in particular, was not yet fully mastered. If it could master this move soon, Cain would have fewer worries about his team's safety. A Pokémon that acts as a walking healer would be even better than a portable Pokémon Center. Of course, this only worked for healing superficial wounds and relieving fatigue, but Floette could handle that without issue. The next day, with a trial-based approach, Cain and his Pokémon ventured into the forest north of the meadow. This was the territory of the Scolipede. Although there weren't as many Pokémon as in the Vespiquen swarm, there was still a large number of them. With his Pokémon battle-ready, Cain and his team advanced cautiously. He had faced Scolipede before and had been chased for a long time by a large group of them back then. However, this time, the Scolipede were even stronger than the ones he had encountered in the past. Luckily, Cain's Pokémon had also improved significantly. With a simple combat test, they managed to attract a large number of Scolipede and Whirlipede. At a glance, there seemed to be more than 100 Pokémon suddenly emerging from the forest. Without the limitations of the forest's complex terrain, Cain, with his fully energized Pokémon, could attack and retreat without issue. Every time the Scolipede tried to launch a massive attack, Cain ordered his Pokémon to retreat to a safe distance. Then, when the Scolipede were exhausted, they counterattacked. It was evident that among the Scolipede, there was a leader directing them. While their intelligence wasn't very high, having a commanding figure in a Pokémon group always made a big difference in their combat capability. Cain gave precise instructions for his Pokémon to gradually eliminate the weaker Scolipede lagging on the outskirts of the group. Fortunately, he had the help of Slowking and Honchkrow, who had a significant advantage over the Scolipede. Otherwise, the battle would have been much more difficult. When Cain and his Pokémon retreated a certain distance from the meadow, the Scolipede seemed to fear something. Although they could have reached Cain in seconds, they didn't dare advance further. Watching the Scolipede now lined up before him, Cain thought they had suddenly become easy targets. Only a fool misses an opportunity, Cain thought. Slowking, use Psychic. Honchkrow, use Sky Attack. Once you hit one, fly off immediately. Jengar, keep spamming Shadow Ball. Hit them with everything. Weevil, unleash a blizzard. Skorupi, wait here. Once Slowking and the others finish their attacks, it'll be your turn to strike. Cain ordered all his Pokémon to attack without holding back. Whatever was preventing the Scolipede from advancing wasn't something Cain had time to investigate at that moment. The first to strike was Slowking, creating black spheres of psychic energy that hovered above the Scolipede. Under Slowking's control, these black spheres dropped onto the Scolipede below. There was no need to worry about missing, there were plenty of targets. Jengar, meanwhile, was hurling shadow balls like lead pellets, aiming for the densest clusters of Scolipede. Honchkrow needed more time to charge its Sky Attack. After several attacks from Slowking and Jengar, Honchkrow finally managed to gather its power. It targeted the strongest and largest Scolipede, the ones likely to be the leaders. In particular, it locked onto the commander directing the other Scolipede. A blue aura of energy enveloped Honchkrow, which quickly launched itself at its target. In the blink of an eye, it struck the Scolipede leader, sending it crashing to the ground. Boom! Without waiting to see the result of its attack, Honchkrow swiftly soared back into the sky. The remaining Scolipede were paralyzed with fear at the speed of Honchkrow's attack, unable to react. A fatal blow. The leader Scolipede fell to the ground, completely incapacitated. Honchkrow's ability, Moxie, activated, boosting its power. Honchkrow, pleased with its success, wasn't about to stop. It stayed high above, preparing to strike again. As a flying Pokémon, as long as it remained at a safe altitude, the Scolipede couldn't do much to harm it. In this meadow, there weren't many flying Pokémon that could threaten it. The last to attack was Weevil, using Blizzard. Though Weevil wasn't very familiar with the move, it managed to release it with some difficulty. As the snow fell, the entire group of Scolipede was caught in the storm. In terms of group attacks, Weevil's Blizzard was the most powerful move in Cain's team. The Scolipede, now leaderless, became completely disorganized and fell prey to the relentless attacks of Weevil, Jengar, and Slowking. After multiple assaults and a few more strikes from Honchkrow, another leader emerged among the Scolipede and attempted to order a retreat. But it was already too late. Panic had overtaken the Scolipede, who desperately tried to flee. Skorupi, who had been eagerly waiting on the sidelines, was ready for Cain's signal. They've completely fallen apart. Skorupi, it's your turn. Time to attack. Remember, aim for the weak points, Honchkrow, and the others will back you up. Cha! Skorupi roared with excitement and charged at the Scolipede. It was like a predator amidst a flock of sheep. The Scolipede, focused on escaping, paid no attention to Skorupi, who found the weak spots between their armor plates and attacked mercilessly. With a deadly combination of pincers, jaws, and stinger, Skorupi became a destruction machine, striking the vulnerable points and taking down its foes one by one. When the battle ended, the ground was littered with fallen Scolipede, and only Cain and his Pokémon remained standing. After taking advantage of the opportunity and defeating over 100 Scolipede and Whirlipede, even Cain's Pokémon were somewhat exhausted. Especially Skorupi, who had thoroughly enjoyed the previous battle. It dove into the crowd of Scolipede, becoming a killing machine. The Scolipede had already been injured by the attacks from Slowking and the others, but once Skorupi found their weak points, it was like striking down small Pokémon. It maximized the effects of its sniper ability. Additionally, its great strength and thick armor allowed it to avoid some unexpected counterattacks. Floette, grassy terrain. Cain ordered Floette, who was comfortably nestled in his front pocket. Speaking of Floette, it had been a funny sight during the previous battle. Despite being scared, it covered its eyes with its hands, but peeked through her fingers every now and then out of curiosity, only to cover them again in fear. Cain found its expressions highly entertaining. When the battle finally ended, Floette sighed in relief and waved its tiny flower, causing the grass on the ground to glow with a green radiance. The Pokémon entering this area, like Slowking and the others, immediately felt revitalized in both body and spirit. With some time to rest, Cain began pondering why the Scolipede had stopped so abruptly and refused to advance further. The only reason wild Pokémon would behave that way was if they were in the territory of a very powerful Pokémon. Wild Pokémon have a strong sense of territoriality. What appeared to Cain as a peaceful meadow might actually be so because of the presence of an extremely strong but non-aggressive Pokémon. However, for such violent Pokémon as the Scolipede, the owner of this territory had clearly forbidden their entry. After generations of painful lessons, the Scolipede instinctively felt a deep fear of this area. Even if their enemy was only a few meters away, they didn't dare violate that unspoken rule. Was this powerful Pokémon still around? Or had it vanished? Cain remained on high alert because a Pokémon capable of terrifying the Scolipede must be incredibly strong. However, after spending an entire day in this area, Cain figured that if the Pokémon in question was upset by his presence, it would have already appeared to drive him off or eliminate him. Since it hadn't shown itself, perhaps it wasn't bothered by Cain, or perhaps it hadn't been seen in a long time. Could it be that the Scolipede's fear stemmed from a bloody lesson in the past? Either way, for now, Cain was safe. This gave him more freedom to act. Cain began capturing the Scolipede that met his level or quality requirements using Pokeballs. After all, they were good Pokémon. Those that didn't meet his standards, whether due to level or quality, were eliminated without mercy. Cain planned to lure another horde of Scolipede later. With some luck, he might even completely wipe out the entire Scolipede colony. As expected, after attracting an even larger group of Scolipede, they stopped once again at the same invisible boundary. What followed was straightforward. With Floette's grassy terrain aiding them, Cain's Pokémon became nearly unstoppable, launching relentless attacks on the Scolipede. The most remarkable feat was Honchkrow's Moxie ability. Though facing hordes of Scolipede could grant it many Moxie stacks, engaging in close combat was dangerous. It was easy to get overwhelmed by the sheer number of Scolipede. Even so, Honchkrow managed to accumulate 10 Moxie stacks for the first time. With that level of power, Honchkrow became an unstoppable force. It could move through the Scolipede with no one able to stop it. It was a true destruction machine, dealing more damage than any other team member. Cain noticed that after Honchkrow reached 10 Moxie stacks, defeating additional Scolipede no longer granted it more stacks. Could it be that 10 is the maximum limit for stacks? Or maybe these Scolipede aren't strong enough, and after reaching 10 stacks, it now requires stronger opponents to gain more. Cain thought as he observed Honchkrow. Even if 10 stacks were the limit, the ability was undeniably incredible. Cain believed that in terms of offensive power, Honchkrow was now on par with a high advanced level Pokémon. It was no wonder that the Scolipede, which hadn't even reached early advanced level, couldn't stop it. This time, the number of Scolipede was even greater than the previous wave. After the cleanup, over 200 Scolipede lay defeated on the ground. All of them stopped short of the invisible line, not daring to take a single step forward, even as they were on the brink of losing the ability to fight. This only deepened Cain's curiosity about the mysterious Pokémon. However, the Scolipede were craftier this time and tried to flee when they realized they couldn't win. But against a Honchkrow with 10 Moxie stacks, their retreat only hastened their defeat. The intensity of these battles caused both Honchkrow and Skorupi to level up. Honchkrow reached level 41, while Skorupi finally hit level 39, just one level away from evolving and reaching advanced level. After feeding them some poke blocks and having Floette heal them with grassy terrain, Cain led his team back into the Scolipede forest. Using the same strategy, Cain eliminated 2 more groups of Scolipede, further increasing his Pokémon's levels. Slowking reached level 43, while Weevil and Jengar leveled up to 41. The training turned out to be extremely productive. Cain never imagined finding such a perfect place to strengthen his Pokémon. He decided that after attracting one last group of Scolipede, he would conclude the day's battles. Although his Pokémon were strong, they weren't machines. Despite Floette's healing, under such continuous pressure, even the toughest hide would eventually wear down. Originally, he only intended to attract a small group, but when Cain saw who was leading the Scolipede stampede, he knew the situation had escalated. A Scolipede much larger than the others was at the forefront, charging furiously toward them. After his system scanned the data on the Scolipede, Cain couldn't help but frown. Pokémon: Scolipede, light blue. Gender: female. Level: 52. Type: bug plus poison. Ability: poison point. Held item: none. Egg moves: Twineedle, toxic spikes, takedown. Basic moves: Baton pass, iron defense, mega horn, defense curl, rollout, poison sting, screech, pursuit, protect, poison tail, venoshock, agility, steamroller, toxic, venom drench, rock climb. Learned moves: iron tail, stomping tantrum, signal beam. TM moves: none. This is a problem. Level 52, a quasi-elite level Scolipede. Have we defeated too many and attracted their leader? Cain thought to himself. However, his body didn't hesitate. He quickly called his Pokémon back, hoping that the meadow would also intimidate this quasi-elite level Scolipede. As quickly as possible, he retreated from the forest and ran toward the safe zone. Cain felt relieved that this Scolipede didn't have the speed boost ability, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape in time. Once they crossed the safety line, Cain didn't stop. He ran another 30 meters before finally pausing. He didn't sense any movement behind him, and when he turned to look, he indeed saw the Scolipede halted at the safety line, not taking a single step forward. However, unlike the previous groups, they didn't seem as scared to the point of retreating frantically. This time, the leader Scolipede stood firm at the line, her sharp eyes fixed on Cain. She knew this human and his Pokémon were responsible for luring her herd out of the forest. As the leader of her clan, one of the largest in this area, she couldn't let Cain and his Pokémon escape without consequences. If she allowed it, her Scolipede herd would become the target of anyone looking to challenge them. Yet, the leader Scolipede was also filled with doubt because she was well aware of what place this was. Still, deep down, she felt profoundly frustrated. She could see her enemies just a short distance away but didn't dare move forward. Cain didn't approach too closely either. He knew the leader Scolipede's power was considerable and that she had no shortage of ranged attacks. Who knew how far her offensive reach could extend? He decided it would be safer to keep a 30-meter distance. The rest of the Scolipede formed an orderly line behind their leader, like soldiers awaiting orders. Despite being so close to the safety line, their innate fear of that place was still evident. The leader Scolipede patrolled the line, clearly irritated but unwilling to cross it. Meanwhile, Cain began to calm down. Now, two conflicting thoughts filled his mind. One hoped the leader Scolipede wouldn't cross that line and would return to her forest. If so, Cain could continue taking advantage of the Scolipede territory to train his Pokémon uninterrupted. But another part of him was curious to see what kind of Pokémon could inspire such fear in a group of powerful Scolipede. What kind of Pokémon could keep them from advancing even with their leader present? At the very least, the leader Scolipede was brave enough to stand right at the line. The others kept a 1-meter distance for safety. Cain, intrigued, instructed Slowking to use the move Teleport if the leader Scolipede crossed the line or came within 20 meters of them. If they maintained a distance of more than 20 meters, his Pokémon could still defend against attacks. But within that range, everything would be riskier. With the order given, Slowking activated his psychic powers, ready to use Teleport at any moment. Feeling more confident, Cain provocatively sat on the ground, pulled out some poke blocks for his Pokémon, and began eating some snacks calmly. He was playing with fire, flirting with danger. Yes, Cain was tempting fate. He knew he needed to find out what Pokémon inhabited that place and caused the Scolipede such fear. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. He hoped the leader Scolipede would draw the mysterious Pokémon out of hiding. And indeed, the leader Scolipede grew enraged at Cain's nonchalant attitude, as if nothing could harm him. Her eyes filled with fury. She let out growls as her hesitation grew. Cain smirked and decided to provoke her even more. Weevil, use Ice Beam on the leader Scolipede to help her make the right decision. Weevil responded instantly. It stayed in place and launched the Ice Beam move. From 30 meters away, the attack barely had any power when it hit the leader Scolipede, causing only a slight chill on her head. But instead of calming down, the Scolipede felt her rage intensify. Wow, she has incredible patience. Weevil, now use Icicle Crush. Under the stunned gaze of the leader Scolipede, a small icicle hit her face. Scolipede didn't feel pain, but her pride and authority as a quasi-elite level Pokémon were deeply wounded. Her anger was uncontrollable. She couldn't take it anymore. Under the astonished looks of the other Scolipede, the leader stepped past that crucial line. After taking that first step, the leader Scolipede paused for a second, surprised that nothing happened. Then, her fury unleashed fully. She charged toward Cain with a cold, murderous gaze. Cain watched closely as the Scolipede crossed the line, and seeing nothing unexpected happen, his expression turned serious. Slowking. At Cain's signal, Slowking amplified its psychic power, enveloping Cain and his Pokémon in its energy. The air around them began to distort from the power of the teleport move. But just before Slowking could use the move, and as the Scolipede was less than 10 meters away, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the ground of the meadow. It looked like the outline of a bird, with wings spread wide, covering both Cain and the leader Scolipede. Wait! Cain abruptly shouted. Scolipede was less than 10 meters away from Cain, needing just a little more time to reach him. Upon hearing Cain say, "Wait a moment," Slowking did not hesitate to halt the instant move. The other Pokémon, including Honchkrow and the rest, positioned themselves in front of Cain, prepared and alert as Scolipede charged toward them. But Scolipede paid them no attention. When a shadow appeared on the ground, it panicked and quickly turned around, trying to flee. It could feel the air currents around it starting to swirl, and the shadow cast from above growing smaller. Slowly, Cain lifted his head to look at the sky, finally managing to see the Pokémon that was causing such fear in Scolipede. The once aggressive Scolipede now looked like a mouse, desperate to escape. However, the Pokémon descending rapidly from the sky would not give it the chance. As the Pokémon approached, a thin layer of light blue energy surrounded its body, and in a split second, That layer condensed into the form of a ferocious dragon. Dragon Rush. A dragon-type move. Cain watched as the wings, which once seemed soft like clouds, now radiated a powerful and imposing energy as they were enveloped by the aura. Yes, the Pokémon was Altaria, a dragon, and flying-type Pokémon. The very same Altaria that, upon Mega Evolution, becomes a dragon and fairy-type, betraying the Dragon Clan. As Altaria drew closer, Cain received information about it and understood why Scolipede was so terrified. Pokémon, Altaria, Dark Blue. Gender, female. Level, 59. Type, Dragon plus Flying. Ability, Natural Cure. Held item, None. Egg moves, Agility, Dragon Rush, Roost, Steel Wing. Basic moves, Dragon Breath, Sky Attack, Pluck, Peck, Growl, Astonish, Sing, Fury Attack, Safeguard, Disarming Voice, Mist, Round, Natural Gift, Take Down, Refresh, Dragon Dance, Cotton Guard, Dragon Pulse, Perish Song, Moonblast. Learned moves, Draco Meteor, Outrage, Heat Wave, Defog. TM moves, none. With exceptional potential and level 59, it was evident that the presence of this Altaria filled even Scolipede, the leader of its group, with fear. This dark blue Altaria, at the peak of the quasi-elite level, was undoubtedly one of the most powerful Pokémon on this island. Looking at its moves, Dragon Rush, Draco Meteor, Outrage, and Dragon Dance, each was a highly powerful dragon-type move that Altaria had learned and mastered. The speed with which it executed Dragon Rush made it clear it had reached a high level of proficiency with these moves. Upon seeing Altaria's arrival, Cain fully understood why Scolipede and its followers were so frightened. Altaria, being dragon and flying type, had a natural advantage over bug types like Scolipede. Dragon-type Pokémon always exude a certain majesty, with a trace of dragon blood running through their veins. The concentration of this blood determines how well a Pokémon can master dragon-type moves, or even if they can learn them at all. For instance, the little Larvitar in Cain's second team had inherited the moves Outrage and Dragon Dance. Does this mean Larvitar is a dragon-type Pokémon? No, but it undoubtedly possesses strong dragon blood within, likely inherited from a pure dragon-type parent. As for Cain's Tropius, his flying mount, it was merely a Pokémon whose name contained the word dragon, with very weak dragon blood inheritance. Altaria, however, is different. This Pokémon is truly a dragon type. Though not a pure dragon, the dragon inheritance in its body is significant. Especially this Altaria before Cain, its dragon talent is incredibly strong. At its current level, even some Pokémon that had recently reached elite status might not stand a chance against it. On Mythical Island, Altaria is undoubtedly one of the dominant Pokémon. Cain wasn't wrong to think so. The area he had been transported to was, in fact, Altaria's territory. The Scolipede Forest was merely a small hunting ground within Altaria's domain. And the meadow where Cain had spent the past few days was the center of Altaria's territory, its resting place. Scolipede could not escape Altaria's attack. Altaria's Dragon Rush struck Scolipede perfectly as it tried to flee. Boom! The once proud Scolipede was smashed into the ground. Though much larger than Altaria, it seemed like a child in front of her. This demonstrated the vast difference in power between Pokémon of the same quasi-elite level. As they grow in level and strength, the gap between Pokémon widens with each additional level. Every level requires a considerable amount of time to master. However, the first Dragon Rush was not enough to defeat Scolipede, which tried to rise again, letting out continuous screeches. It was unclear whether it was pleading for its life from Altaria or calling its group for help. But Altaria's overwhelming power had left an indelible impression, sinking deep into their hearts. Even though they saw their leader being attacked, the other Scolipede did not dare to fight back. After Cain had eliminated several Scolipede groups, they wouldn't cross the line, which showed how terrified they were of Altaria. Altaria, with no visible emotion in her eyes, flapped her wings again and rose into the sky. This time, it wasn't Dragon Rush, but Sky Attack, a move Honchkrow was very familiar with. Honchcrow, standing beside Cain, watched in awe as Altaria executed Sky Attack. It noticed the flaws in its own execution of Sky Attack by observing Altaria. At least, Altaria didn't need as much time to charge. Boom! As Scolipede screamed, Altaria, with a cold expression, unleashed Sky Attack upon the fallen Scolipede. Though Altaria appeared delicate and gentle, she showed no mercy when attacking. Scolipede was defeated instantly by Altaria. Altaria slowly descended from the sky, perching atop Scolipede's body, casting a distant gaze toward the remaining Scolipede. The majesty of a regional ruler was unquestionable. The Scolipede were utterly terrified. Trembling, they began to scatter. They didn't have the courage to avenge their leader. From Altaria's eyes, Cain could discern a few things. Food, in the end, is just food, no matter how powerful it might be, thought Altaria, eyeing the intruders. As prey, you should have a clear sense of yourself. Is it appropriate to enter my home uninvited? As for why other Pokémon could live in that meadow, it was simply because Altaria was capricious. Why are those Scolipedes so ugly? She mused disdainfully. If I don't beat them, who else would I target? After the Scolipede were driven away, Altaria's dominating presence began to slowly fade. She turned and glanced at Cain, who stood behind her, then at the Pokémon accompanying him, nodding slightly. Not bad, she thought. So I won't harm them. Besides, it seems they also attacked those ugly Scolipede earlier, meaning they share my aesthetic preferences. If Cain's Pokémon knew that this overwhelmingly strong Altaria was deciding whether to attack them based on their appearance, they would undoubtedly be speechless. Deciding whether to attack a Pokémon purely based on whether they looked pretty. Cain, after being scrutinized by Altaria, felt that she harbored no strong hostility toward his group. Nor did she seem angry about their trespass into her territory. What a strange character. Does she treat different Pokémon differently? Cain thought to himself. In that meadow, he had seen several Tauros, Rhyhorn, and Skiddo all living peacefully without any sign of fear. It seemed to be one of the few places on the island where life was tranquil. Of course, this only applied to Pokémon that Altaria didn't perceive as threatening. Slowly, Slowking lowered his psychic guard and stopped the teleport move. Maintaining that state of readiness without acting was also a demanding effort for him. Suddenly, Altaria let out a cry toward the sky. Under Cain's watchful gaze, two small fluffy Pokémon resembling cotton candy lazily flew down from the clouds. They were Swablu. Judging by the relationship between these two Swablu and Altaria, they were likely her children. Could it be that Altaria treats Pokémon differently for the sake of her two children? Cain speculated. Perhaps, if a Pokémon appears to threaten her offspring, Altaria drives them away. But if they don't, she leaves them be. Cain strongly believed in this hypothesis. Though in reality, he had no idea what Altaria was truly thinking. Since Altaria showed no intention of attacking, Cain relaxed a bit. This Altaria gave him the feeling that resistance would be futile. If, after killing the Scolipede leader, Altaria had turned against them, Cain probably would have had to summon Mismagius to resist briefly while Slowking teleported the group away. Although the plan had been to fight another battle, things hadn't gone as expected, and the Pokémon were tired. Moreover, the situation had been quite tense. While the sun still shone brightly in the sky, Cain ordered Skorupi and Honchcrow to hunt some wild animals. Since Altaria was present, it meant this place was likely one of the safest in the area. They could take advantage of it to enjoy a good dinner that evening. Altaria, standing in the meadow, played with her two offspring. With great care, she straightened the disheveled feathers on her children's soft wings. The two Swablu showed no sign of fear and didn't seem to mind Cain and his group's presence at all. After all, their mother was strong enough, and they had never encountered a Pokémon in the area more powerful than her. As a result, they lived peacefully. Being watched by other Pokémon was nothing new to them. After their mother finished preening them, the two Swablu resumed playing. Living a carefree life was quite enjoyable. Under Altaria's care, these two Swablu had never experienced danger or pain. This, however, could become a problem in the future. After briefly observing the young Swablu, Cain refocused on preparing the meal. Certain that Altaria bore them no hostility, he decided to release his 5 smaller Pokémon. The environment had been dangerous lately, and only during meals could they come out to play a bit, making these moments some of the few times they could enjoy themselves. This was the downside of carrying so many Pokémon. After leaving the island, Cain had decided that he would finally address this issue. The Pokémon, skilled in handling the meat they had caught, were preparing to enjoy the meal, while Cain worked on his special sauces and seasonings. He had developed these recipes based on studied combinations for Pokémon, so the roasted meat he prepared was unrivaled. It was one of his Pokémon's favorite dishes. Even Aaron and Larvitar, who typically preferred minerals, would set aside rocks when roasted meat was available. At first, Altaria hadn't paid much attention to what Cain was doing. But as the number of Pokémon around him grew and the setup expanded, she began watching with curiosity. In her life on the island, she had never seen a creature like Cain. He was clearly not strong, yet he was surrounded by decent Pokémon who followed his every order to the letter. Altaria was merely observing Cain, but the 2 Swablu flew directly over to them. Though they lived carefree lives, they usually played only among themselves. Seeing Cain's 5 little Pokémon having fun in the meadow piqued the Swablu's curiosity, prompting them to join in. They were all young and not very strong, so they soon began playing together. Cain's Pokémon didn't resist, especially knowing that the Swablu's mother was watching them. However, Larvitar and the others didn't pay them any special attention, especially Aaron, whose grandfather was a true elite-level Pokémon. The Swablu weren't bothered by the others' attitudes. Instead, they found it refreshing. Having never played like this with other Pokémon before, they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Cain noticed the 2 Swablu joining the group, but said nothing. However, the faint smile on his face revealed his internal satisfaction. Seeing his expression, Pokémon who knew Cain well, like Slowking, could tell he was up to something. Soon, the characteristic aroma of Cain's roasted meat began spreading across the field. Cain's Pokémon, drawn by the scent, started to gather around him. The 5 little ones, in particular, abandoned whatever they were doing to rush to his side, watching his every move as they waited for the meat to be fully cooked. The 2 Swablu that had been playing with them also hurried over, captivated by the tempting aroma they had never encountered before. With a smile on his face, Cain continued putting the final touches on the meat. Even Altaria, who occasionally kept an eye on her 2 young ones from the corner of her eye, couldn't help but take notice. The 2 Swablu fluttered their cotton candy-like white wings as they hovered around Cain. Their curiosity was immense about this mysterious creature they had never seen before, who seemed to be the source of this delightful scent. Cain glanced at the Swablu and used his system to gather their data. Pokémon, Swablu, dark blue. Gender, male. Level, 16. Type, normal plus flying. Ability, natural cure. Held item, none. Egg moves, agility, feather dance, roost, steel wing. Basic moves, peck, growl, astonish, sing, fury attack, safeguard, disarming voice, mist. Learned moves, sky attack, defog. TM moves, none. Pokémon, Swablu, dark blue. Gender, female. Level, 15. Type, normal plus flying. Ability, natural cure. Held item, none. Egg moves, agility, dragon rush, steel wing, play rough. Basic moves, peck, growl, astonish, sing, fury attack, safeguard, disarming voice, mist. Learned moves, dragon pulse, outrage. TM moves, none. A male and a female, this Altaria had truly become an exceptional mother. Moreover, both Swablu had clearly inherited their mother's great potential, showing no significant weaknesses. However, there were differences in the inheritance and lineage of the 2 Swablu. Although Cain didn't know who their father was, he assumed it must have been a high-quality flying-type Pokémon with strong abilities, given how distinctly different the 2 were. The level 16 male Swablu seemed to have inherited the father's flying-type abilities, with a natural aptitude for learning flying-type moves, whether through egg moves or training. This demonstrated a strong affinity for the flying type. At his young age of level 16, he had already learned Sky Attack from Altaria, indicating a promising future for flying-type moves. On the other hand, the female Swablu appeared to have inherited her mother's talent in Dragon-type energy. She had great potential in Dragon-type energy, having learned moves like Outrage, something only Pokémon with exceptional Dragon lineage could achieve. Her ceiling in the Dragon-type would be much higher. The difference between the two was clear and would define their future development. The Swablu specializing in flying would be better suited for early growth, both in its current form and after evolving into Altaria, as the flying type would remain a core part of its identity. This would allow it to maintain stable performance even in its weaker stages. However, the female Swablu, though starting weaker due to her Dragon-type affinity, would gain more power after evolving. Once evolved, the Dragon-type would begin to surpass the flying type, becoming her defining strength. The most significant factor was that Altaria could mega-evolve, transforming into a dragon/fairy Pokémon. This change would ensure that the Dragon type remained central to her identity, allowing her to unleash her full potential. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Cain at that moment. He was simply making a rational analysis of the Swablu's future. If he had to choose one, he would probably go for the dragon-specialized Swablu. But this was merely a thought, as the powerful Altaria was still watching them from a distance. If Altaria weren't present, Cain wouldn't hesitate to try capturing both Swablu. He'd be foolish to choose just one. As a good trainer, he would obviously want both. He only considered it briefly since he was still under the mother's watchful gaze. If Altaria knew what he was thinking, she would probably tear him apart with outrage. Finally, under Cain's skilled hands, the meat was fully cooked. He distributed the roasted meat to each Pokémon according to their appetite. Today, he had asked Skorupi and Honchkrow to hunt several additional wild animals to have something to offer the Swablu and Altaria in case they were drawn by the food. Each Pokémon received their portion, starting with the 5 little ones. Aaron and Larvitar, with their thick and sturdy hides, didn't care how hot the meat was. They grabbed it immediately, taking huge bites, their faces showing utter satisfaction. The 2 Swablu, seeing Larvitar and Aaron enjoying the food, couldn't resist taking a small peck at the giant piece of meat. Larvitar, noticing what they were doing, quickly hid his meat behind him along with his bag, eyeing the Swablu cautiously. Playing was fine, but food was personal. That was what Larvitar's expression seemed to say. However, the Swablu didn't back down, probably because they had burned their mouths. Unlike Larvitar, they couldn't handle eating such hot food. But the taste they had gotten made their eyes sparkle. Happy and excited, they looked at Cain, wanting to say something but unable to because their mouths were full of roasted meat. Seeing the excited Swablu with their mouths full, Cain chuckled softly and offered them the portion he had prepared for them. With a small gesture, he made them understand that this was their share. The Swablu closed their eyes in bliss. This time, they didn't rush to eat but carefully fanned the meat with their wings, cooling it before savoring it bit by bit. Altaria had originally intended to stop the 2 Swablu from eating what Cain had given them, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided not to. From her perspective, that aroma, yes, it did seem quite good. After Cain distributed the roasted meat to all his Pokémon, they happily enjoyed their meal. For some Pokémon, the quantity might not have been enough, as was the case with Larvitar. Even so, it made for a good appetizer. Later, Larvitar could fill up on minerals since no one else could steal his food now. On the grill, a whole roasted lamb still remained. Cain sliced off a front leg and placed it on his plate, then wrapped the rest in plastic. Under Altaria's watchful gaze, Cain took the roasted lamb and slowly approached her. Altaria, proud and aloof, kept her gaze fixed ahead, completely ignoring Cain's actions. Cain, smiling, paid no mind to Altaria's reaction. He placed the roasted lamb in front of her and said, "Altaria, thank you for your help today. Consider this a small token of my gratitude." With that, Cain smiled again. Seeing that Altaria still didn't respond, he turned and walked away. Altaria's throat moved slightly as the irresistible aroma wafted toward her. It really smells delicious, Altaria thought. Would it be disgraceful to eat food given by someone else? But then she reflected, He said it was a gift of gratitude, and I am the sovereign of this area. After all, I just saved him and provided him protection. Wouldn't it be appropriate to accept his food? No, she told herself. I must maintain my composure. I must resist. However, another thought tempted her, or just one bite. Yes, just a small taste to acknowledge the gesture. When she finally tasted the lamb, she couldn't help but enjoy it. Oh, how delicious. Cain had no idea what was going on in Altaria's mind, but he kept an eye on her movements. When he saw her take a bite, he no longer looked her way. Finally, it seems we've improved our relationship a little, Cain thought to himself. After returning to his spot, Cain finished his dinner. When he looked at Altaria again, he saw her with a rib in her beak, nibbling on the meat. When their eyes met, the two white patches on Altaria's cheeks turned a bit red. A little embarrassed to have been caught, Cain pretended not to have noticed and continued cleaning up the leftovers, though he couldn't suppress the smile forming on his face. It was rare for such a powerful Pokémon like Altaria to let anyone approach her. That wasn't something that happened every day. Especially with Altaria, one of the strongest Pokémon on this island. If he managed to establish a good relationship, perhaps he could gain special assistance in the future. After dinner, Cain didn't intentionally approach Altaria again. Instead, he took his Pokémon to train in the field. The 5 little Pokémon also joined in on the training, leaving the 2 Swablu watching from the sidelines. Watching them, the Swablu thought it looked quite fun. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to join in and felt too shy to ask Cain. In the end, they flew back to their mother for comfort. Usually, the 2 Swablu greatly enjoyed playing together under their mother's protection, but for some reason, this time it didn't feel as fun. After finishing the nighttime training, Cain and his Pokémon retired to the tent. This special tent was not only waterproof and insect-resistant, but also much more spacious than the previous one. Though it was a bit cramped with everyone sleeping together, the Pokémon liked the warmth of being close. Only Larvitar and Aaron were placed in a specially prepared corner. It wasn't that they were excluded, but their weight was simply too much for the others to bear in such a tight space. Larvitar and Aaron felt a little resentful, but understood the situation and didn't complain. Cain closed his eyes, but didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, he activated his system to review the data he had obtained from Team Rocket on improving Pokémon quality. The system had already analyzed and categorized the information. Clearly, the data Team Rocket provided had been carefully filtered, omitting anything that could improve Pokémon quality universally. It was possible that these methods weren't fully developed or that they didn't want Cain to uncover them. However, Cain suspected that these so-called universal methods for quality improvement were probably not entirely effective. He then focused on methods specific to improving certain Pokémon species. There were many things mentioned in the report that Cain had never heard of before. Based on the descriptions, Team Rocket likely had access to some of those resources. This indicated that these quality enhancement techniques were exclusive to Team Rocket. For Pokémon like Gengar, Honchkrow, and Slowking, improving their quality was more complicated due to their advanced evolution stages. The report stated that the most opportune times to enhance a Pokémon's quality were before its birth or during its evolution. For Torchic, there was a high probability of success in improving its quality. The only drawback was that Cain currently lacked the necessary materials to attempt it. However, one Pokémon in particular caught Cain's attention, and he couldn't look away. Skorupi. Upon reviewing the system's data, Cain noticed a method to enhance Skorupi's quality. The best time to implement it would be just before its evolution or during the evolution process. Cain carefully read through the information from start to finish. Skorupi was already at level 39, just one level away from evolving, which would also take it to the advanced level. A competition-style enhancement method? Cain thought as he reflected on what he had read. The next day, Cain led his Pokémon back to the Scolipede leader's territory. After witnessing their leader's defeat by Altaria, none of the Pokémon in the area dared leave the forest, no matter how much Cain provoked them. Additionally, with the leader's death, there was no clear new leader in the Scolipede territory. Instead, several of the strongest Pokémon began fighting among themselves to determine who would become the new boss. This process wouldn't be resolved in just 1 or 2 days. Normally, such conflict wouldn't be a significant problem, as they could wait for a new leader to emerge and then rebuild their population. As bug types, they were confident in their ability to reproduce quickly. However, now they had to face a cunning and formidable enemy. The internal conflict within the Scolipede group presented Cain with a perfect opportunity, the chance to defeat the entire group one by one. Moreover, with the method Cain reviewed last night for improving Skorupi's quality, and given that Skorupi was on the verge of evolution, Cain thought there was still room for strategic maneuvers. This time, upon entering Scolipede territory, Cain designated Skorupi as the main attacker, while the other Pokémon assisted in ensuring victory in battles. Slowking and the others also noticed changes in Skorupi. Combined with Cain's orders, they guessed it was likely related to Skorupi's impending evolution. As one of the most cherished and cared for companions in the group, Skorupi was finally about to evolve. Honchkrow, as the older brother figure, took the lead. Every Pokémon was fully motivated. Although Skorupi's pursuit speed put them under pressure at this critical moment, they wouldn't do anything to jeopardize the situation. If Skorupi was close to catching up, they simply fought harder. Such was the bond among Cain's Pokémon at this moment. Cain also asked Floette to closely monitor the physical condition of the Pokémon, using grassy terrain or healing moves like Heal Bell when necessary. Under Cain's special attention, Floette's ability to use grassy terrain improved noticeably in a short time. Already effective, Floette's grassy terrain now covered a larger area and had a much greater impact. As a support Pokémon in combat, Floette was also growing rapidly. On her first day with Cain's team, she had already leveled up, reaching level 31. Something Floette could never have imagined. Simply by using her most familiar moves, without direct fighting, her strength was increasing. She knew how much effort and sacrifice it had taken to reach her current level. She had navigated among powerful Pokémon, barely surviving, and only in Alteria's peaceful territory had she begun to enjoy a more comfortable life. Although small, standing at barely 20 centimeters tall, Floette possessed great power in her tiny body. With Floette's help, Skorupi and the others defeated the Scolipede faster. Without worrying about injuries, Skorupi dove into battle with even greater intensity, sometimes even trading blows to ensure his attacks hit their mark. Cain did not intervene or warn Skorupi about his physical and mental changes. Slowking and the others thought about stopping him, but Cain held them back. He told them that the only way to help Skorupi now was to make it easier for him to defeat his opponents. After Skorupi defeated the first Scolipede, Cain instructed him to consume the organ where the Pokémon stored its poison, whether it was liquid venom, a venom sac, or something similar. Not all Pokémon develop a venom sac, but almost all poison-type and bug-type Pokémon have a specific organ for storing venom, which Cain referred to as the venom sac. With the first Scolipede defeated, Skorupi consumed the venom sac. According to the information Cain had obtained from Team Rocket, this was the first step in improving Skorupi's potential using the toxin nutrition method. The ideal method would have been to place several poison-type Pokémon in a confined space, letting them fight to the death. The last survivor would undoubtedly be the one with the greatest potential. Additionally, the experience could enhance their quality. However, Skorupi was his companion, and Cain wouldn't force him to go through such an ordeal. Instead, there was another way to achieve a similar effect, finding poison-type Pokémon territories and allowing Skorupi to consume their venomous essences. Though not as brutal as the toxin nutrition method, if done in sufficient quantities, it could yield similar results. The more intensely his opponents fought, the more venom they had. The fiercer the battle, the better the final results. So, while Cain deliberately led Skorupi into this type of training, Skorupi naturally began to change his mindset. Fight. Destroy. Devour. Grow. Skorupi's movements became more precise, and every part of his body seemed to transform into a lethal weapon. The more Scolipede Skorupi defeated, the more he consumed. Although Slowking and the others were worried, since Cain had ordered it, they focused solely on helping Skorupi defeat his opponents faster. Skorupi felt as if his blood were boiling, with endless energy coursing through his body. A voice in his mind constantly told him, "Just a little more. Defeat a few more, and you'll gain even more benefits." As a battle fanatic, Skorupi didn't reject this feeling at all. Each time he defeated a Scolipede, he felt his strength increase. Although the increments were small, they became more evident with each battle. Moreover, Skorupi began to deeply understand the Scolipede, where their weak points were, which areas were stronger, where to strike for maximum damage, and where attacks would have no effect. He learned all this through his battles. With his sniper ability, Cain always reminded Skorupi to pay attention to his opponent's weaknesses. Targeting weak points had become a habit for Skorupi during battles. Eventually, Skorupi faced 2 level 39 Scolipedes simultaneously. He skillfully evaded their attacks, and with a simple move of his pincers and tail, activated his sniper ability, defeating them both with a single strike. Quick and clean. Cain observed every one of Skorupi's movements while the system analyzed the data. Although others didn't notice, Cain could see that Skorupi's internal and external body temperature had already doubled from normal. "Floette, use grassy terrain on Skorupi again," Cain said calmly, addressing the Floette nestled in his chest pocket. "Fleet." Floette obediently nodded. With a wave of the flower in her hands, a green meadow appeared beneath Skorupi's feet, helping to mend the cracks in its armor. The fissures in Skorupi's armor began to heal at a visible pace, thanks partly to Floette's grassy terrain move and partly to Skorupi's regenerative ability. After absorbing so much energy, Skorupi's recovery system was already at its peak. Additionally, whether due to the training method called toxin nutrition or something else, Skorupi's body seemed to have grown significantly. Its armor, which originally had a bluish-purple hue, now showed a dark red or reddish-purple tint. It was completely covered in toxins. At this point, stopping was no longer an option. In its current state, Skorupi didn't need help from the other Pokémon to face opponents below the advanced level. Even if confronted by 3 or 5 lower-level Scolipede, Skorupi could defeat them with ease and speed. The reckless slaughter of Scolipede by Cain hadn't gone unnoticed by the rest of the colony, even though they were caught up in a civil war. This time, Skorupi's opponent was a Scolipede with standout qualities, level 44 and green tier potential. This Scolipede was one of the strongest in its colony. Slowking and the others immediately noticed the appearance of the Scolipede, knowing it wouldn't be easy to defeat, and tried to intervene. "Cha!" Skorupi let out a cry, stopping Slowking in its tracks. Cain felt the intense combat desire radiating from Skorupi. Raising a hand, Cain halted the other Pokémon and said, "Let Skorupi handle it alone. Make sure no other Scolipede interferes with the fight." Honchkrow and the others nodded seriously. "Skorupi, if you're going to face it alone, then show your presence," Cain said calmly. "Cha!" Skorupi roared again, its aura even more intimidating as it directed all its fury toward the Scolipede in front of it. "Good. Use agility to close the gap. Engage in close combat and show it true power," Cain commanded. At Cain's signal, Skorupi charged at high speed. Skorupi was so hyped that the heat emanating from its body created a thin mist of white vapor when it stood still. As it ran, a faint corrosive atmosphere could be felt in the air. The Scolipede watched Skorupi approach rapidly, its expression grave. This was the Skorupi that had killed many of its companions and devoured their toxins. It was a deadly provocation. SSSSSS. The Scolipede hissed furiously, lunging at Skorupi. Boom. Unfazed, the two Pokémon clashed head-on in the open field. To Scolipede's astonishment, Skorupi pushed it back with overwhelming strength, and the rate of its retreat quickly increased. It was a clear difference in physical power. At the point of contact, Scolipede could feel the searing heat emanating from Skorupi. It was damn hot. Despite the high temperature, Skorupi seemed unfazed. Boom. Before Scolipede could process its shock, it was violently slammed against a tree. The impact shattered the tree's bark, and Scolipede couldn't help but cough up green blood. Its eyes widened as it felt the damage to its abdomen. It was hard to comprehend how such a small Pokémon could possess such immense strength. It was terrifying. Despite being an advanced-level Pokémon, Scolipede couldn't even withstand Scoruppi's onslaught. Scoruppi used Bug Bite, Poison Jab, and Poison Tail. All three together. Cain ordered, assessing Scoruppi's strength. Scoruppi's power today was awe-inspiring, a result of absorbing large amounts of toxic energy, its exalted physical state, and the effects of the toxin nutrition method. All these factors combined had granted it incredible strength. Although the average height of a Scoruppi was around 80 centimeters, Cain's Scoruppi had grown over a meter and now stood at over 1.5 meters tall. This was confirmed by Cain's system analysis. However, Scolipede measured 2.5 meters. The size difference was impressive, but in this case, Scoruppi's overwhelming strength made it even more shocking. A Pokémon visibly half its opponent's size had pinned down the giant and was brutally slamming it against a tree. The Scolipede, initially confident in their leader, began to shudder as they observed the fight. Unconsciously, some trembled in fear. Under Cain's orders, Scoruppi used its mouth, pincers, and tail to execute the 3 attacks in succession. At that moment, Scoruppi resembled a close-range combat cannon, executing movements with impeccable precision. Any part of its body could become a weapon. Bang! 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 The initial impact against the tree had left Scolipede unable to react. Just as it tried to catch its breath, a series of overwhelming attacks struck it directly. Each blow landed with brutal force. As Scoruppi reveled in the satisfaction of its precise strikes, its speed and ferocity only increased. The advanced-level Scolipede, which would typically be a formidable opponent, was unable to mount an effective defense. Despite a desperate counterattack, Scoruppi didn't even bother dodging. The armor on its back cracked from Scolipede's attack, but Scoruppi showed no signs of pain, only increasing the speed and strength of its assaults. It had gone berserk. Completely unhinged. Using brute force, Scoruppi pinned the much larger Scolipede against the tree. Bang! With one final, brutal strike, Scoruppi pierced the soft flesh between 2 segments of Scolipede's body with its tail, pinning it to the tree. The 2.5-meter-tall Scolipede had been skewered to the tree by a 1.5-meter Scoruppi. The visual impact of the scene left the observing Pokémon stunned. Scoruppi's body was covered in green fluids, the blood flowing from Scolipede. Cha! Scoruppi roared arrogantly at the nearby Scolipede. Immediately, the more cowardly Scolipede trembled in fear. This time, without the use of grassy terrain, the cracks on Scoruppi's back began to heal visibly. Its body temperature continued to rise. Scoruppi had fully entered its peak state. At this moment, with the buildup of energy within its body and the frenzy of combat, it launched itself directly into the group of Scolipede. Upon witnessing how Scoruppi had brutally and swiftly taken down one of their companions, the Scolipede had no intention of facing it, scattering in all directions. After eliminating several more Scolipede, Scoruppi's body temperature continued to rise. SSSSSS. Scoruppi stood on the damp earth, the contact of its feet with the ground producing a hissing sound. Cain had been closely observing Scoruppi's condition. As described in the reports, when the body absorbs this much energy, it grows in size and its body temperature rises to varying degrees. The higher the temperature, the more energy was within it, indicating that this process of toxin nutrition had been a success. You're almost there, Scoruppi. Just hang in there a little longer, you're nearly there. Cain thought silently. At this point, if Scoruppi failed to evolve, it would be impossible to stop the process. Cain and his team ventured deeper into enemy territory. Finally, after Scoruppi defeated another advanced-level Scolipede, its temperature reached its peak. Steam rose freely from its body, which seemed to be cooking itself. Cha! Scoruppi roared mightily, crushing a Scolipede under its feet and intimidating all the others around it. Suddenly, the steam emanating from its body vanished, and a bright white light enveloped it. Cain noticed that Skorupi's stats had reached their maximum limit and even appeared to be on the verge of surpassing it. From his spatial storage, Cain pulled out a black venom sac the size of a fist. This venom had been obtained from the leader of the Scolipede they had defeated the previous day. When Altaria finished off that leader, Cain had seized the opportunity to extract the venom while Altaria stood guard. This venom sac was key in Cain's decision to use the method described in the Team Rocket reports. Skorupi, eat it, Cain commanded, using his psychic powers to send the venom sac toward the light-wrapped Skorupi. Without hesitation, fully trusting Cain, Skorupi swallowed the venom in a single gulp. Instantly, the light that had previously seemed faint intensified and completely engulfed it. Cain's other Pokémon, familiar with this process, surrounded Skorupi and their trainer, remaining vigilant against any threats from the Scolipede. However, the Scolipede were so terrified of Skorupi that they dared not approach, let alone attack. Evolve. Skorupi. The intense white light covered Skorupi, obscuring it from view, but Cain could still monitor Skorupi's changes through his system. The most notable change was that the limits Skorupi had reached were now expanding. It was like a jar filled to the brim with water, now being enlarged to hold even more. That was Skorupi's current state. Perhaps due to the sheer amount of accumulated energy, Skorupi's evolution lasted a full 20 minutes, the longest evolution Cain had ever seen among his Pokémon. Interestingly, Skorupi was the only one of Cain's main 5 Pokémon that didn't require special conditions to evolve. Honchkrow needed the Duskstone, Slowking required a King's Rock and a Shedder, Weevil needed a Razor Claw, and Jengar needed sufficient concentrated ghost energy. However, Skorupi only needed to reach the proper level. Of course, Cain's process wasn't simply for Skorupi to evolve in an ordinary way. During evolution, any improvements to a Pokémon's capabilities were maximized. When the light began to fade, the blue-purple Skorupi Cain knew was gone. In its place stood an imposing Drapion, purple with pinkish tones. It was a fully evolved Drapion. Its height had increased dramatically, reaching 2.5 meters, almost double its previous size, now comparable to the Scolipede. It was practically an unstoppable killing machine. Before its evolution, Drapion had already been capable of using every part of its body in battle. Now, its joints were more flexible, its armor tougher, and its pincers and stinger sharper. Cha! Drapion opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar that echoed throughout the forest. This was its cry of triumph after evolving. Now, standing at 2.5 meters tall, Drapion had become the largest Pokémon on Cain's team, capable of providing a tremendous sense of security to everyone. With such a large, strong, and combat-capable Pokémon by his side, anyone would feel safer. Cain approached Drapion, raising his hand to touch the highest joint on its chest. Drapion, seeing Cain approach, obediently knelt down so its trainer could pat its head. Cain smiled, stroking its head and feeling its sharp spikes. You've finally evolved. Congratulations, Drapion. From the moment Drapion had hatched, Cain had invested heavily in its growth, watching it develop into a formidable fighter who relished battle and intensity. Whether facing powerful foes or playing during breaks, Drapion had always displayed relentless determination. Now it had finally evolved. Drapion closed its eyes and smiled, feeling the warmth of Cain's hand on its head. Since birth, Drapion had seen Cain as a father figure, and Cain had fulfilled that role by guiding and training it. From now on, I'll have even more strength to protect you. Drapion silently vowed. Cain was thoroughly satisfied with Drapion's current state. The evolution method based on toxin nutrition obtained from Team Rocket, while not followed exactly, had proven incredibly effective. After all, one only needed to count how many Scolipede Drapion had defeated today. Of course, it worked. He had practically used half the Scolipede colony as stepping stones for Drapion's evolution. Hundreds of them, including many advanced-level Scolipede and one quasi-elite. Success was inevitable. Pokémon, Drapion, Dark Blue. Gender, male. Level, 42. Type, Poison plus Dark. Ability, Sniper. Held item, none. Egg moves, Screech, Agility, Poison Tail, Pursuit. Basic moves: Bite, Poison Sting, Leer, Knock Off, Pin Missile, Acupressure, Bug Bite, Poison Fang, Venoshock, Hone Claws, Toxic Spikes, Night Slash, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Fire Fang. Learned moves: Snore. Combined moves: Poison Tail Impact, Poison Tail plus Venoshock. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Taunt, Shadow Ball, Poison Jab. This is Drapion after its evolution according to the system's data. It is evident that Drapion's quality has reached the dark blue level. However, even within the dark blue category, there are differences. For example, Jengar is also of dark blue quality, but it's a lighter shade, barely reaching this level. On the other hand, Drapion is different, similar to Slowking. Its dark blue hue is deeper, with a slight light purple sheen in some areas. This indicates it's right on the threshold between dark blue and light purple. If we were to make a more precise classification, we could call it quasi-purple. Even so, the system still considers Drapion as dark blue quality. Nevertheless, its quality is truly remarkable. With a size nearly twice as large as an average Drapion, overwhelming strength, and weapons like its pincers, fangs, and tail, this Pokémon is a true colossus. Its flexible body with agile joints, combined with its heavy armor and sniper ability, makes both its strength and quality exceptional. In terms of pure strength, following its evolution into the Poison plus Dark type, Drapion is probably the strongest Pokémon in Cain's team. Cain hadn't expected that after absorbing so much energy and consuming the Scolipede leader's venom sac, Drapion would reach level 42, surpassing Honchkrow to become the second strongest after Slowking. This fact surprised Cain, but the outcome was excellent. Another key point is the change in Drapion's type. The Bug type has disappeared, making way for the Dark type. This means Drapion will no longer have the power boost when using Bug-type moves, but Dark-type moves will become much stronger. Among Cain's Pokémon, Drapion is the only one whose evolution has caused a type change. In the future, when Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, it will also undergo a type change. However, the loss of the Bug-type doesn't affect Drapion much. Cain already knew it would become a Poison and Dark type upon evolution, so he always focused its training on Poison-type moves, leaving Bug-type as a secondary priority. Now that the evolution is complete and its types are stabilized, Cain will turn his attention to developing Drapion's Dark-type moves. Considering Cain's Dark-type Pokémon, there are Honchkrow, Weevil, and now Drapion. Eventually, Tyranitar will join the roster after its evolution, forming a team of 4. Cain might even consider specializing in Dark-type Pokémon in the future. Of course, that's just a passing thought. Cain doesn't want to specialize in just one type, as this would leave him vulnerable to certain opponent strategies. Specialist trainers have vast knowledge and training methods for their specific type, but they are also easy to counter. For example, in the Kanto region, Lance, the Dragon Master, was repeatedly defeated by Lorelei, the Ice-type expert, preventing him from becoming champion. He had to move to Johto to fulfill his dream of becoming champion. Fortunately, Drapion has 2 older brothers, Honchkrow and Weevil, to guide it in mastering its Dark-type moves, so Cain has nothing to worry about. So far, after sacrificing nearly half the Scolipede clan, Cain has helped Skorupi complete its evolution. Additionally, he has improved its quality to the dark blue level. In reality, getting Skorupi to evolve wasn't difficult, but enhancing its quality during evolution was the main reason Cain wiped out nearly the entire Scolipede clan. In summary, the outcome was very positive. Honchkrow and Slowking were proud to see that the once small Skorupi had grown to a towering 2.5 meters. The small Pokémon that used to hide behind them, yearning for battles, had finally surpassed them. To Honchkrow, Slowking, Jengar, and Weevil, Drapion was like a younger brother they had watched grow up. The Pokémon began to relax and approached Drapion, touching it to feel its changes. Drapion didn't dare resist. Despite its newfound strength, it was always mindful of the care its older siblings had given it. It still has much to learn. Cain looked at Drapion and estimated that, with its new size, he could probably stand on its back. Moreover, with Drapian's strength, his weight wouldn't be an issue. Does this mean he now has a ground mount? Though it might not be very comfortable to sit on. Its armor is a bit uneven and uncomfortable. But that wouldn't stop Cain from standing on it. Without further thought, Cain climbed onto its back. Drapian looked at Cain in surprise, watching him try to find the most comfortable spot to stand. Being quadrupedal, Drapian could easily traverse rough terrain, making it quite convenient to be on its back. Cain nodded in satisfaction. With the Pokémon watching, Cain slowly dismounted. Ahem, Drapian, now that you've evolved, show me your strength. I want to see if you're familiar with your new body, Cain said. Upon hearing this, the Pokémon turned their attention to the nearby Scolipede. There was still a pack of intruders. The Scolipede almost cried. They're the invaders. Evil invaders. They've already destroyed half our clan, isn't that enough? The truth is, many of the Scolipede clan's strongest Pokémon were injured after battling for leadership, allowing Cain to act without fear. Of course, Cain knew nothing about this. He simply thought the Scolipede were easy prey today, since none of the stronger ones showed up. So he took the opportunity to eliminate as many as possible. The sounds of battle once again echoed through the forest. In the meadow outside the forest, Altaria was basking in the sun with her two offspring. Surprised, Altaria glanced toward the Scolipede forest, where the sounds of battle could be heard from within. There had just been a brief pause. How had the fighting started again? By dusk, Cain emerged from the forest with his Drapian and the rest of his team, having concluded the battle. In the end, Cain didn't completely wipe out the entire Scolipede tribe. The remaining high-level Scolipede had banded together to defend themselves. However, by then, most of the tribe had already been annihilated. But thanks to the Scolipede's ability to reproduce, their numbers would recover in a year or two. Although, the combat strength of the tribe as a whole would be nowhere near what it once was. Regarding top-tier fighters, aside from the Scolipede leader defeated by Altaria, there weren't many losses. Now, walking through the Scolipede forest, Cain felt as if he were strolling through his own backyard, with no pressure at all. After losing their leader and their overwhelming numbers, Cain no longer had to worry about them. It was like walking down a peaceful street at dawn, with no urgency whatsoever. Cain wasn't in a hurry to cross the Scolipede's territory and continued to make his way slowly toward the interior of Mythical Island. He had only traveled a short distance and had already encountered such powerful Pokémon, making him wonder what else lay ahead deeper inside. The duration of this mission was 15 days, and only 2 had passed, so there was no need to rush. When he returned to Altaria's meadow, Cain began preparing dinner again. By now, the 2 Swablu were very accustomed to playing with Cain's 5 little companions, and after playing, they enjoyed the delicious food he prepared. Today, in addition to grilled meat, Cain also prepared some poke blocks for the Swablu. Although they were the most common type, both Swablu ate them with great delight. As for Altaria, Cain left her a generous portion as well. Today, Altaria wasn't as haughty as the day before. When Cain placed the food in front of her, she stopped pretending to be indifferent and started eating the grilled meat. However, compared to the Swablu, Altaria ate in a much more elegant manner, without getting any grease on herself at all. But despite her refined demeanor, her eating speed was nothing to scoff at. After the grilled meat, Cain placed a poke block in front of Altaria. Altaria hesitated for a moment, but decided to give it a try. Once she did, she couldn't stop. This time, Cain didn't walk away after placing the poke blocks. Instead, he sat quietly beside Altaria, watching her eat each of the poke blocks and then let out a small burp of satisfaction. It could be said that, after living so many years on Mythical Island, since yesterday, Altaria had been trying things she had never eaten before, including today's poke blocks, which were not only delicious, but also provided her with a bit of energy she could clearly feel. So, when Cain sat beside her, she showed no sign of rejection. Mostly because, now that Cain wasn't wearing his mask, well, yes, his appearance wasn't bad. It just remained to be seen if Altaria's aesthetic standards were similar to those of humans. After her little burp, Altaria felt unsatisfied and glanced at Cain. Seeing Altaria's gaze, Cain smiled softly, shook his head, and reluctantly pulled out another bag of Pokeblocks, pouring the entire contents into the bowl in front of Altaria. "He knows how to please me," Altaria nodded in satisfaction. And she resumed enjoying the delicious meal. Originally, Altaria thought about whether she should stop, wondering what would happen if the food ran out. But as she ate, without realizing it, she had finished again. Feeling a bit frustrated, she glanced at Cain, thinking that he surely would have more next time. She stretched lazily. Today had been a good day. Aside from the noise in the forest during the day, everything else was perfect. Seeing that Altaria had finished eating, Cain didn't say much more. He brushed off the grass from his clothes and slowly returned to his shelter. Then, he began training with his Pokémon again. Drapion had completed its evolution, and its strength had increased significantly. Although the change wasn't as drastic as Jengar's, who had to familiarize himself with his new body after evolving, Drapion couldn't achieve the same level of control over his body as he had as a Skorupi. Regaining that dexterity would take a considerable amount of training. Training each joint of his body to move at will wouldn't be an easy or quick task. Today, Altaria didn't take her two offspring to play as usual. Instead, she silently observed as Cain trained Honchkrow and the others. Midway through the training, Altaria suddenly flew straight toward Honchkrow. Cain, surprised, didn't know what she intended. Altaria flew toward Honchkrow without slowing down, even accelerating. Honchkrow, seeing Altaria flying toward him as if to attack, prepared to defend himself. Slowking and the others, seeing Altaria seemingly attacking Honchkrow, were about to counterattack. But Cain raised his hand to stop them. The fierce attack Cain had expected from Altaria never happened. Instead, the two Pokémon intertwined in the air. Cain, watching the interaction between Altaria and Honchkrow, gradually understood what was happening. Altaria is teaching Honchkrow how to use flying-type moves and master aerial combat. Cain observed how, although it seemed like Altaria was attacking Honchkrow, she was actually correcting some of his habits and flaws. Although Cain had trained Honchkrow quite well, there were certain things that couldn't be noticed just by watching. Only an expert in flying-type energy like Altaria could point out those details. Of course, even if Altaria didn't do this, Honchkrow would eventually realize them himself. But it would take a long time and might even require losing a battle to recognize his weaknesses. Although Altaria didn't teach Honchkrow any new moves, she helped reinforce his fundamentals. These 2 meals didn't go to waste, Cain thought, nodding to himself. This kind of direct guidance was already a big gain for Cain. When Honchkrow, exhausted, finally landed, Altaria casually returned to her shelter. Before leaving, she glanced at Cain, as if to say, "The food's paid for." Honchkrow, on the other hand, was deep in thought, clearly reflecting on the lessons from the training. Another day had passed. It was the 4th day since Cain had arrived on the island. When he woke up in the morning, he no longer saw Altaria or her 2 offspring. He didn't give it much thought. When he had arrived here, Altaria and her family were already gone, so they had likely gone out again. Cain had Slowking mark the area with a psychic coordinate, and then, along with his Pokémon, he ventured back into the Scolipede forest. By now, the number of Scolipede in the forest had decreased drastically. In the presence of Cain, the cause of their downfall, the Scolipede showed no intention of resisting and stepped aside to let him pass. They had no other choice. Although Cain and his Pokémon weren't invincible, if things got difficult, they could escape. The Scolipede had tried to stop him before but had failed. However, after retreating, Cain and his team would return with an even fiercer offensive. After several rounds of encounters, the Scolipede didn't know what else to do. It was simply unfair. In the end, the Scolipede tribe decided to avoid any conflict with Cain and his Pokémon, staying out of their way. Their group was practically depleted, so letting them through wasn't an issue. Cain had also lost interest in the Scolipede. Without a new leader emerging, the tribe was essentially finished. It was time to continue exploring the island. Cain wondered how the other trainers were faring. Could someone have been lucky enough to be teleported directly near the ruins in the center of the island? Direct teleportation to the ruins wasn't possible, as psychic waves interfered with spatial positioning. Cain had learned this from Reggie. If not for this interference, Team Rocket would have sent a large group of people directly to the ruins, without the need to explore the island. After passing through the Scolipede forest, Cain encountered a new landscape. A vast area of rocks and gravel. The area was filled with jagged rocks and small patches of scattered sand. Rock-type Pokémon were abundant here, with Geodude being the most common. However, these Pokémon weren't particularly aggressive, and due to their rocky bodies, few Pokémon dared to bother them, so they lived in peace. They spent their days basking in the sun, and when hungry, they would simply eat nearby rocks. If no rocks were available, the sand on the ground would suffice. Cain wasn't particularly interested in these Pokémon. Even if Geodude evolved into Golem, it wasn't what Cain was looking for. The transition between the forest and the rocky terrain was surprisingly seamless, without feeling out of place. There was no doubt that the mythical island was unique, a place where any type of Pokémon could appear. Besides Geodude, there were quite a few Roggenrola. Compared to Geodude, Roggenrola were even more timid. When they saw Cain and his Pokémon approaching, they would quickly flee. On the surface, there didn't appear to be any tribal divisions in this rocky and sandy area. Geodude and Roggenrola coexisted in the same habitat. However, that could have been because Cain had only encountered more peaceful Pokémon like Geodude and Roggenrola. In addition to them, there were several Boldore and Graveler. However, Golem and Gigalith were much rarer, almost non-existent. A massive Onyx slithered slowly across the rocky terrain not far from Cain, leaving behind a deep trench that was soon covered by Roggenrola. Cain also spotted Pokémon like Dwebble and Crustle, who would lift their rocks to sneak a glance before quickly retreating. Occasionally, small eyes peeked out from piles of sand. Scanning them with his system, Cain discovered they were Hippopotas hiding. It was likely that Hippowdon could also be found in this area. Cain joked with Slowking, "Look, Slowking, it seems you've found your relatives. Both of you are hippos. Want to say hi?" Slowking showed some interest, but ultimately didn't get the chance. That was because as soon as the Hippopotas sensed Slowking's presence, they felt threatened and quickly buried themselves in the sand. As ground-type Pokémon, they naturally avoided water types like Slowking. Both were hippos, but Slowking was a water-dwelling hippo, while Hippopotas lived in the sand, as their name implied. This place was truly a haven for rock and ground-type Pokémon. Cain had been on the mythical island for quite a while and had already encountered Pokémon from the first 6 regions discovered by the League, except for those from the 7th region, Alola. Has Mew never been to Alola? Or could it be because of the Ultra Beasts? Cain vaguely recalled that those were the correct words. However, this wasn't particularly relevant to his current situation. After walking a while longer, Cain realized that this rocky and sandy expanse seemed endless. From outside the island, it hadn't been obvious, but now that he was inside, Cain was surprised by the area's vastness. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about getting lost, as he could always orient himself by the direction of the Tree of Life at the center of the island. "Whoa!" Cain exclaimed upon seeing a group of Pokémon running ahead of him. It was a group of Pokémon running with something resembling a steel gate on their heads. The rhythmic pounding of their footsteps made the ground tremble slightly. Those are Shereldon and Bastiodon. Cain quickly recognized them. Shereldon and Bastiodon. Shereldon evolves into Bastiodon at level 30. Although their name includes the word dragon, they aren't dragon-type Pokémon. They're a type of pseudo-dragon Pokémon, similar to Tropius, which Cain used as a mount. Although their dragon blood is sparse, it's still present, granting them incredible physical strength. As rock and steel-type Pokémon, Bastiodon possesses extraordinarily high physical and special defense, with its physical defense being especially terrifying. That's why they are called Guardians. I wonder why they're in such a hurry. Cain observed the direction in which they were running, intrigued. Since he had nothing urgent to do, he decided to follow them out of curiosity. With Drapion looking eager, Cain climbed onto its back. In this rocky terrain, Drapion could move much faster than Cain could on foot. Gathering Slowking and the others, along with Honchkrow, Cain set off in pursuit of the retreating Bastiodon. The Bastiodon weren't very fast, but moving across the sandy terrain, they kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Trailing a considerable distance behind them, Cain couldn't help but put on a mask to cover himself. There was just too much dust. Observing the urgency of the Bastiodon, it was clear that something had happened. After running for about half an hour, they arrived at a depression in the terrain. Although still a rocky area, this place had much more sand than rocks, almost forming a small desert. Two groups of Pokémon were facing off in this area. It turned out that conflicts did occur here, only that earlier, there hadn't been enough of a reason. In this sandy area, Cain noticed some metallic glints, as if reflecting fragments of rare minerals. The two groups of Pokémon in the standoff, one was the group of Bastiodon that Cain had been following. Tightly packed into a line, with their faces resembling iron barriers, they stood firmly united, forming something like a wall. And in front of them was a group of fierce-looking crocodiles wearing what looked like sunglasses. They slammed the ground with their red and black tails, stirring up dust with every strike. Crocodile. Cain recognized these Pokémon immediately. He was quite familiar with Crocodile, especially due to one of their most peculiar abilities. Moxie. Yes, the same ability his Honchkrow possessed, Moxie. This ability could give a Pokémon limitless potential. Although he didn't see any Sandile, there were only Krokorok and Crocodile, probably because the Sandile were of lower levels and didn't participate in such situations. As ground/dark types, Crocodile didn't have a vast set of resistances. While they could face many types, they were also vulnerable to several others. With double resistances to poison, rock, ghost, and dark types, and immunities to electric and psychic types, they had some advantages. However, they were weak against fighting, bug, water, grass, ice, and fairy types. This set of typings could be considered fairly standard. Crocodile were desert bullies, especially when acting in groups. But Bastiodon, or barrier dragons as they were also known, could also be devastating in teams due to their extraordinary defensive capabilities. This was a classic confrontation between spear and shield. The reason for the clash was a small cluster of shiny minerals reflecting a metallic light at the center. For ground or rock-type Pokémon, these minerals were vital for their growth. While not all Pokémon could consume minerals directly like Larvitar and Aron, many could absorb them to grow stronger. Cain didn't dare get too close, so he couldn't determine exactly what type of mineral it was. At the center of it all, the leaders of the Crocodile and Bastiodon were arguing. Both seemed very tense, unable to reach an agreement. Cain noticed that his system couldn't scan these Pokémon's data. He estimated that they were at least at the same level as the Scolipede leader. To dominate a territory on Dream Island or lead a large group, a near-elite level seemed to be the minimum requirement. Drapion, with its excellent camouflage in sandy and rocky areas, allowed Cain to remain hidden without being detected by any Pokémon. Honchkrow continued circling above, keeping an eye from the sky, only descending if necessary. From his position, Cain watched as the Crocodile leader opened its jaws wider, adopting a threatening stance. But the Bastiodon leader didn't back down an inch, moving its armored head right in front of the Crocodile, daring it to try breaking through its shield. After a few minutes of tension, the two leaders finally began to fight. The Crocodile struck first, slashing at the Bastiodon with its sharp claws, but the Bastiodon faced it head-on, using its armored head for defense. Seeing their leaders start fighting, the other members of both groups quickly followed suit. The Crocodile launched all kinds of attacks, while the Bastiodon simply defended, advancing slowly like bulldozers. It was clear that the Bastiodon had better teamwork. They knew their strengths and how to use them together. The Bastiodon weren't very fast, but moving across the sandy terrain, they kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Trailing a considerable distance behind them, Cain couldn't help but put on a mask to cover himself. There was just too much dust. Observing the urgency of the Bastiodon, it was clear that something had happened. After running for about half an hour, they arrived at a depression in the terrain. Although still a rocky area, this place had much more sand than rocks, almost forming a small desert. Two groups of Pokémon were facing off in this area. It turned out that conflicts did occur here, only that earlier, there hadn't been enough of a reason. In this sandy area, Cain noticed some metallic glints, as if reflecting fragments of rare minerals. The two groups of Pokémon in the standoff, one was the group of Bastiodon that Cain had been following. Tightly packed into a line, with their faces resembling iron barriers, they stood firmly united, forming something like a wall. And in front of them was a group of fierce-looking crocodiles wearing what looked like sunglasses. They slammed the ground with their red and black tails, stirring up dust with every strike. Crocodile. Cain recognized these Pokémon immediately. He was quite familiar with Crocodile, especially due to one of their most peculiar abilities. Moxie. Yes, the same ability his Honchkrow possessed, Moxie. This ability could give a Pokémon limitless potential. Although he didn't see any Sandile, there were only Krokorok and Crocodile, probably because the Sandile were of lower levels and didn't participate in such situations. As ground/dark types, Crocodile didn't have a vast set of resistances. While they could face many types, they were also vulnerable to several others. With double resistances to poison, rock, ghost, and dark types, and immunities to electric and psychic types, they had some advantages. However, they were weak against fighting, bug, water, grass, ice, and fairy types. This set of typings could be considered fairly standard. Crocodile were desert bullies, especially when acting in groups. But Bastiodon, or barrier dragons as they were also known, could also be devastating in teams due to their extraordinary defensive capabilities. This was a classic confrontation between spear and shield. The reason for the clash was a small cluster of shiny minerals reflecting a metallic light at the center. For ground or rock-type Pokémon, these minerals were vital for their growth. While not all Pokémon could consume minerals directly like Larvitar and Aron, many could absorb them to grow stronger. Cain didn't dare get too close, so he couldn't determine exactly what type of mineral it was. At the center of it all, the leaders of the Crocodile and Bastiodon were arguing. Both seemed very tense, unable to reach an agreement. Cain noticed that his system couldn't scan these Pokémon's data. He estimated that they were at least at the same level as the Scolipede leader. To dominate a territory on Dream Island or lead a large group, a near-elite level seemed to be the minimum requirement. Drapion, with its excellent camouflage in sandy and rocky areas, allowed Cain to remain hidden without being detected by any Pokémon. Honchkrow continued circling above, keeping an eye from the sky, only descending if necessary. From his position, Cain watched as the Crocodile leader opened its jaws wider, adopting a threatening stance. But the Bastiodon leader didn't back down an inch, moving its armored head right in front of the Crocodile, daring it to try breaking through its shield. After a few minutes of tension, the two leaders finally began to fight. The Crocodile struck first, slashing at the Bastiodon with its sharp claws, but the Bastiodon faced it head-on, using its armored head for defense. Seeing their leaders start fighting, the other members of both groups quickly followed suit. The Crocodile launched all kinds of attacks, while the Bastiodon simply defended, advancing slowly like bulldozers. It was clear that the Bastiodon had better teamwork. They knew their strengths and how to use them together. On the other hand, the Crocodile tended to fight more individually. In a one-on-one battle, a Crocodile could probably wear down a Bastiodon slowly thanks to its speed. But when the Bastiodon united, their collective defensive power far surpassed the Crocodile. Slowly, the Bastiodon began pushing the Crocodile back. The minerals became more exposed, catching Cain's attention. Cain couldn't help but feel tempted. If those minerals were valuable enough to provoke such a fierce battle between the Crocodile and Bastiodon, they must be worth a lot. Cain hadn't forgotten that he had Larvitar and Aron, two Pokémon that could devour large quantities of minerals. And the better the quality of the minerals, the faster and stronger they would grow. Cain pulled Sloking's Pokeball from his belt. If the right opportunity arose, he could have Sloking teleport directly to the minerals. But he had to wait for the Bastiodon to advance far enough. He didn't want to face that impenetrable tank formation. If the Bastiodon noticed him, he could be crushed in an instant. However, just as Cain was about to act, his Honchkrow, which had been circling above, descended and landed next to him, hiding behind a rock. Noticing Honchcrow's cautious behavior, Cain immediately signaled Drapion to hide more effectively. Drapion nodded and obeyed silently. Cain used telepathy to connect with Honchcrow. After a brief explanation, Cain understood what Honchcrow had noticed. It turned out that while Cain had been observing the battle between the crocodile and Bastiodon, someone else, on the opposite side, had also been watching. Although the distance was far enough that they hadn't noticed each other, both were there, witnessing the same scene. Neither Cain nor the other individual had realized the other's presence, but Honchcrow, with its superior vision and vantage point, had detected the person. Finally, on the fourth day since arriving on Dream Island, Cain had encountered another member of Team Rocket. Now, it was just a matter of finding out who it was. With this, Cain, who was about to act, slowly lowered the Pokeball in his hand. If someone else wanted to play the Mantis, he had no problem being the Sparrow to catch the prey. So, he decided to exercise patience and wait. Cain still had a list of Team Rocket members' information that he had obtained from Reggie. Although he wasn't sure if the other person also had something similar, Cain estimated they probably didn't. Even if they did, it wouldn't be as detailed as what Reggie had compiled. He decided to wait for the other person to make the first move. Once he confirmed their identity and skills, Cain would have an even greater advantage. He waited in silence for another half-hour. During that time, the crocodile had already been pushed to the edge of the sunken zone by the Bastiodon. However, that was as far as the Bastiodon could manage. After all, their advantage lay in their incredible defense, but they lacked offensive power. The reason the crocodile had been pushed back was simply a strategic retreat, not fear. Now that they were at the edge, retreating further would mean leaving the sunken zone, and clearly, that wasn't what the crocodile wanted. So, they launched a fierce counterattack, and the two sides became deadlocked once again. It was at that moment that Cain, who had been watching the Team Rocket member on the other side, noticed them start to move. Amidst the vast yellow desert, a cloth appeared, and from beneath it emerged a Team Rocket member dressed in a form-fitting black suit. The disguise they had used earlier was that yellow cloth that had covered their body. In the desert, the black suit was quite visible, but once inside the sunken zone, it became harder to detect due to the shadows created by the sunlight. Cain carefully observed their movements, frowning. This individual clearly possessed strong camouflage and survival skills in the wild, essential traits for a Team Rocket officer. Cain still didn't move. Until he confirmed the opponent's identity, he decided not to act hastily. The Team Rocket member moved swiftly across the sandy terrain, as if experienced in desert living. Those boots? Is that why they move so well on the sand? Clearly, no one on this expedition to Mythical Island is a novice, Cain thought, following their every movement. 3 minutes later, the man reached the area of exposed minerals without the Bastiodon or crocodile noticing. "It's time," Cain said calmly. "Drapion, alert the Bastiodon and crocodile. Use Shadow Ball to attack the mineral area." Following Cain's orders, Drapion extended a pincer and began forming a ball of dark energy. While Jengar was the most skilled at using Shadow Ball, Drapion had learned a few tricks from it. Although not yet at Jengar's level, attacking an immobile target like a rock was not a significant challenge. 2 dark balls were launched, one aimed at the mineral area and the other at the Team Rocket member. After firing the attacks, Drapion concealed itself again. The Team Rocket member, who had just smiled upon reaching the mineral area, sensed danger behind them. Quickly rolling to the side, they avoided Drapion's Shadow Ball. Boom! Boom! The 2 Shadow Balls exploded in the mineral area and on the sand, missing the Team Rocket member. However, hitting them wasn't necessary. The desired effect had been achieved. The crocodile and Bastiodon heard the explosions. Both groups, which had been fiercely fighting, stopped their combat. After all, the entire confrontation was over those precious minerals. Someone had tried to take advantage of their distraction to steal them. That was unacceptable. The Bastiodon turned and rushed toward the mineral area, fixing their gaze on the Team Rocket member. The crocodile, on the other hand, took advantage of their greater speed. Without the Bastiodon's barrier, they moved nimbly through the sand, outpacing the Bastiodon on their way to the minerals. Cain couldn't see the man's expression, but his face was surely as dark as his form-fitting suit. Despite everything, the speed with which this individual reacted impressed Cain. Knowing the situation was slipping out of their hands, they released 2 Pokeballs. Finally, Cain saw what Pokémon the enemy was using, an Excadrill and an Onyx. Upon seeing them, Cain confirmed the man's identity. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. If he wanted to be the Sparrow, he needed the Mantis to put in a bit more effort. The man jumped onto the Onyx, while Excadrill quickly burrowed into the sand. Onyx moved swiftly through the sunken zone, and although it was usually slow, in this sandy environment, its speed was surprising. But the Crocodile were even faster, especially their leader, who was quickly closing in on the Onyx. Just when it seemed they would catch it, Excadrill emerged from the ground, launching attacks that slowed the Crocodile. Onyx also sought areas filled with rocks to pass through. Due to its massive size, the rocks posed no obstacle, but the Crocodile had to go around them, increasing the distance between them. Now that the time was right, Cain also prepared to act. But first, he had something else to do. Honchkrow, follow him from the air. Stay high and avoid being attacked. Make sure the Crocodile and Bastiodon don't lose track of the man, Cain ordered. Honchkrow nodded and flew toward the Team Rocket member, occasionally launching attacks to prevent Onyx from fully escaping and to guide the Crocodile and Bastiodon in their pursuit. Slowking, teleport us to the mineral area, Cain said, releasing a Pokeball. Yadin. Slowking activated its psychic power, distorting space. In an instant, they appeared in the mineral area. The Crocodile and Bastiodon had already gone after the man, leaving them alone. Drapion, Slowking, quickly. Dig up everything you can before they come back, Cain ordered. Drapion began using its pincers to frantically excavate the minerals, while Slowking transported them with its psychic power to Cain. Cain pulled out a massive backpack he had prepared for this occasion. Regardless of the mineral's quality, the important thing was to take as much as possible. Drapion had become a full-fledged miner, while Slowking acted as a transport truck. With the perfect collaboration between the trainer and his 2 Pokémon, the gemstones in the area were dwindling at an alarming rate. Although they still didn't know the exact quality of the minerals, the fact that a fist-sized piece weighed dozens of kilograms suggested they were likely of high quality. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused a dispute between the Crocodile and the Bastiodon. However, the more Cain dug, the more surprised he became. These stones seemed inexhaustible. Drapion was practically submerged in the sand, yet there were no signs of the mine running out. Could it be that this isn't a small deposit of stones, but rather a large mine? Cain thought, alarmed. But Cain didn't have much time to ponder, as even with Honchkrow's help, the Crocodile and Bastiodon had finally lost the trail of the Team Rocket member and were returning. Honchkrow was the first to bring back that information. Despite efforts to keep the Crocodile tracking the Team Rocket member, the opponent was very cunning. After realizing someone was trying to hinder their escape, they finally managed to lose Honchkrow while traversing a rocky area. The Crocodile, whose speed was lower in that area, decided to abandon the chase. Seeing Drapion still digging frantically, Cain said, "That's enough, Drapion. Let's leave before the Crocodile notice us. Maybe we'll have another chance to return here later. Honchkrow, erase our tracks. Slowking, teleport us." Cain made a quick decision. He had already collected enough stones for today and hoped the quality would be decent. Honchkrow flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that erased all traces they had left behind. Then, with Slowking's teleport move, Cain and his team vanished from the spot without a trace, leaving behind only the deep crater where the mineral deposit had been. When the Crocodile and Bastiodon arrived, they exchanged frustrated glances. They knew they had been completely fooled. But what could they do? The stones had been stolen, though luckily there were so many that Cain hadn't been able to take them all. This time, the 2 groups didn't resume their fight. The leaders of the Crocodile and Bastiodon negotiated with each other to find a way to share the resources equitably. Cain reappeared on the hill, watching with satisfaction as the Crocodile and Bastiodon sat down to negotiate peacefully. "I really did a good deed," he thought with a smile. "I suppose they should be grateful." These minerals will be my reward for helping them make peace. With a satisfied smile, Cain turned and left. However, after his departure, a small spiky head emerged from the sand. It carefully watched the direction Cain and his team had disappeared, engraving their image deeply in its memory. Then, the excadrill belonging to the Team Rocket member turned and burrowed back into the sand, heading in the opposite direction. Only after the excadrill completely disappeared did Cain halt his advance. His eyes glowed with psychic energy, synchronized with Slowking, who also emitted a faint psychic vibration. Evidently, the trainer and his Pokémon were in telepathic communication. In fact, Slowking had detected the Team Rocket member's excadrill in the sand right after using the teleport move. However, Cain decided not to act hastily. Once the excadrill had moved far enough away, Cain began to track it. "Slowking, can you sense where it's headed?" Cain asked telepathically. "Yadin," replied Slowking, nodding with a serious expression. Cain was riding on Drapian's back, which moved swiftly across the terrain, while Slowking floated in the air using its psychic powers. Although its speed in the air was slower, it used telekinesis to latch onto Drapian, allowing it to keep up effortlessly. This, however, quickly drained its psychic energy. Fortunately, Cain had poke blocks to help Slowking recover its strength. Moreover, Slowking's psychic capacity was immense, so vast that Cain had never seen it fully depleted. Cain gazed coldly at the rocky area ahead. He knew his opponent wouldn't give up, especially after Cain had ruined their plans. But luckily, Cain wasn't willing to let things stand either. If anyone tried to mess with him, he would make sure to eliminate them. So far, Cain had managed to deal with everyone who had tried to challenge him, except those whose power surpassed his own. Excadrill and Onix. Of the Team Rocket members who entered, only one uses those Pokémon. Kanto Region, Team Rocket Officer, Shuichi. Specialist in training rock and ground-type Pokémon. When Cain saw the Excadrill and Onix, he quickly recalled the information he had received from Reggie about this person. He had memorized every detail in his system, and now the system had generated a detailed profile of this Shuichi. "Since you left your Excadrill to track me, I'll save you the effort." "I'll come find you," Cain said coldly. The rapid movement through the rocky zone kicked up small clouds of dust. If the Excadrill emerged to take a look, it would undoubtedly detect that Cain was following it. But it was overconfident, sure that it hadn't been detected and that its speed in the sand was sufficient. Thus, it had no idea Cain was tailing it. Reaching the area where Honchkrow had lost the trail, the Excadrill changed direction, avoiding the rocky zone and taking another path. Excadrill, with its keen sense of smell, was undoubtedly following the marks left by its trainer, Shuichi, along the way. As it skirted the rocky zone, the Excadrill began to slow down. "We're close," Cain thought, signaling Drapian to also slow down to avoid alerting their prey. Slowking understood the situation and immediately enveloped Drapian's legs with psychic energy, allowing it to move silently and leave no tracks. This, however, increased Slowking's energy expenditure, though it wasn't a major problem. Everything was going according to plan. After Excadrill moved forward for another 10 minutes, it suddenly stopped. Cain quickly signaled Drapian and Slowking to cease their actions. Fortunately, by this time, Drapian had already been running with the assistance of Slowking's psychic powers, preventing any dust from being stirred up. They hid at a certain distance. The sand on the ground began to shift, and Excadrill emerged. Its pink nose sniffed the air, as if searching for something. Like moles, Excadrill has a very sharp sense of smell. It quickly glanced around and, finding nothing suspicious, headed toward a rock. As a ground/steel-type Pokémon, Excadrill has good resistances. Although it is weak against fighting, ground, fire, and water types, it also resists normal, flying, bug, steel, psychic, dragon, and fairy types twice as effectively. It has a quadruple resistance to rock type and is immune to poison and electric type moves. In total, out of the 18 existing types, Excadrill resists or is immune to 10 of them. Additionally, Excadrill's abilities, like Sand Rush and Sand Force, are perfect for sandstorm weather conditions. If Cain wanted to form a sandstorm team in the future, Excadrill would be a key piece for such a team. It would be a perfect fit in the puzzle of a sandstorm team. However, Cain couldn't afford the resource costs needed to form another weather-based team at the moment. The 5 Pokémon he was already raising represented a massive consumption of resources. Just Aaron and Larvitar alone required so many resources that they absorbed 2/3 of what Cain needed to raise his other 5 Pokémon. These 5 Pokémon had great potential and exceptional traits, carefully selected by Cain. With proper training, their power level wouldn't be inferior to that of Slowking and the others. Additionally, the resources Cain possessed now were far better than those he had when he first captured Slowking. With better Pokémon and more resources, combined with Cain's skill and the system's assistance, growth wouldn't be a problem, only time was needed. In Cain's training plans, his primary focus now was his rain team. After all, he was a water-type gym leader. However, the presence of Larvitar and Aaron had also laid the foundation for a future sandstorm team. If he had more time and money in the future, it would undoubtedly be ideal to form a sandstorm team. After briefly reviewing the information about Excadrill in his mind, a series of plans crossed Cain's mind. However, he quickly set them aside, as he had to face a powerful opponent. Excadrill's walking speed on the surface was clearly not as fast as when it was digging through the sand. Cain followed it silently. Within a rock forest, Excadrill quickly found its trainer. It was obvious this wasn't the first time they had done this. The man named Shuichi, dressed in the tight black uniform of Team Rocket, leaned against a large rock, hidden in the shadows. His Onix had apparently already been returned to its Pokeball, and beside him was a sand shrew. It was thanks to this sand shrew that they had left marks along the way, allowing Excadrill to find them easily. When Shuichi saw Excadrill return, his rigid face showed no emotion. He asked in a low voice, "Did you find the person causing us trouble? It's not those others, is it?" Excadrill, somewhat afraid of Shuichi, timidly nodded. Seeing Excadrill's confirmation, Shuichi immediately stood up, his face growing even darker, with a cruel smile forming at the corner of his lips. "Excellent. So someone dares to ruin my plans, passing themselves off as that mantis. How bold. Looks like my name in Team Rocket isn't feared enough yet." Of the more than 30 people who entered this mission, all were Team Rocket officers. Although most were elite officers among the standard ranks, each of them had certain backing, and their skills were not weak. Normally, they walked with arrogance, and their perfect plan had been deliberately sabotaged. There was no doubt that someone had used them as bait to seize the minerals, which had surely already been taken by that person. Just thinking about it filled Shuichi with rage. Dusting off his clothes, he said coldly, "As long as it's not those I'm worried about, it's fine. Let's go. Let's see who dares to be so bold." Shuichi wasn't a fool. He knew his level well and had investigated the other participants in the mission. He wouldn't dare mess with those who were clearly stronger or had greater backing. Now that Excadrill had confirmed it wasn't one of those formidable opponents, Shuichi didn't hesitate to act. Slowking, Psychic Water Pulse, Psychic plus Water Pulse. Drapion, Shadow Ball. From his hiding spot, Cain had clearly heard Shuichi's words. Since Shuichi was already looking for him, Cain decided to take the initiative. Moreover, Shuichi wasn't a threat Cain feared. In front of Slowking, a sphere of water surrounded by a layer of psychic energy formed. Slowking was already highly skilled at executing this combined Psychic Water Pulse move. He launched the attack directly toward Shuichi's position. Drapion, following Slowking, fired a dark orb of larger size that accompanied the Psychic Water Pulse toward Shuichi. Damn it. Again. Shuichi cursed as he felt that familiar sensation of being targeted. Already furious, and just as he prepared to counterattack with determination, that familiar attack struck again. Without time to think, he grabbed Sandshrew and threw it towards Slowking's Psychic Water Pulse. This bought him a bit more time to dodge the attack. He then rolled on the ground, successfully avoiding the Shadow Ball move that followed. Unconsciously, he wiped the dust off his face, looking like a worm in the sand, dark and covered in dirt. Sandshrew, however, couldn't withstand Slowking's attack. And being a water-type move, the damage to a ground-type Pokémon like Sandshrew was even greater. Although Drapian's Shadow Ball didn't have the speed of Jengar's, it had learned well from the latter, and the explosion effect was devastating. The Shadow Ball move burst on the ground, causing severe corrosive effects. Excadrill watched as its companion was thrown by its trainer, unable to bear it in its heart, but it also didn't dare to resist or make any noise. It quickly positioned itself in front of Shuichi, searching for the direction of the attacks. "Damn it, who's there?" Shuichi shouted, visibly shaken. "Weren't you looking for me all this time?" "Well, here I am." Cain slowly appeared, riding Drapian, emerging from behind the rocks. "It's you." After Cain's first surprise attack failed, he didn't rush to strike again. This situation was different from the Trial Island. On the Trial Island, Cain didn't know the other Team Rocket members who arrived later. Thus, in every battle, he needed to act decisively and quickly, no matter how strong the opponents were. Only by taking the initiative could he ensure victory step by step. But this time, on Mythical Island, thanks to Reggie, Cain had information about some of the people who had ascended the island, one of them being Shuichi, his current opponent. Cain was confident he wouldn't be defeated. Even if he couldn't win, he always had an escape route with Slowking by his side. So, with the option to attack or retreat, he had nothing to fear. However, something in Shuichi's tone suggested he recognized him. Even though Cain was also a Team Rocket officer, he wasn't as well known as others. His work in the Hoenn region and his direct connection with Umbra and Giovanni kept him separate from ordinary officers, who knew little about him. Even Reggie knew little about Cain, but this Shuichi, upon seeing him, seemed to recognize him immediately. Cain smiled and said, "What's this? Do you seem to know me? I don't remember seeing you before." Now that Shuichi knew who had ruined his plan, he wasn't as angry as before. An enemy in the shadows is far scarier than one in plain sight, and now that Cain had emerged from hiding, Shuichi felt more confident. Without even glancing at his Excadrill lying not far away, Shuichi spoke sarcastically. "The famous first place in Team Rocket's special trial, the young prodigy of Team Rocket, Cain. Who doesn't know you?" Cain frowned upon hearing this. First place on the Trial Island? Did anyone actually care about that within Team Rocket, apart from the officers and captains? After all, what did performance on the island have to do with Team Rocket officers? Why would anyone pay attention to a rookie fresh off the island? The name Xenon crossed Cain's mind. The second name he thought of was Lucius, an executive of Team Rocket. Cain had killed Vexor, one of Lucius's men, with his own hands. Although that information shouldn't have leaked, the sharpest minds could have deduced the truth. With Vexor's strength, apart from Cain and Reggie, who else could have killed him on the island? Both individuals, Xenon and Lucius, had the means to know what had happened. Xenon, though an officer, was considered a senior officer, a step above the other officers. Cain decided not to respond since either hypothesis was plausible. All he had to do was defeat Shuichi and then get the answers he sought. As Cain's eyes grew sharper, Shuichi didn't take a single step back. "Although you may have managed to foil my plan and take those minerals, now I just need to kill you to get them back. Besides, your head is worth more than those minerals." Before ascending the island, someone had told Shuichi about the bounty on Cain. At the time, Shuichi hadn't paid much attention. After all, the island was vast, and there were only about 30 participants. What were the odds of encountering Cain? But today, his luck had changed. If he could kill Cain, he wouldn't just recover the minerals, but also claim the bounty on his head. Even if he achieved nothing else on the island, it would already be a success. Both of them smiled. Each thought the other would be the key to their own success. "I never imagined my head was worth so much." "It's surprising," Cain said sarcastically. "What's the matter? Tempted? Why don't you give it a try?" Cain tapped his forehead mockingly, challenging Shuichi to attack him. Shuichi, far from getting angry, believed Cain was already in the palm of his hand. "Sure," Shuichi replied, pulling out a pokeball and tossing it to the ground. A golem appeared next to Excadrill. Shuichi, specialized in rock and ground-type Pokémon, always preferred to attack from the ground with Pokémon like Excadrill, Onix, Golem, Sandslash, and Marowak. Excadrill and Golem were his star Pokémon. Seeing Golem, Cain recalled the information about Shuichi. Thanks to Cain's system, he also received a detailed analysis of Shuichi's battle style. The system, combined with the data provided by Reggie, generated fairly accurate predictions, with at least 50% accuracy. Cain also used the system to scan Shuichi's 2 Pokémon. Pokémon, Golem, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 45. Types, rock/ground. Ability, sturdy. Held item, none. Egg moves, block, rock climb, endure. Basic moves, heavy slam, tackle, defense curl, mud sport, rock polish, steamroller, magnitude, rock throw, smackdown, bulldoze, self-destruct, stealth rock, rock blast, earthquake, explosion. Learned moves, fire punch, iron head, earth power, snore. TM moves, protect, hyper beam, brick break, sandstorm. Pokémon, Excadrill, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 44. Types, ground/steel. Ability, sand rush. Held item, none. Egg moves, iron defense, earth power, crush claw. Basic moves, horn drill, rototiller, scratch, mud sport, rapid spin, mud slap, fury swipes, metal claw, dig, hone claws, slash, rock slide, earthquake, swords dance. Learned moves, iron head, stomping tantrum, drill run, stealth rock. TM moves, protect, double team, aerial ace, shadow claw. Seeing this data, Cain was surprised. Although Reggie had described Shuichi, the assumptions about the power and level of his Pokémon were estimates. Now it was clear that both Pokémon were at mid-advanced levels, while most of Cain's Pokémon had just reached the advanced level. However, Cain had an advantage, Slowking and its water type, which completely countered Shuichi's Pokémon, especially Golem, which had a quadruple weakness to water. A good opportunity for victory lay before him. Cain didn't summon any more Pokémon. Drapion and Slowking were currently among his strongest Pokémon, and facing Shuichi's Golem and Excadrill, Cain felt confident that his chances of winning remained high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued the fight after identifying his opponent. However, Cain was most concerned about Golem's explosion move and Excadrill's swords dance. Both moves were naturally learned as Pokémon leveled up. If Cain had to choose, he would rather face Excadrill using swords dance than Golem detonating with explosion. With this in mind, Cain quickly formed a combat strategy in his head. Golem, use Sandstorm. Excadrill, swords dance. As the trainer of Golem and Excadrill, Shuichi knew his Pokémon's abilities perfectly. Excadrill's Sand Rush ability would increase its speed during a sandstorm, similar to how Swift Swim worked for a rain team. Shuichi had a clear grasp of his team's strategy and combat rhythm. Golem was responsible for creating the sandstorm, while Excadrill, as the main attacker, boosted its physical power with Swords Dance. Excadrill, with its outstanding physical power, boasted an attack stat of 135, making it one of the most powerful among all Pokémon. This was essentially the prototype of a sandstorm team, albeit a weaker version of a true weather strategy. As the battle began, Cain's eyes started glowing faintly blue, a sign that his psychic ability was activating. Facing an opponent with a similar power level and even stronger Pokémon, Cain knew he had to go all out. Telepathy allowed him to direct his Pokémon with greater precision during battle, helping control the flow of the fight. Cain was well aware of his Pokémon's strengths. Slowking had a decisive advantage with its water-type moves, and while Drapion didn't have a type advantage, its strength and abilities made it a secret weapon in this battle. Stopping the sandstorm was key. If Golem succeeded in creating it, Cain would have no choice but to retreat. As someone familiar with weather teams, both rain and sandstorm, Cain knew that letting Golem control the weather would tip the battle in Shuichi's favor. Slowking, use Rain Dance and stop the sandstorm. Drapion, use Toxic Spikes, then Hone Claws. Thanks to telepathy, Cain was able to issue instructions quickly in response to Shuichi's orders. The battle was taking place in a rocky area, giving Golem and Excadrill the terrain advantage. Following Shuichi's command, Golem roared, kicking up clouds of sand around it. As the sandstorm move took shape, the air began to fill with sand, threatening to evolve into a devastating storm. However, the ideal Pokémon for initiating a sandstorm would be one with the Sandstream ability, like Tyranitar. The Sandstream ability automatically triggered a sandstorm upon the Pokémon entering battle, a key advantage in sandstorm teams. Even so, Shuichi didn't seem to mind this difference. While Golem could also create sandstorms with its sandstorm move, the process was slower and less effective. Therefore, just as Golem started summoning the sandstorm, Cain had already instructed Slowking to use Rain Dance. When it comes to countering weather, there's nothing better than another weather move. As the first grains of sand began to rise, dark clouds gathered in the sky as if a storm were about to break. Excadrill, undeterred by the changing weather, began executing Sword's Dance from its position as per Shuichi's orders. Sword's Dance, one of the most powerful moves for boosting physical attack, had always been a move Cain wanted. However, the TM needed to teach it was extremely rare and expensive. Despite his wealth, Cain hadn't been able to obtain it. Only trainers like Steven, an extraordinarily wealthy individual, could afford to teach Sword's Dance to all their Pokémon, making them terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, Drapion followed Cain's orders, scattering toxic spikes around Golem and Excadrill. Though the poison was less effective against Golem's rock and ground types and null against Excadrill's steel type, Drapion carried out its mission. After spreading the toxic spikes, Drapion sharpened its claws and stinger, emitting a metallic sound. The battle was about to erupt. Shuichi, seeing the dark clouds and toxic spikes, was taken aback. How was Cain's Pokémon able to act without receiving verbal instructions? Before Shuichi could react, the first raindrops began to fall. Golem's sandstorm had barely begun, but was quickly suppressed by the rain, and the dampened sand couldn't rise again. When two weather conditions clash, the last move used typically has the advantage. Slowking, use Surf. Drapion, go after Excadrill. Use Fire Fang. While Shuichi was still processing what had happened, Cain continued giving orders to his Pokémon. Surf was a move Cain had recently taught Slowking using a TM. With a roar, Slowking summoned a massive wave of water that surged toward Golem and Excadrill. At the same time, Drapion charged toward Excadrill, a towering beast of 2.5 meters facing a Pokémon less than a meter tall. It was the first time Drapion faced such a small opponent, which only made it more enthusiastic about the fight. Upon evolving from Skorupi to Drapion, it had automatically learned Fire Fang, Thunder Fang, and Ice Fang. After brief training with Cain, Drapion had managed to use them, though not yet perfectly. Excadrill, being a steel type, was vulnerable to fire-type moves like Fire Fang. Shuichi, finally recovering from the shock, saw the massive wave and toxic spikes around him and grew serious. Despite the unexpected turn of events, he couldn't let his combat rhythm be disrupted. The sandstorm had been interrupted, and the rainy weather now favored his opponent. Neither Golem nor Excadrill enjoyed battling in the rain, as water was their worst enemy. Golem, use Heavy Slam on Slowking. Excadrill, use Metal Claw. Resolute in facing the wave head-on, Shuichi opted for a direct defense. Although Golem was slow on foot, it could roll at high speed. Ignoring the wave of water, Golem rolled towards Slowking. Though it took damage, Golem's speed didn't diminish, it even increased. The Heavy Slam move grows stronger the greater the weight difference between the two Pokémon, and Golem, with its rocky body, was much heavier than Slowking. Shuichi planned a direct damage trade-off, hoping to disrupt Slowking's weather control. Although Excadrill was small, it showed not the slightest hint of intimidation as Drapion charged toward it. The Metal Claw move, enhanced by Sword's Dance, had considerable power. Boom! The first clash occurred between Drapion and Excadrill. Drapion's two pincers met Excadrill's two claws in a fierce battle. Just as Shuichi was about to smile, he noticed the corner of Cain's lips curl upward. Suddenly, something felt off. Despite resisting Drapion's pincers, Excadrill couldn't stop its advance. A 2.5-meter-tall Scolipede doesn't have much resistance against Drapion in its Skorupi stage, so Excadrill, with its small size, was at a clear disadvantage. Drapion lifted Excadrill, and under its stunned gaze, its fiery fangs bit down fiercely. Excadrill tried to free itself from the pain, but suspended off the ground, its strength was insignificant against Drapion, like a baby against a giant. Meanwhile, Golem began rolling directly towards Slowking. It seemed like a direct collision was inevitable, but instead of the softness it expected, Golem slammed into solid rock. Slowking had used Teleport to evade the heavy slam move, leaving Golem to crash into a rock behind it. Excadrill, use Aerial Ace. Golem, abandon Slowking and use Earthquake on Drapion. Shuichi reacted swiftly upon seeing Slowking use Teleport, realizing that Golem, with its slowness, wouldn't reach it. He decided to focus on attacking the massive Drapion first. Eliminating one threat would simplify the battle. Drapion, hang in there. Use Fire Fang again. Slowking, no one can interrupt you now. Attack with all your might. Use Psychic Water Pulse on Golem. Cain also issued his commands swiftly. Golem's quadruple weakness to water was the key to victory. Boom, boom, boom. Excadrill used Aerial Ace and managed to free itself from Drapion's grasp. Fortunately, Drapion was no longer bug-type, so the damage it suffered was limited thanks to its tough armor. Still, the Fire Fang move had left burn marks on Excadrill, showing that the attack had inflicted significant damage. Following Cain's orders, Drapion pursued Excadrill again. Just as Drapion managed to catch Excadrill once more, Golem was already closing in. Waves of energy from Golem's Earthquake began spreading toward Drapion. At that moment, Drapion was about to use Fire Fang again on Excadrill. Slowking, using its Psychic Water Pulse move, attacked Golem with incredible speed, aided by its psychic abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The three attacks landed almost simultaneously. Slowking's attack inflicted quadruple damage on Golem, forcing it to shut one eye in pain and kneel on the ground. Water-type moves had always been a significant weakness for Golem. However, Golem's Earthquake also struck Drapion hard. Standing on the ground, Drapion took the full brunt of the earthquake, with two of its legs falling into cracks created by the attack. But that didn't stop Drapion's offensive. It used Fire Fang again, biting down on Excadrill. Despite the damage Drapion suffered, Cain remained calm and ordered, Slowking, attack Golem again with Psychic Water Pulse. Finish it quickly. Drapion, hold on and use Fire Fang once more. Excadrill, with its natural defensive resistances, gave the impression of being a hedgehog with no clear points of attack. Drapion had little choice but to repeat Fire Fang to inflict effective damage. Golem, charge at the trainer. Eliminate any obstacles and use Explosion. Excadrill, burrow underground and use Earthquake. Shuichi made a quick decision, seeing that Golem could no longer continue fighting. He commanded it to use Explosion, an incredibly powerful move, but at the cost of the user. Cain's face darkened. What he feared most had happened. Shuichi, as a Team Rocket member, was willing to use desperate tactics, ignoring battle rules. Slowking, attack Golem, and come to my side. Drapion, don't let Excadrill escape. Slowking launched its Psychic Water Pulse move at Golem again. Although it caused significant damage, it wasn't enough to stop Golem, who was determined to sacrifice itself. However, as Golem charged toward Cain, Slowking teleported in front of him, shielding its trainer. But there was no time to use Teleport again. Slowking, use Protect. Jengar, strike from the shadows. Go straight for Shuichi. Cain's face was stern. He wasn't the only one whose trainer could be attacked. He had his own methods. Although Jengar had been hidden until now, it was always ready to act. Floette, use grassy terrain beneath Drapion. Cain's orders were executed rapidly. Although only Slowking and Drapion were visible, Cain had more Pokémon ready to intervene. Boom. Everything happened in mere seconds. Slowking, with its towering 2-meter figure, shielded Cain using Protect, blocking the first wave of Golem's explosion. Although some shockwaves hit Slowking directly, its psychic abilities mitigated most of the damage, leaving only minor injuries. However, the explosion left a massive crater in front of Slowking. At the bottom of it lay Golem, unconscious. The surrounding area was in chaos. Drapion also took part of the impact, but still firmly held Excadrill in its pincers, which spun frantically like a small top. The sound of metal screeching filled the air as Drapion's and Excadrill's claws clashed. The grassy terrain deployed by Floette began slowly healing Drapion, giving it the energy needed to keep holding the spinning Excadrill. Seeing that Golem's explosion didn't have the devastating effect he had hoped for, Shuichi began to hesitate. Too many things had happened that he hadn't anticipated. Cain could command his Pokémon without speaking. Drapion's sheer strength far outmatched Excadrill even after using Sword's Dance, and Slowking could use Teleport to effortlessly dodge any attack. But what unsettled Shuichi the most was that Golem's first attempt to use Sandstorm had been interrupted by Slowking's Rain Dance. The rain continued to fall, severely weakening his rock and ground-type Pokémon. Without the rain, Golem's explosion would have been far more devastating. In the battle against Cain, Shuichi didn't make any major mistakes, and his combat direction was fairly standard. However, Cain's telepathy caught him off guard. That's how telepathy can make a difference in battles between trainers of a similar level. If Shuichi had known Cain possessed this ability, he might have been better prepared. But Cain had always kept his telepathy a secret, and until now, few people were aware of it. Thus, after a series of maneuvers, Shuichi was forced to make his Golem self-destruct. And though Shuichi's Excadrill was powerful, it couldn't defeat Cain's Drapion immediately. Drapion's immense physical strength managed to restrict Excadrill's performance. Shuichi pulled a Pokeball from his belt and threw it to the ground. Immediately, his Onix appeared, the same one that had helped him escape before. The massive size of Onix blocked the view of Slowking and the others. Shuichi was already planning to flee. Today's defeat was almost certain. Cain's hidden cards had taken him by surprise. Shuichi knew that the next time he faced Cain, he would be better prepared, and it wouldn't be so easy to lose. Cain's telepathy and Slowking's Rain Dance would be the main threats to consider in the future. However, while one person planned to flee, another wasn't willing to let him escape. The moment Golem self-destructed, Gengar, who had emerged from Cain's shadow, had already taken a long detour and was hidden among the rocks. Onix's appearance provided Gengar with even better camouflage. "What's the matter? Thinking of running away?" Cain asked with a smile. I definitely underestimated you. So, the ability you use to direct your Pokémon is telepathy, huh? I didn't think you were also a psychic. It's ridiculous that no one has discovered this. The people who provided me with information about you are useless, Shuichi replied angrily. Although he could escape, he knew he couldn't recover his Golem, which lay gravely injured in front of Cain. It felt like his heart was breaking. Golem was his starter Pokémon, and he had invested so much time and effort into evolving it from a Geodude. Many of his strategies revolved around Golem. But after being repeatedly hit by Slowking's attacks, he understood that Golem was powerless against Water-type Pokémon and faster opponents. He would probably no longer use Golem as the core of his strategies. That is, assuming he had a future. "I'm curious. Who gave you information about me?" Cain asked, trying to distract Shuichi as Gengar moved closer and closer. Shuichi gave a malicious smile. "Don't you know who's after you? Don't you feel anxious, thinking everyone around you is watching you with suspicion? No matter, I won't tell you." His mind seemed somewhat twisted. But Cain shook his head and maintained his smile. "Oh yes, you will," he replied. "What are you?" Shuichi stopped suddenly. He finally realized what was happening, but his survival instincts kicked in too late. When Cain said those words, Gengar was already prepared. Unless Shuichi had a Pokémon hidden in the shadows, like Cain, his fate was sealed. But as a specialist in ground and rock types, he had no Pokémon that could hide in the shadows. Thanks to the connection between Onix's shadow and the nearby rocks, Gengar reached Shuichi's shadow. Slowly, it emerged with a sinister grin, holding two dark spheres charged with immense energy, staring at Shuichi, whose face reflected pure terror. Although Onyx finally noticed Jengar's presence, its massive body prevented it from acting without harming its own trainer. Cain, accompanied by his vigilant Slowking, approached slowly. "I told you, you'd tell me," Cain said coldly. At Jengar's signal, Shuichi began removing his Pokeballs one by one. Under Slowking's psychic control, the Pokeballs floated toward Cain. In front of Shuichi, Cain collected Onyx, Excadrill, and the Dying Golem into their Pokeballs. All the Pokemon that hadn't been summoned remained inside their Pokeballs, now locked. "Now you can talk." "Who is it?" Cain asked, this time with a tone laced with lethal threat. Anyone would be frustrated at being a constant target. From the Trial Island to his arrival in Hoenn, and even on Mythical Island, Cain had been under attack repeatedly. Before, Cain didn't have the power to fight back, but now that he had grown stronger, it was time to stop being the prey and become the hunter. Not reacting would only encourage others to keep attacking. Shuichi, pale-faced, understood his situation well. As a rocket officer, he knew nothing good awaited him. His life was in Cain's hands. He knew that whether he spoke or not, he likely wouldn't leave alive. But a small spark of hope remained in his heart. What if he talked and Cain let him live? What if? After all, living, even in the worst circumstances, was better than dying. As long as he was alive, anything was possible. Everything had happened so fast. Just moments ago, Shuichi had been arrogant, believing that with more information, he could defeat Cain in a future confrontation. But he hadn't anticipated Cain pushing him to the edge, revealing the true nature of a Rocket member. When it came to victory, no method was off limits. Finally, Jengar lowered the dark spheres and remained in Shuichi's shadow. Though his Pokémon had been withdrawn, the threat remained. Situations like these, where League members let their guard down after confiscating a Rocket member's Pokeballs only to be stabbed to death, weren't uncommon. Shuichi collapsed to the ground, feeling his strength leave his body. At last, he murmured a name. Xenon. By the time Cain left the rocky area, the sun was already in the west. He had managed to extract the information he wanted from Shuichi. It turned out that Shuichi wasn't taking direct orders from Xenon. Instead, Xenon had placed a bounty on Cain within a few small clandestine Rocket team groups. Anyone who accepted the bounty could obtain information about Cain from Xenon. A bounty of 20 million Pokedollars. Wow, I'm really valuable, Cain laughed at himself. However, the coldness in his eyes deepened. He understood why Xenon was doing this. Currently, Cain was Giovanni's protégé, and most people didn't dare to openly attack him. But this mythical island presented an opportunity. What Cain didn't know was how word had leaked that he would be participating in this mission. Thus, on this island, anyone could be trying to kill him. Even Reggie and the other two could no longer earn Cain's trust. This was likely part of Xenon's plan. He didn't necessarily want Rocket team members to eliminate Cain directly. Rather, he wanted Cain to distrust all participants, preventing him from collaborating effectively with anyone. If any unforeseen situation arose, Cain would most likely die on the island. Of course, if they somehow managed to eliminate Cain directly, Xenon wouldn't hesitate to spend 20 million for peace of mind. Cain's growth rate was too rapid, enough to make Xenon nervous. Since Cain left the Trial Island until now, not much time had passed. Before returning to that island, he was barely at the level of a captain. But now he could participate in missions reserved for officers. While Xenon wasn't overly concerned about Cain's current strength, it was the speed of his progress that truly worried him. Shuichi had already been buried deeply by Cain in that rocky area. Since Shuichi liked ground and rock-type Pokémon so much, now he would rest alongside them. However, Cain had kept Shuichi's Pokémon. To Cain's surprise, Shuichi thought Cain had only used 2 Pokémon, which he believed was enough. Among Shuichi's Pokeballs, Cain found 2 other advanced-level Pokémon, a large Onix and a Marowak. Even if Shuichi had used all his Pokémon in battle, Cain wouldn't have felt fear. Additionally, Cain discovered several Pokeballs containing Drillbur among Shuichi's belongings. It seemed Shuichi liked using Excadrill and Drillbur combinations, so he carried quite a few of the latter. Cain kept them all. These Pokémon, trained to that level, were quite valuable. Selling them would bring in a significant amount of money. As for the group of Drillbur, Cain thought they might be useful for working the mountain's back area, helping to cultivate the land. Cain also healed Shuichi's golem, which had used the move Explosion. He asked Floette to use grassy terrain twice, barely managing to save its life. Shuichi had been ruthless, attempting to use Golem to take Cain down in a suicide attack. On an island without medical facilities, a Pokémon that has used Explosion is nearly impossible to save. But Cain had Pokeblocks, many healing medicines, and Floette. Thanks to all these factors, Golem's life was barely saved. However, it wouldn't be in top shape for at least a month. Drapion had also sustained considerable damage. Golem's Earthquake move and Excadrill's attacks had caused significant harm. Drapion is doubly weak to ground-type moves. Though strong, Excadrill had used Sword's Dance to power up. On the other hand, Drapion had gained new insight into the move Fire Fang. Cain also took Shuichi's storage space, though he hadn't yet examined its contents. He planned to do so later that night in a safe location. Using Slowking's teleport twice, Cain returned to the clearing where Altaria resided. He had invested quite a bit in this relationship, and a safe spot like this was hard to find on Mythical Island. Naturally, he intended to make good use of it. Although Altaria was proud, she adhered to a fair code of conduct. The previous day, it had taught Honchkrow about aerial combat as thanks for the food Cain had given it. When Cain left in the morning, Altaria and the two Swablu were gone. But by the time he returned in the afternoon, they were back. It was unclear where they had gone. The two Swablu ran toward Cain as soon as they saw him, chirping loudly. They probably wanted Cain to make dinner quickly. After tasting Cain's food, everything else seemed bland to them. Going out with their mother Altaria during the day, the food they used to enjoy no longer tasted the same. Thus, at the request of the two Swablu, Altaria had cut her outing short and returned with her children, awaiting Cain's arrival. Altaria blushed slightly. She hadn't expected that, in the end, she too would crave Cain's cooking. Cain smiled, released his Pokémon, and let them play with the Swablu in the clearing. Then, after quickly tending to his Pokémon's wounds, he began preparing dinner. And Altaria and two Swablu weren't a significant expense in terms of food for Cain. Although he hadn't originally planned to cook every day due to the time and effort it required, he had brought many canned goods. Dinner now seemed destined to be handmade. 2 hours later, the Pokémon enjoyed the meal Cain had prepared while they chatted. This time, Altaria didn't eat alone in her territory as usual. Instead, she joined Cain and his Pokémon for dinner. The two Swablu ate alongside the 5 little ones. Meanwhile, Cain sat to the side, reviewing the day's spoils. First, the stones he had found under the protection of Bastiodon and Crocodile. Up until then, he had been curious about their value, but after scanning them with his system, he understood their significance. The minerals within those stones contained twice as many minerals as the ones Steven had given him. It was worth noting that the stones Steven provided were already highly valuable, but these were even more impressive. However, Cain hadn't been able to extract much. What he had gathered would only feed Larvitar and Aaron for about 2 weeks. Though the mineral vein was large, he didn't have the strength to keep mining under Bastiodon and Crocodile's watchful eyes. But the system skin made a surprising discovery that caught Cain's attention. He had found small diamonds among the minerals, and the quantity wasn't insignificant. A thought crossed Cain's mind. Could Larvitar and Aaron eat diamonds? The diamonds weren't very large, only about the size of a fingernail. In this world, diamonds didn't carry the same air of eternal treasure, so while they held value, it wasn't anything excessive. They were considered a valuable adornment, but not of great importance. Strictly speaking, diamonds are a type of mineral, right? In that case, Larvitar and Aaron should be able to eat them. Cain called Larvitar and Aaron over. At this point, Larvitar had excellent control over its strength, and walking on the grass barely left any visible marks, evidence of its progress. With its little red backpack strapped on, Larvitar hopped over to Cain, munching casually on a piece of mineral as if it were chocolate. Larvitar always ate faster. Cain had given it roasted meat earlier, but it had already finished it and was now filling its stomach with minerals. Aaron, on the other hand, was calmer and approached Cain slowly. Looking at his two companions, Cain smiled in satisfaction, patting their heads. Larvitar's head was rough, like rock, while Aaron's was smoother, with a clear metallic feel. During their time of training, both had grown considerably. First, Larvitar. Although its height and weight hadn't increased much, its skin was darker, its texture was more solid, and it seemed to be developing an armor-like layer reminiscent of Tyranitar. Perhaps this was due to the fragment of Groudon's armor that it carried on its back, subtly influencing its development. It could also be attributed to the high-quality minerals it consumed, along with the poke blocks and calcium supplements, which fostered its exceptional growth. Wild Tyranitar raised in nature didn't have access to the luxurious minerals Cain provided his Larvitar. Even those raised by other trainers rarely received minerals of such high quality. Cain's training method was comparable to Steven's care for his Metagross. Without substantial financial resources, such a method would be impossible. The minerals Cain had spent 10 million Pokedollars on would soon be devoured by Larvitar. And Aaron was another big eater. Since joining Cain, Aaron's diet had significantly improved. Occasionally enjoying delicious roasted meat, with an abundance of high-quality minerals daily, and supported by special poke blocks, it had entered an ideal growth phase. Moreover, Larvitar and Aaron's poke blocks contained a rare ingredient, geocentric cleansing milk. This helped them better perceive ground and rock-type energies while enhancing their physical condition, increasing their longevity, and prolonging their peak phase. Thanks to the Groudon armor that Larvitar always carried on its back, its control over ground and rock energies continued to improve, something that greatly pleased Cain. The two Pokémon waited patiently for their trainer's instructions, enjoying the head pats with their eyes closed in delight. Cain took out 2 diamonds and placed them in front of them. When Larvitar and Aaron saw the diamonds in Cain's hands, their eyes sparkled. Seeing their reactions, Cain smiled and said, "Looks like you can actually eat diamonds, huh?" Larvitar and Aaron nodded excitedly. They could sense the tremendous amount of energy contained within the gleaming diamonds before them, far more than in any other mineral they had consumed so far. Cain signaled for them to give it a try. Larvitar immediately took one of the diamonds and put it in its mouth, while Aaron grabbed the other from Cain's hand and swallowed it. This time, eating wasn't as easy as with their usual minerals. Larvitar closed its eyes and bit down hard. Watching this, Cain felt a bit of tooth pain himself. He worried that Larvitar might break a tooth. Crack! A crisp sound came from Larvitar's mouth. For a moment, Cain was concerned, had its teeth broken? But he had underestimated Larvitar's dental resilience. Crack! Now it was Aaron's turn. Cain worried less about Aaron since its steel typing gave it stronger teeth. After breaking the diamond, the rest was easy. The diamonds turned into crunchy treats, and both Pokémon enthusiastically devoured them. Once finished, they looked at Cain with hopeful eyes. Their gazes clearly said, "We want more." Cain couldn't help but be amazed that these little ones could eat diamonds like candy. With no choice, he took out all the diamonds he had found among the minerals and placed them in front of them. Larvitar and Aaron ate faster and faster, effortlessly crunching the diamonds. In no time, they had devoured all the diamonds. Although diamonds weren't extremely valuable in this world, that small pile was still worth tens of thousands of Pokedollars. Hick! Both Pokémon let out a satisfied burp, patting their full stomachs. This surprised Cain, as he had expected them to need more minerals to feel full. Had just a handful of diamonds been enough? Could it be because diamonds contain more energy and minerals than regular stones? Cain murmured. He let the little Pokémon play while he pondered an important question. What would happen if Larvitar and Aaron grew up eating diamonds? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Could this be a new training method? Diamond feeding method? Better not, he couldn't afford it. Even Steven would wince at the sight of hundreds of thousands of Pokedollars vanishing with each meal. It was best to keep diamonds as an occasional snack. He shelved the terrifying idea for now. Then, Cain took out Shuichi's storage equipment and began examining its contents. It wasn't surprising that someone who came to Mythical Island carried so many valuable materials, many of which were hard to find elsewhere. Clearly, they had been obtained on the island. The old saying was true: killing and looting fills your pockets. Cain found many interesting items in Shuichi's storage space. In addition, he also uncovered a large quantity of minerals. Evidently, as Shuichi was a trainer specializing in ground and rock-type Pokémon, most of his Pokémon belonged to these types, and the minerals were their primary food. Cain noticed that Shuichi had divided the minerals into two piles. One pile consisted of regular quality minerals, which Shuichi had likely prepared before arriving at the island. These minerals, while considered ordinary by Cain and Steven's standards, would be deemed very high quality by most others. The other pile was clearly obtained on Mythical Island. The minerals in this pile were of similar quality to those Cain had previously acquired. As he examined Shuichi's storage space, Cain found a considerable amount of diamonds, similar to the ones his Pokémon, Larvitar and Aaron, had been eating. In fact, there were more diamonds here than Cain had obtained from mining minerals earlier. Observing the diamonds, Cain noticed they weren't just identical in quality to the ones he had acquired, but were also remarkably similar in brilliance and transparency, which surprised him. Typically, diamonds from the same mine have subtle differences, but these appeared completely identical. This made Cain wonder if Shuichi had discovered a diamond mine on Mythical Island. If such a mine truly existed, then the dream of feeding Larvitar and Aaron with diamonds might become a reality. Cain mused, maybe that sandy terrain isn't as simple as it seems. It's likely Shuichi uncovered a secret there, while I only settled for the immediate benefits without discovering the place's true nature. He stored the diamonds in his backpack. Even though there were more diamonds than what he had found before, they still wouldn't last more than a couple of days as Pokémon food. With the idea of further investigating the sandy area, Cain decided he would check the location daily. Perhaps he could uncover something new. After fully organizing Shuichi's storage, Cain noticed that his Pokémon had almost finished their dinner. He set this matter aside for now, cleaned everything up, and began the specific training for his Pokémon. Honchkrow, after receiving lessons from Altaria, had already recognized its weaknesses. It had started training on its own without Cain needing to push it. Cain trusted Honchkrow's ability to train independently. Currently, Honchkrow no longer carried extra weight on its body, as its strength had increased to the point where the weight no longer posed a challenge. Now, the purpose of that weight was to increase the difficulty of its training sessions. Slowking, on the other hand, had shown some deficiencies in its recent battle. As a water and psychic-type Pokémon, although it was highly talented in using psychic powers, Cain had slightly neglected its water energy. Due to a lack of time, Cain had prioritized training Slowking's psychic abilities, which were its strength, to maximize its power. But now that Slowking had reached the advanced level, its progress had slowed. Thus, it was time to incorporate water-type training into its regimen. While its water-type moves weren't weak, there was still much room for improvement compared to its psychic abilities. At this stage, Slowking's goal would be to train exclusively in water-type moves, enhancing its mastery over water energy. Even when not using water-type moves, it should be able to control this energy effectively. Weevil, Jengar, and Drapion, who had recently evolved and reached the advanced level, required more intensive training. Their bodies had undergone significant changes in size, so they also needed to get accustomed to their new forms. For instance, Weevil had to continue training its ice-type moves, as it had not yet reached its full potential. One of the moves it needed to focus on was Blizzard, a powerful and effective move for group battles. Although Weevil had already used Blizzard during the battle against the Scolipede, it was still far from meeting Cain's standards. As for Drapion, it had learned 3 new moves after its evolution: Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, and Ice Fong, enabling it to adapt better to different types of opponents. For example, when facing a ground and steel-type Pokémon like Excadrill, Drapion's usual moves were heavily limited, but Fire Fong allowed it to counter Excadrill effectively. However, it still needed to practice these moves to perfect them. Drapian's training involved running across the field and striking trees, becoming familiar with its new body. Then, it had to use the 3 Fong moves to attack the trees, smoothly switching between different energy types. Only once it had fully mastered these moves would Cain focus on enhancing their power. Lastly, Jengar had already proven its capability in battle after the intense matches at the Pokémon Center. Although it had improved its control over its body since its evolution, it still needed to work on the advantages gained from its new form and fully master its moves. Jengar was a Pokémon with tremendous growth potential, especially because it could Mega Evolve. While its capacity hadn't increased much after its evolution, Cain was confident this wouldn't limit it. Cain also sensed that the black energy Jengar had absorbed, a gift from one of the elders at MT Pyre, still held untapped potential. This meant Jengar would need intense training to unlock that power fully. Cain knew that none of his Pokémon had yet reached their maximum potential for their levels and abilities. Each one had significant room for improvement, though some would have more opportunities to grow depending on how they managed their current skills. Of course, in addition to the 5 Pokémon currently in the main team, Cain also assigned training tasks to the Pokémon he carried close to his chest, Floette. Even if it was just for their time on this island, being the only support healer-type Pokémon in the team, her importance to the group was undeniable. Cain didn't want Floette to fail at a critical moment. For this reason, he had given her as much training as possible, especially focusing on the move Grassy Terrain. Truth be told, while Floette's potential was relatively low compared to Cain's other Pokémon, if he had had a Pokémon like her back on Trial Island, his life would have been much easier. Additionally, Floette having lower potential didn't mean her utility was small. For support moves like Grassy Terrain, Floette was surprisingly effective, even without extensive training in such moves. Whenever Cain watched Floette train moves like Grassy Terrain, he couldn't help but nod in approval, thinking he had found a true treasure. After assigning training tasks to his main battle Pokémon, the 5 younger ones also had to participate in training. However, their focus was currently on physical development. Learning to master their bodies was more effective than move training at this stage and would give them a solid foundation for the future. While Cain was busy training his Pokémon, an unexpected figure appeared by his side. It was Altaria. Cain was somewhat surprised by Altaria's appearance. Altaria let out a gentle melody and observed the training Pokémon, nodding in approval. It seemed as if she was saying the Pokémon were training well and growing considerably. Cain hesitated for a moment, but decided to activate his telepathy and connect his mind with Altaria's. "Hello, Altaria. My name is Cain. I'm a Pokémon trainer," Cain said, his eyes glowing blue. By now, Cain had mastered the use of telepathy with ease. Altaria looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting the voice in her mind to come from the human before her. "It's me speaking. This is telepathy, a special way to use psychic powers," Cain explained. "Hello, Cain," Altaria's voice soon echoed in Cain's mind. Altaria's voice was particularly clear, but it didn't sound like that of a young woman, more like a mature one. It made sense, given she was the mother of 2 Swablu. Her voice matched her role perfectly. Cain smiled and nodded, saying, "Is something wrong? Is there anything I can help you with?" Altaria seemed hesitant. Cain waited patiently, saying nothing. Are you from somewhere outside this place?" Altaria took a deep breath before finally speaking. When Cain heard Altaria's question, his pupils contracted and his expression stiffened. "Outside? Outside Mythical Island? Or beyond Mythical Island's illusory barrier?" Cain hadn't responded yet, but Altaria already got the answer she sought just by observing Cain's expression. With a melancholic sigh, she said, "I knew it. You really are from the outside." "Is the outside world big?" Altaria's eyes shone with longing and hope. Nodding, Cain sat on the ground, gazing at the stars in the sky. It had to be said, Mew's creation of Mythical Island's barrier was exceptionally clever. From inside, you couldn't see what lay beyond, but the starry sky was clearly visible. "How did you know this place isn't the outside world?" Cain asked after some thought. "Once, before my 2 children were born, I flew beyond this island to see what lay beyond. But every time I flew a certain distance, a kind of maze would appear, and in the end, I would always return to this island, Altaria explained. Altaria, practically invincible on Mythical Island, faced no daily life pressures. There were other Pokémon stronger than her on Mythical Island, but none could prevent her from escaping. Then, how do you know the outside world exists? Cain asked again. Altaria had shown little surprise when she first saw Cain and his Pokémon. Could it be because she already knew about the outside world? Altaria's expression shifted to one of nostalgia. After a moment of silence, she replied, "The father of my 2 children is from the outside world." Cain was stunned by the response. So, there had already been Pokémon from the outside that entered? And where is he now? He's gone. Gone? He passed through the barrier and left. Altaria nodded. Though Cain was surprised that the father of her children could cross the barrier, he wasn't too shocked, knowing the father's power. Cain didn't know what to say. To cross Mew's barrier freely, that Pokémon must have been at least elite level, and not just any elite level Pokémon could achieve such a feat. A flying-type Pokémon above elite level? Perhaps a legendary Pokémon? If that were the case, the 2 Swablu probably had far greater potential than Cain had imagined. So, do you want to leave and see the world? Leave? Altaria's eyes sparkled with a long-repressed desire. From the day she learned of a larger world outside, she had yearned to explore it. But after having her 2 children, that ambition had faded, forcing her to suppress it. She still had to care for her little ones. Thinking of them, Altaria hesitated again. At that moment, Cain's mind began working rapidly. He had clearly noticed Altaria's longing for the outside world, but her responsibilities to her children kept her from acting on it. Suddenly, Cain's soul of deception ignited. This was a truly high-level Pokémon, with power nearing elite level, and equipped with powerful Dragon-type moves. If he could convince her. No, this wasn't deception. Everything he was about to do was for her and her children's benefit. You already know, we come from the outside world, but we're just an advance group. Our mission is to investigate this island. Behind us is a group of far more powerful people waiting for our signal. In fact, even without our signal, they'll eventually force their way in. When they do, the Pokémon on this island will be attacked. Especially strong Pokémon like you, you'll be their primary target. The more Cain spoke, the more intense the atmosphere around Altaria grew. When he mentioned that invaders would attack them, Altaria's aura, as a dragon-type Pokémon, fully erupted. Cain's Pokémon noticed the aura of energy surrounding Altaria. Observing Cain standing beside her, they showed signs of concern, pausing their training and approaching him. Cain signaled to them with a wave of his hand, indicating that everything was under control. After receiving their trainer's signal, the Pokémon returned to their training, though they kept an eye on the situation from the corner of their eyes. Feeling Altaria's intense energy, Cain raised his hands in resignation and said, "I also lack sufficient power and am forced to act this way. Even if we weren't here, they would come to the island. Our presence has only delayed their arrival, but at most, they'll be here in 10 days. Altaria watched Cain intently before gradually releasing her energy. Cain breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling Altaria's quasi-elite level power was overwhelming. "Who are they?" Altaria asked coldly, her tone hinting at slight rejection. Cain had anticipated this reaction but wasn't overly worried. Although Altaria was powerful, as a Pokémon that had lived in a closed environment, her perceptions were more naive compared to Pokémon from the outside world. Cain also knew she had her 2 offspring to care for. They're an underground organization from the outside. This place where you live is called Mythical Island, and the barrier preventing you from leaving is the Mythical Shield. The organization is extremely interested in this long isolated island. Currently, at least 5 or 6 quasi-elite level trainers are waiting outside. You may not be familiar with what a quasi-elite level trainer means, but each of them has at least 4 or 5 Pokémon as strong as you. Altogether, there are nearly 30 Pokémon of that level. Do you think this island has so many powerful Pokémon? And even if it does, would they unite to defend themselves? Cain's words left Altaria speechless. If the powerful trainers Cain described truly existed, the island faced an imminent threat of destruction. Cain had exaggerated a bit. Team Rocket's team included quasi-elite level trainers, but not as many as he claimed, and not all had as many Pokémon at Altaria's level. However, he wasn't entirely wrong. When Team Rocket attacked the island, there would be many quasi-elite level trainers. Altaria began to feel disheartened. The conviction in Cain's voice indicated he wasn't lying. She didn't know how many Pokémon on the island were stronger than her, but as a flying-type Pokémon, she naturally had the advantage of deciding whether to fight or flee. She had faced several stronger Pokémon, but not as many as Cain mentioned. Furthermore, Cain had pointed out a crucial fact: the Pokémon of Mythical Island would not unite to fight. As a native resident, Altaria knew this all too well. Is there no hope? Altaria sighed sadly. Cain noticed the discouragement in her words. If Altaria were alone, she might not be so concerned, but her two young offspring were inexperienced in combat. Under her protection, they had faced few dangers and rarely fought. Cain decided to seize the moment. If you trust me, I can take you off the island without much difficulty. I can also offer you a safe place to live. To be honest, in the outside world, I hold a certain position. I have my own territory, which, though not as large as Mythical Island, is comparable to your territory. And in my territory, you won't have to worry about any danger. I guarantee that. Your territory? Altaria asked, looking at him with a mix of doubt and skepticism. Cain knew that, compared to Altaria, his Pokémon weren't as strong. Together, they couldn't match even two of her attacks. Yes, my territory. I know that, compared to you, we're still weak. But surely, you can see that my Pokémon haven't been trained for long, right? In less than a year, starting from scratch, they've reached this level. Give me another year, and I'm confident I can surpass you. Cain's confidence was evident on his face. The progress he'd made in this life had given him great assurance. Even when facing prodigies like Lance or Steven, Cain was confident he could compete with them. Altaria nodded slightly. She had noticed the youth of Cain's Pokémon. Some were even younger than her own offspring, but were already powerful. This trainer had very effective methods for training his Pokémon. However, Altaria didn't respond immediately. As a Pokémon on the verge of becoming an elite-level Pokémon, she had her pride. The only reason she might consider it was for her two offspring. She needed time to decide whether she was willing to set aside her pride for the sake of her young and trust this human. Let me think about it, Altaria said before taking flight. Cain, watching Altaria disappear into the moonlight, smiled to himself. I almost have her. He had managed to convince her 80% of the way. With the promise of a safe haven and territory, Altaria was already caught in Cain's net. However, one question lingered in his mind. Who is the father of the two Swablu? The fifth day. When Cain woke up in the morning, he discovered that Altaria had left again, taking the two Swablu with her. However, Cain wasn't worried. Altaria turned out to be much smarter than he had anticipated. She understood that what he had told her wasn't merely an alarming exaggeration or a deliberate deception. He had just embellished the facts a little. But if Team Rocket's men were to fully invade, Altaria and the two Swablu, being high-quality and rare Pokémon species, would undoubtedly be the team's primary targets. From Cain's perspective, if he had enough power, he too would try to capture Altaria and her two young by force. After all, Altaria is a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, which gave it a much higher potential ceiling than ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, after Mega Evolving, it gained the Dragon and Fairy types, both of which would be incredibly valuable in the future. Wasting no time, Cain had breakfast and teleported again to the Sandstone region with Slowking's help. The main goal of this visit was to search for the rumored diamond deposit that might exist in the area. If Cain hadn't defeated Shuichi yesterday, he might have been able to get some information from him. However, Cain also had his own unique methods. Standing on Drapian's back, Cain took out Larvitar's Pokeball. He immediately summoned Larvitar. When Larvitar appeared on the sand, his massive weight didn't make him sink. Cain noticed he had generated a thin layer of ground-type energy under his feet, preventing him from sinking into the sand. Larvitar's control over ground-type energy had improved again. Cain had high expectations for how Larvitar would use ground-type moves in future battles. As soon as he was out, Larvitar glanced around and, seeing Cain standing on Drapian's back, flashed a happy smile. This sandstone environment was one of Larvitar's favorites, and he felt completely at ease. He ran on his small legs toward Drapian, trying to grab the spikes on Drapian's back to climb up. However, when Larvitar used his strength, crack! Cha! Drapian let out a cry. One of the small spikes on his back ended up in Larvitar's hand. Larvitar looked at the spike in his hand, then at Drapian, who showed signs of pain. He felt terribly embarrassed, bowing repeatedly in apology before trying to place the spike back in its original spot. He carefully set the broken spike on the fracture. After placing it, Larvitar quietly sighed in relief. "I didn't think it was that fragile," thought the poor Larvitar. However, he forgot his own weight. A breeze blew, and the small spike fell to the ground. The situation became extremely awkward. Drapian didn't feel much pain anymore, but couldn't help feeling a little helpless toward his small companion. These spikes were like his hair, and breaking them did hurt. Cain couldn't help but facepalm. Using his psychic abilities, he quickly lifted Larvitar. Larvitar, with his little red backpack, had a guilty expression, looking down and fiddling with his hands, too embarrassed to meet Drapian's gaze. "The spike was my fault. I admit my mistake, but please don't hit me." Seeing his expression, Cain couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, it's okay, Larvitar. Drapian won't blame you. That spike will grow back soon." Although Drapian was no longer bug-type, he still belonged to that family, and limb regeneration was a capability he still possessed. A small spike like that wasn't a big problem for him. Drapian also turned around and, with one of his pincers, patted Larvitar on the head, showing a smile that, while intimidating, carried no ill intent. Larvitar, sensing that Drapian wasn't upset, sighed in relief and patted his chest repeatedly with his small hands. He was so excited that he forgot his own weight. Cain released Larvitar with his psychic ability, letting him climb onto Drapian's back. Although Larvitar was quite heavy, Drapian was extremely strong. While he felt the weight, it was manageable. Standing in front of Cain, Larvitar hugged Drapian's neck with curiosity, looking around. Cain patted Larvitar's head. He was his trump card. "Larvitar, try to see if you can sense the energies around you. Where do you feel a greater concentration of ground or rock energy?" Cain asked with a smile. Sometimes, it's hard to distinguish between ground and rock energy. For example, in some minerals, both types of energy are present. In fact, the two types have the ability to transform into each other. For a Pokémon like Larvitar, who is both ground and rock type, he could absorb both energies. But for a Pokémon like Aaron, he could only absorb part of them. Even so, wherever the concentration of ground or rock energy was dense, there was likely some sort of mineral deposit. Hearing Cain's request, Larvitar closed his eyes and began to sense. A minute later, he opened his eyes and shook his head, indicating that he didn't feel anything special. Cain didn't doubt him and let Drapian move forward slowly, while Larvitar continued to monitor the area's energy concentration. Thanks to his extraordinary ability to control both types of energy, Larvitar had the potential to detect them. However, being so young, his detection range was limited, so Drapian had to move constantly for a thorough search. This time, Slowking didn't accompany them, so Cain had Jengar emerge from the shadows to protect them from wild Pokémon attacks. Meanwhile, Honchkrow flew high above, keeping watch for possible Team Rocket members like Shuichi. If anyone saw Larvitar, Cain wouldn't hesitate to do whatever it took to eliminate them. Larvitar's existence had to remain a secret for now. However, as a true foodie, Larvitar soon detected an area with a high energy concentration after Drapian had traveled a certain distance. He pointed repeatedly in one direction, and Drapian obediently followed. It wasn't far, as Larvitar's detection range was limited. When they arrived, Cain found it was a pile of rocks. Trusting Larvitar's detection, Cain asked Drapion and Jengar to clear the large rocks from the surface. The fact that Larvitar could sense the energy through so many rocks genuinely surprised Cain. Because this was a sandstone region filled with ground and rock-type Pokémon, Larvitar, even at his young age, already showed a perception ability far stronger than other Pokémon. Cain could only think, is this the future desert tyrant? Or perhaps, could it be possible that the fragments of Groudon's armor he carried in his backpack had subtly influenced him? Either way, everything was moving in a good direction. When Drapion and Jengar finally managed to move the large rocks covering the area, the hidden gemstones underneath were revealed. Since Cain was the first to discover the spot, there weren't any overly powerful wild Pokémon present, so there was no need to rush. Cain carefully examined the quality of the stones. They were better than he had imagined, comparable to the ones he had taken from Bastiodon and Crocodile the other day. However, the deposit here was much smaller. With the cooperation of Drapion and Jengar, they managed to extract everything within half an hour. It's worth noting that Larvitar, the little rascal, lazed around the entire time. While Drapion and Jengar worked hard to dig out the stones, Larvitar sat calmly on the side, holding a rock larger than himself and happily chewing on it. The crunchy sound of him biting into it, combined with his satisfied expression, made it seem like he was enjoying a delicious chocolate bar. Cain didn't stop him. Larvitar had worked hard earlier today, so he decided to let him enjoy this as a reward. By the time they had finished extracting all the stones, Larvitar had also finished eating his rock and cleaned his hands in satisfaction. Although he wasn't entirely full, he felt he could eat as much as he wanted today. This essentially set the tone for the day for Cain and his team. As they explored the sandstone area, Cain, Drapion, Jengar, and Larvitar continued searching for more mineral deposits. The findings exceeded Cain's expectations. The amount of mineral resources in this place was astonishing. In just 1/4 of the sandstone region, Cain's backpack space was already filled with gemstones. If compared to the stones Steven had sold him for 10 million Pokedollars, Cain had mined stones worth 30 to 40 million in just one day. Moreover, the quality of these stones was far superior to those Steven had sold him. However, Cain hadn't found any trace of diamonds among these deposits. He wasn't sure if he simply wasn't in the right place or if his initial hypothesis had just been a coincidence. Aside from that, since they inevitably trespassed into the territory of wild Pokémon while mining, battles were unavoidable. Cain's Slowking was the main force in these fights, and by the end of the day, he had leveled up, reaching level 44 and stepping into the mid-advanced rank. Honchkrow and Jengar also released the energy they had built up during their training, both leveling up to 42. But the biggest surprise of the day was Floette. Although she was a fairy-type Pokémon, she also had significant grass-type moves. Since grass-type moves are effective against ground and rock types, Floette proved to be just as effective as Honchkrow and Jengar when battling such Pokémon. After this intense day of battles, Floette had leveled up to 33. She had been with Cain for only 3 or 4 days and had already gained 3 levels, something so fast even she couldn't believe it. As a result, she began to push herself even harder in battles. Having grown up in the wild, Floette understood the importance of improving her power better than anyone else on the team. Although they also encountered some opponents they couldn't defeat, such as wild Pokémon at quasi-elite levels, Slowking's natural advantage with the move Teleport made it easy to avoid these slow opponents. If not for that, Cain wouldn't have dared to provoke such powerful Pokémon. By nightfall, they returned to the grassland area. They had only explored 1/4 of the sandstone area, leaving a vast expanse still to be explored. Even if he didn't find the diamond mine, the stones he had mined already represented significant savings for Cain, as well as contributing to Larvitar and Aaron's growth. The energy Larvitar and Aaron had absorbed from the stones also allowed them to level up. Aaron leveled up to 19 and Larvitar to 12. It was evident that the energy contained in these stones was truly abundant. Without having to battle, just by absorbing the energy from the stones, both had improved considerably. Additionally, This energy was gradually transforming their bodies, which would result in an explosion of power when they eventually evolved. Right now, they were building the foundation for their future. The fact that the energy from these stones allowed them to level up demonstrated how valuable they were. With such nutritious stones, Larvitar and Aaron behaved like little maniacs, eating eagerly, playing joyfully, and training diligently to expend their daily energy. That night, Altaria didn't approach Cain. After dinner, she stayed by herself, gazing at the stars and pondering something. Cain understood it was best not to disturb her for now, to avoid making her think he had any ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the two Swablu continued playing cheerfully with the rest of the team. Under their mother's constant protection, it seemed they would never grow up. Cain was certain that if Altaria continued shielding and spoiling her children this way, she would end up wasting their incredible potential. But for now, it wasn't the right time for Cain to say anything, as it would only create resistance. Surprisingly, Cain decided not to participate in his Pokémon's training that night. Instead, he sat down to meditate and train his psychic power. Since reaching the level of a beginner psychic, Cain had temporarily stopped training that ability. However, he decided to resume it. Although he knew reaching the intermediate level would be difficult, even among beginner psychics, there were differences in power. Cain still had some Dawn Stones and was curious to see how far he could go after absorbing all of them. The second time he absorbed a Dawn Stone, it was much smoother than the first, and the energy was absorbed without issue. However, the increase in his psychic power wasn't as dramatic as the first time. But for someone with as scarce psychic power as Cain, it was still a significant boost. After each absorption, he needed time to stabilize and adjust before using another Dawn Stone. With several stones in his possession, Cain hoped to absorb them soon, as it would greatly enhance his advantage in using psychic powers. Day 6. Mythical Island. Sandstone Zone. Cain, accompanied by Drapion and Larvitar, resumed his treasure hunt. For Larvitar, this was a source of immense joy, not so much for the thrill of the hunt, but for the reward that usually awaited at the end. Plenty of delicious food. The previous night, Larvitar had enthusiastically recounted to Aaron what happened during these expeditions, making Aaron incredibly envious. If Aaron had the same skills as Larvitar, he would have insisted on joining Cain to help find more minerals. That day, the treasure hunt began smoothly, but as they reached the edges of the Sandstone Zone, they noticed something unusual. According to the layout of Mythical Island, the Tree of Life stood at the center of the island. The meadow where Altaria lived was in the southern zone, quite far from the center. North of that meadow stretched the Scolipede Forest, and beyond it lay the vast sandstone region, home to many rock and ground-type Pokémon. Beyond the Sandstone Zone, to the north, was a mountain range dividing the region in two. On this day, Cain and his team, while exploring, found themselves near this mountain range. During the search, Cain came across several deep pits with clear signs of prior excavation. These pits, originally full of minerals, were now empty. The first name that came to Cain's mind was Shuichi. This was surely the place where Shuichi had been transported, and the stones stored in his space pocket likely came from here. There were traces of excadrill both underground and on the surface. What confirmed Cain's suspicions even further was that, in one of the deposits pointed out by Larvitar, Drapion found diamonds embedded in the rocks. They were identical in quality and color to the ones Larvitar had devoured earlier. This confirmed that there wasn't a true diamond deposit in the Sandstone Zone, which was a bit disappointing. However, the abundance of other minerals they had found was still highly valuable. Curiously, the closer they got to the mountain range, the more diamonds appeared in the deposits. While finding many diamonds in the Central Zone might have been normal, being at the boundaries of the Sandstone region made it unusual. After finishing the excavation of another deposit, Floette used her grassy terrain move to help the Pokémon recover energy. Then, after a quick lunch, they resumed their search. They hadn't gone far when Larvitar, perched on Drapion, suddenly jumped in excitement, nearly causing Drapion to trip due to the unexpected weight. Larvitar quickly patted Drapion's back in apology, wearing an expression that said, "I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." Noticing Larvitar's reaction, Cain asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Larvitar nodded excitedly, pointing with his tiny hand toward a specific spot, shouting enthusiastically. He seemed to be saying, "There's something delicious there." Following the direction Larvitar pointed, Cain saw that he was gesturing toward the base of the mountain. Could it really be a diamond deposit? Wasting no time, Cain instructed Drapion to head there. At first glance, there were no visible signs on the surface or on the mountain wall. It was a steep cliff at a 90-degree angle, covered with loose rocks. Cain summoned all his Pokémon, knowing that working in such an unstable area required caution, as rocks could fall at any moment. Drapion, being the most skilled at digging, took the lead. Mining also served as excellent exercise for Drapion, helping him improve his body control and joint strength. Slowly, they began excavating under the cliff. Larvitar was restless, pacing back and forth, clearly drawn to whatever was inside. After about 40 minutes of teamwork, just as Cain began to doubt whether Larvitar had been mistaken, something happened. Clang! The metallic sound of Drapion's strike indicated they had hit something hard. Hearing this, Larvitar rushed to the spot, pointing excitedly and nearly drooling, convinced they had found something delicious. Cain approached to inspect and found small fragments of diamonds glimmering in the rock wall. "Is this a diamond deposit?" Cain couldn't believe his luck. Could it be that his good fortune would soon run out after this? Motivated by the discovery, Drapion began digging with renewed enthusiasm. As Cain collected the stones, Larvitar took advantage of every small fragment that fell, quickly popping it into his mouth. The crunching sound of diamonds being bitten was unmistakable, and though he tried to be discreet, the noise gave him away. However, as the excavation continued, Cain noticed something strange. The quantity of diamonds seemed excessive, and most intriguingly, their color and quality were unnatural. Then it all clicked. Cain realized these diamonds hadn't been naturally formed. His expression shifted from surprise to overwhelming joy. If his assumptions were correct, he had struck a fortune. Cain had a suspicion in his mind. As the Pokémon continued digging and uncovering more diamonds, that suspicion grew stronger. He set aside some of the larger diamonds, leaving the smaller ones for Larvitar as a snack. Additionally, Cain decided to call Aaron out as well. When Aaron appeared and saw Larvitar frantically devouring diamonds, his eyes filled with envy. Without saying a word, Aaron simply sat next to Larvitar and started eating too. Larvitar noticed Aaron's presence, but didn't say much, merely letting out a few sounds while chewing since his mouth was still full of diamonds. Although both Larvitar and Aaron could eat diamonds, compared to other minerals, diamonds were quite hard, so they ate them more slowly. Moreover, diamonds contained much more energy, and both began to feel as though their stomachs were reaching full capacity, as if they might burst. However, seeing the endless stream of diamonds being unearthed, neither seemed willing to stop. Suddenly, Larvitar had a brilliant idea. He took off his small red backpack, which had a fragment of Groudon's armor in the main compartment, but still had other empty compartments. Larvitar quickly filled those compartments with small diamonds and hugged the backpack tightly, adopting a possessive attitude of "these are mine, no one touch them." Seeing Larvitar's red backpack, Aaron looked a bit puzzled. He stared at Larvitar, then at Cain, as if silently expressing that he needed something similar. Amused by their behavior, Cain couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, it's all right, little ones, no need to fight over this. After all, these diamonds are for you. But eating this many diamonds as if they're regular food isn't a good idea. You might have digestive problems. This will be the first and last time. In the future, I'll prepare a more suitable diet for you." Aaron, slightly embarrassed, scratched his metallic head, while Larvitar kept clutching his backpack, completely ignoring Cain's words as though his only concern was his precious possession. Laughing, Cain decided to recall the two mischievous Pokémon back into their Pokeballs. After eating so many diamonds, they probably won't even need dinner, Cain thought. He could only hope their stomachs could digest them well. After recalling the two little ones, Cain's expression turned serious again. He looked toward where Drapion was still digging, a spark of excitement in his eyes. As if responding to his gaze, Drapion struck the wall with its pincers once more, and suddenly, the wall collapsed, revealing a passage ahead. The interior wasn't completely dark. Small, diamond-like stones embedded in the walls emitted a faint glow, illuminating the cave within. Cain felt a surge of joy, convinced that his suspicion was about to be confirmed. Climbing onto Drapion's back, Cain and his Pokémon ventured into the cave. He instructed Slowking to seal the hole they had dug, preventing other Pokémon from entering. This passage seemed to be part of a pre-existing cave system, and now Cain had to decide which direction to take. After observing the situation, Cain decided to head toward the area where the diamonds were most abundant. All of Cain's Pokémon accompanied him, as in this type of unknown environment, there was always a risk of encountering danger. The passage wasn't very wide, barely enough for Drapion to walk through, so the other Pokémon positioned themselves either in front or behind. Jengar hid in Cain's shadow, while Weevil, being smaller and more agile, took the lead to scout for potential threats. Slowking stayed directly behind Cain, ready to teleport them away if necessary. Lastly, Honchcrow flew at the rear, keeping watch for any attacks from behind. This was the formation they used to advance. As they ventured deeper, the passage gradually widened, allowing the Pokémon to walk more comfortably. Drapion, with its imposing height of 2.5 meters, was finally able to stand upright as they moved. After walking for about 20 minutes, Cain estimated that they had reached the heart of the mountain. This tunnel, though it seems flat, actually slopes slightly downward. Based on my calculations, we're right in the middle of the mountain, Cain said, relying on data provided by his system. Shortly after, they arrived at a massive underground cavern. The tunnel walls were completely covered in diamonds. At this point, Cain was 99% certain of his theory. When he saw the first Pokémon inside the enormous cave, all his suspicions were confirmed. The Pokémon that appeared before him was a rock and fairy type. A common Pokémon in the Kalos region, but rare in other places. It was a Carbink. The body of this Pokémon was composed of stones and diamonds. So, the stones and diamonds Cain had been unearthing were, in fact, fallen fragments from these Carbink. Carbink are born deep underground, under conditions of high pressure and temperature, and the glow of the gemstones on their bodies serves as a means of protection. One of the Carbink was manipulating something on the wall. At a glance, Cain noticed it was embedding the diamonds falling from its body into the walls to make the cave shine more brightly. As Cain looked further, he saw many other Carbink doing the same. When Cain and his Pokémon entered the cavern, the nearest Carbink noticed them. Its small hands, or rather the ear-like structures on its head, dropped a diamond that fell to the ground with a soft clink. The Carbink stared at Cain and his Pokémon with blue eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Curiosity about who these new beings were, and confusion about why they were there. The other Carbink also noticed Cain's presence and stopped what they were doing. They showed no signs of fear or hostility, they simply watched silently. Carbink were pure-hearted Pokémon, without any desire to attack. They were very docile creatures, especially those living in peaceful places like this. Silence. A strange silence filled the cave. A minute later. Ding, clang, clang. Different diamonds fell to the ground, or it was the sound produced by the small Carbink bumping into each other. The little Carbink finally reacted and gathered together. They looked at Cain with wary expressions. At last, they remembered the terrifying creatures their elders had often mentioned. But these didn't seem as frightening as the elders had described. The small Carbink, with their tiny bodies gathered in one place, looked like a cluster of shining, sparkling diamonds. When Drapion and the others saw these little creatures, they let out a sigh of relief. These tiny Pokémon not only didn't seem threatening, but also didn't exude any sense of danger. They looked more like a pile of minerals. Cain had no malicious intent. If any Pokémon can sense malice, the top candidates would be psychic types, followed closely by fairy types. Although the fairy type hadn't been officially revealed, some battles and studies suggested its existence. Cain wondered if, once he left Mythical Island, he could nudge the Alliance toward officially announcing the fairy type. However, that thought was fleeting. Right now, he had a group of little Carbink in front of him. As rock and fairy types, Carbink aren't very strong in battles, but their defense is exceptional. They have base stats of 150 in both physical and special defense. The rest of their stats are quite average, with 50 in each. However, Carbink's weaknesses are also evident: a glaring 4x weakness to steel, along with 2x weaknesses to ground, water, and grass, making them easy to counter. While they have 2x resistances to normal, flying, bug, fire, and dark, Carbink really aren't suitable for combat. This confirmed what Cain had suspected all along: the existence of a group of Carbink. Only a Pokémon like Carbink could regularly produce uniformly high-quality diamonds and generate large quantities of premium minerals. If Cain could capture an entire group of Carbink, he could solve Aaron and Larvitar's food problem once and for all. If that happened, Cain's biggest burden would be lifted, and the pressure on him would be significantly reduced. After all, the amount of food Aaron and Larvitar consume is astounding. Cain was already mentally preparing to resume his work as a hunter and earn money frantically to feed them once he left Mythical Island. But he never expected to encounter a group of Carbink here, and from the looks of it, the group wasn't small. Carbink are native to the Kalos region and aren't particularly rare there. But while they're not very rare, that doesn't mean they're cheap or common. Due to their cute appearance and the diamonds on their bodies, Carbink are very popular among wealthy young women and are highly prized by women in general. Owning a Carbink is a status symbol, akin to showing off a designer handbag or exclusive lipstick. For this reason, although Carbink aren't scarce, their price on the black market is incredibly high. Initially, Cain had planned to buy a group of Carbink to produce food for Aaron and Larvitar. But after doing some research, he realized that buying a few wouldn't be a problem, but acquiring them in large numbers was far too expensive. Moreover, since there weren't many on the market, he would also face disapproval from the aristocratic young women who collected them. The cost was too high, so Cain abandoned the idea. He never imagined he would find them on Mythical Island. Carbink aren't particularly strong in battles. Even if an elite-level Carbink appeared, Cain wouldn't be too worried. The worst that could happen is a stalemate. But there was one thing that did concern Cain. Diancie, a Pokémon considered legendary, a kind of mutation of Carbink. In the Kalos region, there are several legends about this Pokémon. When a group of Carbink grows large enough, a mutation can occur, and that mutation is Diancie. It is the king of all Carbink. Neither Carbink nor Diancie have a gender. Although Diancie has a feminine appearance, it is actually genderless. Diancie is a mutation of Carbink and shares the same typing, rock and fairy. But unlike Carbink, Diancie has significant offensive power. With 600 base stats, Diancie can hold its own against pseudo-legendary Pokémon without much trouble. Additionally, Diancie can Mega Evolve, giving it far greater potential than ordinary Carbink. Although Diancie is considered a legendary Pokémon, it doesn't have a divine role. It's similar to legendary Pokémon like the legendary birds, where while there may be more than one of their species, only one holds a divine role. Diancie is quite similar. In a large group of Carbink, only one mutation can occur. And only after that king dies can another arise. If this group of Carbink isn't very large, Cain wouldn't be worried. With around 100 Carbink, the conditions for a mutation to occur still wouldn't be met. But if more Carbink were hidden deeper in the cave and a Diancie appeared, Cain would definitely retreat. In that case, he would immediately report it to Team Rocket, and someone else would handle the group. After all, Diancie is much rarer than a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. And Diancie doesn't need to be trained from scratch. Once it reaches the appropriate level, it already has formidable power. Cain could demand a portion of the Carbink in exchange for the information, which would be acceptable. Of course, that would only happen if a Diancie appeared and Cain couldn't defeat it. But if he encountered a newly transformed Diancie, Cain would likely dream of striking it rich. Because Diancie has a unique ability, it can produce Carbink. Carbink are asexual, so for a new one to be born, an older Carbink must make a great sacrifice, and it can only produce one in its lifetime, a process similar to cell division. However, Diancie can create carbink infinitely as long as it has enough energy. That means owning a Diancie is like having an entire kingdom of carbink, an endless supply of minerals and diamonds, and, consequently, limitless resources. Cain could then train as many Pokémon as he wanted without worrying about resources. Cain stood quietly next to his Pokémon, making no sudden movements. He didn't reveal his intentions, merely maintaining a smile he considered friendly, while waiting for the leader of the carbink to appear. Regardless of whether or not a Diancie was among this group of carbink, Cain had no plans to act recklessly for the time being. Clearly, Cain was overthinking things. The carbink, who had lived in this cave for countless years, had never seen the outside world nor experienced danger. Their lives were simple, enriching their subterranean world and filling the ground with diamonds. A group of over 100 carbinks stood before Cain, murmuring among themselves. After their initial fear had passed, they quickly calmed down. Cain silently, and somewhat frustrated, waited for 20 minutes before there was finally some movement among the carbink. More carbink emerged from the depths of the cave, at least another 100. Among them, escorted by the others, was a carbink that looked a bit peculiar. Cain immediately focused his gaze on it. It was nearly twice the size of the others, with 2 appendages on its head resembling ears, much wider than those of the other carbink. From the outside, it simply looked like a fattened carbink. Cain vaguely recalled that this was likely the carbink minister. Could it be that a Diancie has already appeared here? But if that's the case, why are there so few carbink? Cain wondered, frowning. Indeed, if there were a Diancie present, a group of fewer than 200 carbink would seem surprisingly small. However, for a group without a Diancie, that number appeared rather large. While Cain was mulling this over, the carbink minister, surrounded by many carbink, slowly approached him. Though the carbink minister was considerably larger than the other carbink, it was still small compared to Cain. To avoid appearing intimidating, Cain crouched down, trying to meet the carbink minister's gaze. This gesture immediately earned Cain the minister's goodwill. Unlike the other carbink, the minister had some understanding of the outside world. As a carbink that had mutated into this form, its intelligence far exceeded that of the others. Although this group had lived underground for countless years, their ancestors had once experienced the outside world. Some descriptions of the outside had been passed down through generations. Only the carbink minister and a few elders among the carbink had access to this information. However, over time, much of that knowledge had been lost, leaving the carbink with only a vague, distorted image of the outside world shaped by their imaginations. The minister made some strange sounds, the carbink's way of communicating, as they knew no other method. Cain caught on, activated his telepathy, and connected his mind with the carbink ministers. At first, the minister was startled when Cain spoke into its mind. However, after Cain explained and guided it for a while, the minister gradually learned to communicate with Cain through telepathy, albeit in a somewhat rudimentary manner. The minister was amazed by Cain's ability, nearly bowing in reverence. This was the result of having been confined to a small world for over a century. They held deep respect for the unknown. And this respect was something Cain valued highly. While teaching the carbink minister to communicate, Cain took the opportunity to scan its data using his system, confirming that it differed slightly from regular carbink. Pokémon: Carbink, dark green. Gender: genderless. Level: 48. Type: rock plus fairy. Ability: clear body. Held item: minister's wisdom. Egg moves: none. Basic moves: tackle, harden, rock throw, sharpen, smack down, reflect, stealth rock, guard split, ancient power, flail, skill swap, power gem. Learned moves: earth power, magnet rise, telekinesis, gravity, wonder room. TM moves: none. This was the first time Cain had seen an alternative form of a Pokémon, and the system had categorized it simply for distinction. He also noticed that the carbink minister carried an item called Minister's Wisdom. Though he didn't know its function, he had a hunch it would be quite useful. Seeing the word wisdom and observing the minister's bulky appearance, Cain jokingly thought that perhaps the bigger the Pokémon, the smarter it was. After teaching the minister how to communicate, Cain finally began a proper conversation. "So, you really come from the outside world? And the place we live in is just a small corner of that world, not even a fraction of its entirety." The minister asked its first question. Cain nodded, feeling tired of crouching, and without worrying about the dirt, he sat directly on the ground. He telepathically responded, "That's correct. This world is vast. The place you're in now is an island in the middle of the ocean, and this underground world is just one corner of mythical island." Hearing Cain's confirmation, the minister once again showed an expression of astonishment. It seemed that Carbink were overly content creatures. After living underground for so long, they hadn't even considered exploring the outside world. Their lives revolved around digging and finding a suitable place to live, rich in energy and sufficient to sustain their tribe. The mines Cain had discovered in the sandstone area were merely remnants left behind by this group during one of their migrations. This group had been living under this mountain for countless years, to the point where they considered it their entire world. After hearing Cain's explanation, the minister decided not to share the information with its tribe immediately. If it was difficult for the minister to process, it would be even harder for the others. Understood, but even if the outside world is vast, it doesn't have much to do with us. We live peacefully here, and you're the first to enter our world in so long. Yes, along with your Pokémon, the minister said after digesting what Cain had told it. Cain nodded as he listened to the minister's words. Indeed, if they continued living underground, they might remain undiscovered for a long time. But the problem was that Cain had already found them. Could they still remain hidden? Cain wouldn't say it outright, but the reality was that they were already under surveillance. Cain smiled and said, "It's true, I'm the first to come here in many years. But where there's a first, there's always a second. How can you guarantee that the next person who comes won't have ill intentions? Are you willing to gamble the fate of your entire clan? All I can say is that the diamonds you can create have extremely high value in the outside world. And furthermore, yourselves, as Pokémon, are highly valuable commodities." When Cain referred to them as commodities, the Carbink minister's expression turned somewhat uncomfortable. However, as a fairy-type Pokémon with sharp intuition, it knew Cain wasn't lying. If what Cain said was true, then the outside world would bring them nothing but trouble. Emerging to the surface would only mean that their entire clan would become coveted by outsiders. "Why are you telling me all this? What's your goal?" asked the Carbink minister, cutting to the heart of the matter. Instead of answering directly, Cain maintained his smile and continued, "Let me give you another piece of information. Right now, I'm among the first 30 people to set foot on this island. Outside, there's a group of people far more powerful and terrifying waiting to arrive. When they do, after what I've just told you, can you imagine what will happen? Exactly. Your entire clan will become merchandise. Don't even think about digging deeper underground. With the skills of these people, even if you go to the deepest part of the island, you won't escape their tracking. Because you're worth the effort." The Carbink minister's face grew even darker because, in truth, it had been considering just that, digging deeper to hide. But Cain's words implied that such a plan wouldn't work either. Why has the outside world become so terrifying? In the stories passed down by our clan, while the outside world was dangerous, if you found the right place to live, it wasn't so bad. And they never mentioned the existence of a species called humans who could control Pokémon like us. Perhaps the elders of their clan had never encountered humans, or maybe they had never seen humans with special tools. Hundreds of years ago, the Kalos region had yet to be discovered by the Pokémon League, so training Pokémon wasn't a common practice. Moreover, who knows if trainers even existed back then? So tell me, what's your goal? I don't believe you came here just to warn us, the Carbink minister insisted astutely, going straight to the point. This time, Cain couldn't dodge the question, and an even wider smile spread across his face. His dark eyes gleamed intensely. Seeing Cain's expression, his Pokémon, like Drapion, felt a chill run down their spines. Too terrifying, Master was about to start deceiving again. Someone else was about to fall into his trap. This was the first thought that crossed the minds of Slowking and the others. Cain didn't consider himself a deceiver. Rather, he believed he was persuading others to arrive at the correct conclusion through reason and emotion. Using brute force was for fools. If he could win over the entire Carbink clan without lifting a finger, it would be much better. During their brief conversation, Cain had discovered that this was the entire Carbink clan. They hadn't suffered significant losses over the years, but the cost of bringing new Carbink into the world was extremely high. Over time, they had only managed to gather just over 200 members. While the number was small, it was enough to satisfy the appetites of Larvitar and Aaron. This was Cain's first thought. Of course, it's not that simple. Have you ever heard of a Pokémon called Diancie? Cain asked with a smile. When the Carbink minister heard the name Diancie, its body trembled. Perhaps the other Carbink didn't know, but when it transformed into a Carbink minister, it understood its mission. To serve a Pokémon called Diancie, help it become the king of the entire Carbink clan, and thus transform its people into the Carbink kingdom. This information had surfaced in its mind when it completed its transformation. It was knowledge etched into the core of its being, a kind of instinct passed down through its species' bloodline. The pink figure had always been engraved in the minister's mind. It had searched for Diancie for a long time, but had never found it. The Carbink minister spoke in a trembling voice. Have you seen Diancie? In the legends of the Carbink clan, there were descriptions of Diancie, but it was always considered a myth. Only the minister, after seeing the image of Diancie in its mind, believed in its existence. Over the years, it had managed to convince the rest of the clan of Diancie's existence, even though they had never seen it. No, I haven't seen it, Cain replied firmly. The Carbink minister felt it was being toyed with. But think about this. As someone who had never seen a Carbink before, how could I know about the existence of Diancie? After all, even you haven't seen one, right? It's just a myth, isn't it? Cain explained. The minister considered Cain's words. If they themselves hadn't seen Diancie, how could an outsider have seen it? But how do you know so much? Asked the minister, speechless at Cain's logic. Cain smiled, pleased with the minister's cunning. I know how to help you find Diancie. Within 5 years, I can help you locate your king. When that happens, the entire Carbink clan will become the Carbink kingdom, and you, Carbink minister, will be a true minister. With Diancie's abilities, you'll no longer be easy prey. You'll become one of the most powerful Pokémon of all. 5 years? Who knew what would happen in 5 years? By then, Tyranitar would have fully evolved, and Cain would have the power of an elite-level trainer, or even beyond. While finding Diancie would be difficult, it wasn't impossible. The great deceiver, Cain, had officially made his move. Really? Minister Carbink couldn't help but ask, its voice full of emotion upon hearing Cain's words. After all, this was about Diancie, the Pokémon it had always hoped would appear. Cain nodded firmly. Yes, I just need 5 years, and I will undoubtedly find it for you. And there's something even more important. You're no longer safe here. If you follow me, I can ensure 5 years of safety. If you choose to continue cooperating after that, I can offer you even more protection and a private territory far larger than this one. Cain spoke cautiously, never suggesting capturing the entire Carbink tribe, but rather proposing cooperation, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Hearing Cain, Minister Carbink's expression softened considerably. At least it felt more reassured. After that, Cain and Minister Carbink had a lengthy conversation, during which several Carbink elders also participated. Fortunately, Slowking assisted Cain, allowing him to maintain prolonged mental communication with them. Finally, an agreement was reached. Cain would take responsibility for relocating the entire Carbink tribe from Mythical Island, finding them a safe and private place to live, and providing the necessary protection. In return, the Carbink tribe would supply Cain with a certain amount of diamonds and minerals as a protection fee. This was, in essence, a win-win situation. In the mountains behind Leafy Town, there were numerous locations where they could live and where Cain could guarantee their safety to some extent. For the Carbink, the diamonds and minerals they shed from their bodies had little practical use beyond illuminating their caves, so fulfilling the agreement wasn't difficult. Thus, both parties quickly came to terms. Additionally, the Carbink tribe demanded that Cain find their queen, Diancie, within 5 years. Cain accepted without hesitation. In 5 years, the value that this Carbink tribe could generate would likely be unimaginable, even to them. In summary, Cain would stand to gain much more, as all of his promises were little more than blank checks. Although Minister Carbink was very wise, it had spent too much time isolated, making it vulnerable, unlike Altaria, who were much more difficult to convince. This was why Cain's persuasion had been so successful this time. However, taking more than 200 Carbink would not be an easy task. If there was no other option, Cain would have to capture them one by one in Pokeballs to transport them. Fortunately, before entering Mythical Island, Cain had made thorough preparations and still had hundreds of Pokeballs left. Initially, he had planned to capture some rare and valuable Pokémon on Mythical Island, but he hadn't expected his first big capture to be an entire Carbink tribe. Nevertheless, Cain had no complaints and could barely contain his inner laughter. The entire Carbink tribe had a remarkably low combat ability. The highest level was that of Minister Carbink, which had reached level 48, in the upper range of the advanced level, still far from the quasi-elite level. Even if Minister Carbink reached quasi-elite level, Cain wouldn't feel threatened. The combat ability of the Carbink was, to be honest, rather mediocre. They served more as targets than as fighters. When Minister Carbink learned that Cain needed large amounts of diamonds and minerals, it led him to their storage. The storage was actually where the Carbink accumulated the diamonds and minerals they shed from their bodies. For the Carbink, those resources had little use, but for Cain, they were an immense treasure. When Cain saw the storage, he was stunned. Was this the wealth accumulated by the Carbink tribe? Incredible! Minister Carbink mentioned that due to previous relocations, they had to discard many of these resources. Otherwise, there would have been several times more. Additionally, many Carbink would often throw away the diamonds they shed without even thinking about keeping them. Cain, looking at the room full of diamonds, couldn't help but think that one day he might be like Stephen Stone, drinking wine and being attended to by beautiful maidens. Luxury. Wealth. Now he had food for Larvitar and Aaron. Cain even thought that, with so many supplies, he no longer needed the Carbink tribe. Perhaps he already had enough. But only a fool would pass up this opportunity. After all, it was a living diamond-producing machine. Cain was destined to become the world's first Pokémon diamond magnate. Cain felt fortunate for his foresight in purchasing a large-capacity backpack before heading to Mythical Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to transport so many diamonds. Even so, after filling the backpack with diamonds, there were still many high-quality stones left behind. During the process, Cain also filled the storage space he had taken from Shuichi's body with diamonds and minerals. Now, Cain could proudly say that he could feed Larvitar and Aaron. His path to success was only going to get wider. Although he couldn't make Larvitar and Aaron feed exclusively on diamonds, he could significantly increase the proportion of their diet. He might even sell some of the diamonds and convert them into Pokedollars to train his other Pokemon. In one single day, Cain had become a magnate. Perhaps the term new rich better described Cain's current mentality. After leaving the Carbink storage with his heart full of satisfaction, Cain followed Minister Carbink back to the main hall. Now, the diamonds embedded in the walls no longer impressed him as much. A small amount, Cain was becoming arrogant. What could he do to stop feeling so inflated? He was looking for answers, urgently. Under Minister Carbink's direction, the Carbink were captured one by Cain in Pokeballs. Minister Carbink didn't fully understand how the Pokeballs worked. It didn't even think about what could happen if Cain captured them and then sold them. That would also represent a great fortune. But of course, Cain wouldn't do something short-sighted like killing the golden goose. Why waste a continuous source of income when he could take advantage of it slowly? While capturing the Carbink, Cain made a discovery that almost made him jump in surprise. All the Carbink had a large gem on their heads, which concentrated all their energy and was the most important part of their bodies. If they wanted to divide and form a new Carbink, it all began with the division of the gem on their heads. The gems on their heads were light blue, the same color as the diamonds on their bodies. But Cain noticed that one of the carbink had a gem on its head with a slight pinkish hue. It wasn't very obvious, but from Cain's perspective, it was clearly visible. A red dot in a sea of flowers. He knew that carbink's diamonds were always light blue, and there was only one possibility for a pink diamond, Diancie. Cain immediately scanned the data of this small carbink. Earlier, due to the sheer number of carbinks, he had only done a quick sweep, noting just a group of Pokémon with varying qualities and relatively low levels, without paying special attention to this one in particular. After the scan, Cain noticed a small difference. Pokémon, carbink, light blue, in mutation. Gender, genderless. Level, 25. Type, rock plus fairy. Ability, clear body. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, tackle, harden, rock throw, sharpen, smack down, reflect, stealth rock. Learned moves, ally switch, earth power, skill swap, telekinesis, gravity. TM moves, none. At first glance, there was nothing too outstanding except for its slightly superior quality compared to other carbinks. But that was it, as carbinks were not particularly suited for battle. However, the words in mutation deeply caught Cain's attention. Although others were unaware, Cain understood quite well that Diancie only appeared when a carbink underwent a mutation. Technically, Diancie is also a type of carbink, but compared to these, Diancie has many unique characteristics. This small carbink, which was in the process of mutation, was clearly evolving into Diancie. However, Cain didn't know how long it would take to complete this mutation. While an ordinary carbink didn't possess great combat ability, if it became Diancie, the story would be entirely different. System, record and analyze all data on this carbink. Try to uncover the reason behind its mutation and calculate how long it will take to complete the transformation, Cain mentally ordered the system. Beep. Task created. Analysis in progress, the system's mechanical voice replied. Cain put away the ordinary Pokeball he had initially used and took out a luxury ball to capture the special carbink. Its mutation had just begun, and he wasn't sure if it would truly transform into Diancie. Cain wanted to take it with him to study it closely. Perhaps, with the system's capabilities, he could uncover the reason behind the mutation. Even though the probability of success was low, what if he managed to unravel the cause of the mutation? Wouldn't that mean Cain could mass-produce Diancies? Sure, it was an outrageous plan with an infinitesimal chance of success, but what if? Even if he couldn't determine the exact reason for Diancie's mutation, Cain wouldn't complain about having one on his team. After all, Diancie is a legendary Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, giving it a value comparable to pseudo-legendaries. Though its strength isn't solely reflected in battle, Diancie symbolizes untold riches and future opportunities. Moreover, in terms of combat, Diancie isn't weak either. Thus, finding a Diancie within 5 years to fulfill the promise made to the Carbink tribe no longer seemed like a mere dream. However, everything had just begun, and Cain couldn't predict what would happen in the future. Perhaps this mutation would merely result in another Carbink Minister or some other title in the Carbink hierarchy. Containing his excitement, Cain continued capturing the other carbinks one by one in Pokeballs. Satisfied, he finally captured the Carbink Minister, feeling a bit tired. It was his first time capturing over 200 Pokémon at once, and the most surprising part was that they willingly queued up to be caught. Cain even felt his hand ache from pressing the Pokeballs so much. After collecting everything, Cain stretched to ease the stiffness in his back. But it was all worth it. Larvitar, Aaron, I've secured your food. Now it's up to you to show your potential, Cain thought. Slowking and the others exchanged glances, impressed by how Cain had managed to trick an entire tribe. Clearly, his persuasive abilities had been carefully honed. In fact, some of his Pokémon even began to wonder if, when they were captured by Cain, they too had been persuaded in some way. Except for Drapion, of course, who had been personally hatched by Cain and didn't share those doubts. Upon leaving the cave, Cain took a deep breath, feeling a great sense of relief. Since capturing Aaron and Torchic and hatching Larvitar and other Pokémon, Cain had felt enormous pressure on his shoulders. The cost of raising Pokémon had always been a concern for him, leading him to save over 30 million Pokédollars to invest in his Pokémon. But from this moment on, Cain's two biggest concerns had been resolved. With food for Larvitar and Aaron secured, Cain could dedicate more time and resources to training Torchic, Poliwag, and Mudkip. Once fully trained, their power wouldn't be inferior to that of Tyranitar or Aggron. In fact, with its speed boost ability, Blaziken should be able to dominate Aggron in battle. Poliwag, on the other hand, would be the core of his Rain team, accompanied by a mega-evolving Swampert. Together, their synergy in a Rain team would be incredibly powerful. If Cain planned to become one of the Hoenn Elite Four, the Rain team would be his main strategy. As for his other Pokémon, they would likely remain as his hidden aces. After capturing the entire Carbink tribe, Cain decided not to continue digging in the rocky region. He would leave that task to the local Pokémon. It would run out eventually. Now that he had reached the northernmost part of the rocky region, he knew that if he climbed the mountains, he should be able to see the Tree of Life. The sun was still far from setting, so Cain decided to continue his journey. Thanks to Slowking's teleport move, he could quickly return to the Altaria territory. No distance is too great for teleport. If necessary, just use it twice. He called on Tropius, his trusty mount, and with Honchkrow accompanying him for protection, he flew toward the mountain peak. On Mythical Island, wild flying Pokémon were quite strong, and only the powerful could traverse the skies. Tropius, which Cain had once struggled to control, now seemed to have fallen behind in terms of strength. Soon, its days as his mount would come to an end.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.